All right.
Okay, the date is the 23rd of July, 2023. It's a Sunday all across the world, although it might be a Monday in Australia. Not that it matters. Anyway, what we're going to talk about today, myself and JC, is skinwalkers, which I have to say, even now, I still am not so familiar with. But I'll just say two things. One, it is something that's born out of Native American or Indian, or maybe more specifically could be Ute or Navajo type of religion, but JC will fill me in on the details there in a little while. Also, I think I've very quickly come to realize that skinwalkers can be a euphemism for somebody who is wearing the skin of a dead animal in a very metaphoric sense to take on the characteristics of that animal, or at least to maybe pretend that he's a different animal than he is. And a very famous one in all of European culture and folklore would be the wolf in sheep's clothing. So that as a metaphor for a skinwalker, or a direct analog for a skinwalker, can be held in the mind as an alternative meaning, but simultaneous meaning as well. So I'll just say that. Now, I suppose what I want to say is, I better allow JC to come in and say what he'd like to say to that. And then maybe I'll play a little bit of a video that I was making today, just in regards to that. And then maybe we'll talk about Skinwalker Ranch, the place in Utah, and tie it to Tim Ballard, right? So a lot of things to try and cover. We'll see where we go. None of this is scripted, so we'll try and kind of stay on course, but we might deviate. We'll see how we go. So JC, my question to you anyway is, would you like to correct or give some background, correct what I said about the Native American idea of a skinwalker, or give a bit more background? And you might have some personal experience, because you've said to me before that part of your genetic heritage is that you have some Native American, or maybe you might even have some specific tribe of Native Americans in your genetic makeup.
Oh, yes. I have two different tribes. Like, technically, I'm part Cherokee and part Uintah, which, is a language group, which basically covers like the entire Southwest, Utah, Northern California, parts of Nevada, and so on. The thing is, they were all part of the Aztec Empire before it was conquered by the Spanish, and so on and so forth. Everybody knows that history, I do believe. As far as the skinwalker goes, it's very similar to Northern European tradition, where you do have it's basically a young warrior who, or even a young medicine woman, even, or medicine man, who through dark ritual, and like there's things like killing and eating the flesh of a family member or loved one, something like that. And basically it gives them the dark power to use these animal pelts to channel the spirit of these beings. And it's not just a wolf necessarily. The wolf is also a representation of the main deity in the pantheon, right? So it's gaining the power of a deity at the same time as a living creature of the forest, right? So, but they will do all kinds of nasty things. They have, as I've told you before, they carry things called, corpse powder, which is made from, exactly what it sounds like. And that stuff will, it holds a deadly bacteria that will make you, deathly ill, almost guaranteed to kill you. And then they have all kinds of other stuff that will irritate your throat, your eyes, etc. So, but I found here on this Skinwalker Ranch that it's less of like, it seems to be less Skinwalker type stuff and more weird lights in the sky than anything else.
Yeah. Now, what you are again, well, maybe you don't realize, but what you're talking about there is already maybe people might believe in the skinwalker as being a mythical creature or mythological creature or a supernatural creature or something that's related to werewolves or Sasquatches or this kind of thing. And again, there's another simultaneous and I would say non-contradictory meaning to it, which can be held simultaneously in the mind, because what you're describing is a man, not a supernatural being, but dressing up and deliberately intending to try and fool people. And what he has is potions or chemicals or powders, which, as I've said to you before in a conversation that I'll try and put up later, maybe during the week. But you mentioned in a separate conversation we had, and when you described these kind of things, like what it could do if you blow this powder into somebody's eyes, or maybe put it into their food, or put it down their chimney, or other things like this if they're sleeping, maybe just a bit like, say, anthrax or something like that. But I'm not saying that's what it is, but there could be any number of powders or poisons like that could be dispersed into the air, that would float in the air like either I suppose a bit like pollen, or there's probably a better word for it than that, but something that could be aerosolized in that kind of a way that would when you breathe it in or come in contact with your skin or into your eyes or whatever, it could cause different kind of bad symptoms. And as I said to you, it reminded me very much then of the kind of voodoo stuff, because there's a lot of mythology and supernatural superstition around all that. But at the same time, while I'm not sort of saying, oh, there are no supernatural and there are no, I suppose there are no truth. It's not that I'm not saying that there are no truths to the kind of things that can be unexplained or stay in that sort of paranormal region. I'm not one of these kind of people who would sort of say, oh no, there's a rational scientific explanation for everything. But, funnily enough, that's kind of what you're providing already, even though one might expect that somebody who would be sort of steeped in, say, mythological or Indian lore, you might sort of say, oh no, these were real creatures that the Indians came in with. I'm not saying that isn't the case either, but that there can be many explanations for something. And just because, let's supposing if there was a Sasquatch, that wouldn't prevent a lot of human beings going out there and creating fake Sasquatch movies and things like that. And by the way, some of the most famous Sasquatch movies might be fake. Doesn't mean that the phenomenon is fake. But I'm not talking about Sasquatches, just they're closely related to what could be dogmen, or werewolves or skinwalkers. So look, I better put it back to you there and, see what you think of the idea that voodoo and that kind of quasi-religion or superstitious belief or cultural background is similar to the Native American background. And if so, when I say Native American, I mean in North America, whatever that term means now. If they are related, and if so, why do you think that is, please, JC?
Well, first off, I would say, as far as werewolves in Europe go, like you can go back to the 1564 to 1589 area. Like it's a little, that's the span of his crimes, like the time period that he committed them. But there's a guy back in the 1500s named Peter Stump. Stump. In Germany, he was a German farmer. And he ended up murdering a bunch of people and as a werewolf, right? And what it was said, the way it's detailed is that he had a wolf pelt that, was like a belt, and he would put it on his head and tie the paws around his waist, and then it would turn him into a werewolf, right? It had a special salve that he would rub on the inside of the pelt, which would have been impregnated with chemicals that would make you hallucinate, just like everything else. And he would put it on, and then he would turn into a werewolf, and then he went out and killed people and cattle and all these other kind of things. So when you look at the traditions, they are very, very similar in the way that they work. And it's basically the tribal mystery schools, right? It's the original, these are the original iterations of the mysteries in the tribal format. Right, it's the same thing as remaking anything else, just a less refined form.
Right, and that's the key thing there. And I'm glad you explained it in the same way as you did to me before. Although the Peter Stump there was new to me. I've got it up on screen, just a picture of him on Wikipedia. Anyway, the key thing there to take, I think, from your answer is that all of this comes from an ancient time. All these beliefs are there. And have traveled throughout centuries and millennia, really. So that there's lots of ramifications and implications and extrapolations from all this, one of which is that the colonization of America didn't happen in one go, and it didn't just happen by British people going over there and creating the first 13 colonies and then the move west and all that kind of thing. And it wasn't just that, well, you know, there was these Indians there or whatever, you know, that they were really called, you know. I think, by the way, Indians might, all that story about Columbus thinking he found another route to India is all nonsense. I do believe the theory that he might have called them Indios, which might have been people of God or something like that in Spanish. But anyway, the story of who was there originally, the natives and that kind of thing, there are lots of tales of people from Europe or Middle East or the Middle East or Egypt or other places that you wouldn't have necessarily expected. In other words, not just Britain ruling the waves. And yes, we know that there were some Vikings and that kind of thing, but just that there wasn't just one single migratory pattern, let's say from a kind of Siberian or Asian continent across the Bering Strait when there was a frozen ice bridge crossing or whatever, and then down into North America, and then down into Middle America, and then into Southern America. That it didn't happen that way, that in fact we always underestimate the abilities of people in the past, and we always think that whatever age we live in, we just happen to be the current age, and we happen to be the most technologically advanced age, and that we tend to think that, you know, exploration of the seas, you know, with Great Britain and of course the Portuguese and the Dutch, the Nederlanders, being most famous for exploring the high seas and charting the globe. But what I think, and I'll ask you this as a question, and do you think, I know I'm pretty sure you do, but maybe put in your own words, that after whatever great flood that there might have been, it mightn't have been the only one, around that time, were there people in a sort of Atlantean, middle of the Atlantic type island that said, right, well, some of our people went east towards Europe and some of our people went west, and that there was a population that went to the United States who were more European, or what we might recognize as European, but were really from a sunken island of Atlantis? Is that what you believe, even though you're no longer a Freemason, but you say that Freemasons do believe that?
Yes, I do tend to believe it to some degree because, okay, just about every culture you go to, especially the ones where you find pyramids and these, you know, the swastika, the six-pointed star, when you see these symbols in these places and you talk to the natives, and you listen to their stories and their legends, they all say the same thing. Like, they say the fish man, or the guy basically wearing scale armor comes from the sea and teaches them stuff. Teaches them how to restart civilization there, where they're at. Takes them from hunter-gatherers to actual farmers and, builders of civilization. They all look up to them. He's called many names depending on where you go, right? Like Quetzalcoatl to the Aztecs, and so many other names, right? Iowa, and on and on and on. Like, all the Native American tribes have a different name for him, but it's the same thing when you go to Malaysia or anywhere else. There, these figures, these people, just pop up, and they end up usually calling them gods, right? Gods with the little G.
Yeah, what you explained to me before was that there are different manifestations depending on the culture and the land that these native or indigenous people were on, and that whether it's a snow wolf, maybe in Nevada, or maybe I'm guessing wrong, but there could be a winter wolf that the god appears as to one tribe. Maybe that's in Iowa, but in Mexico, as you say, Quetzalcoatl was the plumed serpent, and even though they look entirely different, one's a snake and one's a wolf, it's the same god, but coming up from underneath the earth. And
or if you go to Greece, Zeus is an eagle, and if you look at look at the Mexican flag right now, it has an eagle clutching a serpent in its talons, right? Like, so you see these different things. They all, it's all talking about like a main deity, and what you're looking for is not necessarily the animal that's represented. You're looking at the qualities of the animal that's being represented, right? So the qualities of a phoenix and an eagle and a peacock and and so on and so forth, they all have the same the same qualities associated, or at least they all share qualities with the phoenix, so therefore they represent the phoenix, which is a representation of the main deity, and so on and so
Yes,
forth.
and every culture seems to have, of course, its own aesthetic, and as does a religion. There's also a perception bias perhaps with it, and I'm glad you brought up Zeus there, because it's reminded me, it made me rethink, of course, oh yeah, Zeus or Zeus. Like we might like to think, oh yeah, that was just sort of primitive ancient Romans or Europeans, but Zeus did indeed, as you say, often disguise himself as an eagle, that he would fly down and consecrate land. But it's very similar to, of course, the birds that you see in stained glass windows of Christian churches to depict the Holy Spirit. Also, Zeus did disguise himself as many different things, and another famous thing to disguise himself as was as a bird. As a bull. Like the bull that Theseus fought in the labyrinth. And also what he would do is that he would disguise himself. Well, it gets more salacious now, but with there was Leda, the woman who gave birth to swans. Zeus tricked her into having what they say in sort of theology of the Roman gods or deities is consorting with. So Leda was one of the many consorts of Zeus, but he disguised himself as a snake. Now you would think like that wouldn't endear her to him, right? But and you can, like, the full connotations of what a snake might do to a woman. That's exactly what the story goes by. So I'm just sort of mentioning it to sort of say that we might think, oh, those primitive Native Americans with their culture, thinking that all these different animals were coming up from the ground and they were worshipping them. Well, not only did our European ancestors do the same thing, like if we think of the Greeks and the Roman gods, but in case people think, oh, well, now that we're Christian or post-Christian, even societies in Europe, they might go, we weren't that primitive. We're not primitive. Well, yes, we are. Because, I mean, if you don't want to insult anybody, but there is the same eagle bird of the Holy Spirit, or it could be a dove, but it doesn't really matter what the bird is, as long as it's descending from heaven or down from the mountains onto the mere mortals, carrying something, whether it's the insight or the wisdom or the discernment. And then, of course, or the peace or whatever a Holy Spirit might bring you, but of course, you look at it a slightly different way, and then you've got Prometheus stealing the fire of illumination of the mind from the gods and giving it to the people. So you have to be very careful about what we talked about this as well. What you think about is good or bad, what's a blessing or what's a curse.
Yes. And that is going to be the classic divide here on whether or not you see it as bad because it was disobeying God and it brought you pain and suffering, etc., etc., or if you see it as good because it brought you knowledge, etc., etc., or like, if you see it as both. It's from the Orthodox perspective, it's a situation of God was going to give that knowledge to us when we were ready anyway. So it's kind of bad because, if we hadn't got it early, we wouldn't be as jacked up as we are now. We just got a hold of more power than what we were ready for. Right.
That's a very good way of putting it.
Not too long ago, we were talking about how, Native Americans and migrations to America, etc. Well, it wasn't long ago that a 14,000-year-old skull of a woman was found in Southeast China, and they did the DNA. Well, it turns out that 14,000-year-old woman in Southeast China and I and so many other Native Americans all share DNA, right? So,
right.
And
now,
there's stories of people coming in boats from like northern India, Southeast China, due to a great war, the civil war that split everyone up, or an invasion. It's not exactly clear to me exactly which it was, but at least it was a great war that basically caused a diaspora, and they came across the Pacific in boats.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to react there to what you said about, and remind you of what you often say as being a Knights ex-Templar or an ex-Knights Templar, but maybe like CIA are never fully out of it. But you often say it's a double-edged sword, right? So knowledge is a double-edged sword, just like we see in the Matrix movies, and sometimes the information and the knowledge about things is so painful that we all wish we maybe didn't know certain things or hadn't come to certain realizations. So just, as you sort of said there, God would have given perhaps all this information to us in its own good time when we were ready for it. And we might think, with the sort of hubris of the human being that thinks it knows it, that the human being who thinks he knows it all and thinks he's capable of not just learning anything, but thinks that it doesn't come without a cost, and the cost is that it causes a kind of anguish to know certain things. And maybe God wanted to say, look, steady on there, like this sort of the Irish there's an Irish song, I think, that was done by Clannad, and I think it was a Yeats poem that they did their music to, which is I bade him to take life easy as the grass grows on the weir. I'm not going to try and sing it, but it's all about, sort of beseeching this young man who's full of vim and vigor for love as well, that he wants to know everything and experience everything and get down to everything. But maybe, with the wisdom gained of age and experience, you would say, listen, take everything in its good time, learn to assimilate a little bit of information and digest it, and don't try to know everything at once, because if you try to hold everything in your head, you'll go insane, like maybe most of humanity has gone,
Like I've had to tell young fellows in like combat situations, don't run to your death, boy. Like walk, take your time, breathe, well,
Well, look, with that breathe word there, I think it's good enough that I'll use it to segue to sort of say, look, straight away, we've got some very good comments, and we've already gone on a bit of a tangent, but it sort of sets it up anyway. And I want to read out some of the comments that we have. So let me go to, well, let's start at the beginning. So here's somebody called Soy Face, and it's CN15. That was beforehand, but really, I know I was leaving it there for this surprise revelation. This is really Slowboard White Boy, so it's just an alt account.
Yeah, it's our backup channel.
Right. Okay. And Vingul here says, "Yo, I remember there was a guy on some DR podcast years ago. Do I know what DR is? Do you know what DR is? Yes, no."
Like no, I'm not. Like I'd probably think of it eventually. He's like, but the acronym is standing out to me right at the moment.
Me neither. But it might come to us later. Anyway, on some DR podcast years ago, who told a full, insane story of meeting a skinwalker out in the desert. Really convincing story too. Yeah, listen, I have heard a story, and maybe I'll talk about it. Maybe we'll talk about it in another stream. About an encounter in the land between the lakes, and I can't remember the fella's name, but he was an ex-retired policeman. Maybe it was two of them that were policemen at the time, and his story sounded credible to me. So as I said to you before, JC, I don't think there's a lot of people out there who say that they're open-minded. I don't think they are. But how I would define it, and I said it before recently, but I might as well say it publicly now as well. I want to tread that very thin line between being skeptical and being gullible, and I'm really sincere and earnest in that. So I'm never going to just dismiss anything or be foolish enough to dismiss anything without looking into it. Although I might make them be prone to make that mistake, and also I don't want to just sort of say, well, that sounds like something I want to be true, so I'm going to believe it. Even if I really, in my heart of hearts, want something to be true so much, if it turns out to be false, then I have to accept that and not try and suppress that information.
Which I think is why we get along so well, even though we disagree on things, that the core of our belief system and what drives us forward is the same, right?
Yeah,
like we have a common goal.
Yeah, I think in that sense, there's a lot of common ground there as far as core principles goes. He says it was on the TRS network. I don't know what that is either. Do you know what TRS network is?
No, I'm not really familiar with TV or anything like that. I watch some, but
I mean, that could be but it could be YouTube, because he called it the DR podcast. So I mean, it's probably on the internet. I don't know, but anyway, there's a deformed head cell. He says, "Hey, still human for now." Anyway, he says, "Hey guys." Vingul again says a few streams ago, and I liked this comment when I saw it popping up, as in my mind, not liking it on YouTube. Anyway, he says a few streams ago I mentioned Bob Ballard, and he says, who discovered the Titanic? Was this the most recent thing that went down to the Titanic? The Ocean Gate thing, or whatever it was called, that imploded? Or are we talking about who originally discovered where the Titanic was, whenever, back in the 70s or whenever? I don't know. I'm going to have to find out who Bob Ballard is. But I tell you what, you can be sure I definitely want to know if he's related to Tim Ballard. And there's some other Ballards, and we're going to get on to Ballard, right? I'll tease it for now. I don't want to give the game away just now. But there are some interesting connections. And I'm still learning about them.
Those last names do matter. That's why, like, that's why my family popped an S on the end of our name. And, that's why so many others will, like, change theirs ever so slightly so that they can obscure their past. They don't want people running that, running that thread down so that folks don't find out. It's hard to be clandestine if everybody knows who you are. We talked about that before, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, anyway, he says, then you talked about Tim Ballard, and now you're talking about a place called Ballard in Utah. Well, I better, say that then. Did I say Ballard in Utah already? How does he know that I said that? Oh, he's reading in the description of this video, where I put the notes, right? Well, look, I tell you what, we'll get on to that then in a minute. Let me catch up with the rest of the comments, right? He says, I guess Skinwalker Ranch is some kind of pun on Skywalker Ranch. Yeah, I would assume so. George Lucas's ranch, as far as I know, is called Skywalker Ranch, after the character in Star Wars. If there's any other connections between Star Wars and Skywalker and George Lucas and Skinwalker and the Mormons, I don't know. I don't even know what religion George Lucas is, although I maybe have a bit of a guess. But do you know?
I think George Lucas is mostly secular, but I am curious about the connections there because, as I was telling you before, the current owner of Skinwalker Ranch is a big time Mormon, very rich guy, name on all the new developments in Utah, all of them, just about. And like, he is a super, super, super huge sci-fi fan, like the nerdiest of the sci-fi nerds, right? And he's got Star Wars memorabilia that he paid, like, I know he had to pay out the nose for, right? As well as stuff from other sci-fi films. Like, for all we know, him and Lucas might know each other, right? It is a strange thing how these connections work. If you remember, George Lucas is connected to the Altamont incident with the Rolling Stones and the Hells Angels.
Well, seeing as you mentioned it, you better just explain what it is.
Oh, okay. Well, everybody knows about Woodstock in 1969. Well, Summer of Love or whatever. Well, Altamont is said to be what ended the Summer of Love, because basically what happened is you have the Rolling Stones, the British band, backed by the MI6 or whatever, the British intelligence services, as well as American intelligence as a propaganda tool, just like the Beatles. And they come over here to do a 3-day concert out here in the desert. So right now you're already seeing the duality there, right? Woodstock is 3 days in this lush green farmland with plenty of rain, which kicks off the Summer of Love and free love and all these drugs and things. Then you have its mirror image, which is the Altamont concert with the Rolling Stones out in the middle of the desert in Altamont, where they hire the Hells Angels to do security. Well, what ends up happening is, just like at Woodstock, people start just busting in and sneaking in without tickets and stuff like that. And the Hells Angels get a little froggy and end up stabbing a couple of people and things. And George Lucas, Mr. Star Wars himself, was the camera guy who filmed it. So, there's all these weird connections with all these people. And by the way, it lists George Lucas as a Buddhist Methodist. How that shit works out, I don't know.
Right. Well, look, there might be a lot of, in the power of the Force and all that kind of thing. The space opera religious type thing might be drawing from Zen Buddhism a bit as well. But look, that's...
sure.
So listen, you explained it well, but we can't go off on any more tangent than that. But suffice to say that, you know, whether things are preordained or not, I mean, if it's not the government doing it, then there seems to be a hidden hand of, you know, whether it's Freemasonry or even the devil going on. You know, it's very strange, too strange. Like, you know, truth is stranger than fiction. And I'll just say this: long time ago, a few years ago now, maybe it's nearly 4 years ago when I started my channel, I put as the tagline that everything is connected to everything else in a multitude of ways. So everything is a grand tapestry. You know, there are threads leading from every aspect of the big picture to everything else. You know, it's just a case of picking up a thread and following it, or it could be likened to a spider web, of course. You know, which is why I think that they say outside of Bohemian Grove, you know, weaving spiders, do not weave your webs in here, or leave your webs outside, or whatever it is they say.
Right. By the way, I just, I was looking into the George Lucas connection or whatever. Like, and this is just crazy. Like, I was reading this article and it says, quote, "For those wondering what possible Mormon connection there is, if any, to this, I would kindly point out that George Lucas is Mormon. So maybe he converted to Buddhist, Methodist, or whatever, but was born Mormon to a Mormon family, right?
I see.
It says 2, the Force is the priesthood, and 3, Yoda is modeled after President Kimball. Enough said. Or if not, perhaps those of a more philosophical bent can discuss whether and to what extent George's apparent church inactivity relates in some way to why his movies suck so hard." So this is a Mormon writing this. Like, writing this, and basically what it is it's a Mormon Star Wars fan, and Mormons are absolutely in love with Star Wars because space and aliens are in part of their thing, right? Well,
can you just go back and just read again what you said about President Kimball?
Oh, it says that Yoda is modeled after President Kimball.
Okay, well, just pause there for a moment then, because I didn't know who he is, but we better just say who he is, right? Spencer, have it. I don't have it on screen. 1 second till I put it on screen. Right, so maybe you can see a resemblance, but it's unkind. Maybe every old man gets to look a bit like that, and the ears somehow get bigger and whatever, right? But there he is on screen. Spencer Woolley Kimball, 1895 to 1985. So he lived till he was 90.
He looks
so. Well, he looks fine for a 90, but maybe that picture wasn't taken when he was 90. But anyway, just to say who he is, he's the 12th president of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. That's a long way of saying the Mormons, although it seems from something that I've read that they might make some distinction as far as between the Mormons and the Church of the LDS. But look, however, from the perspective of us people outside of their temples, right? Us, the profane, with regards to Mormonism, he was the 12th president. In other words, like the Pope, maybe you could say, of Mormons.
Yes. Like he was the current John Smith, if you will, I guess, or Brigham Young.
Think as well. Yes,
spot, right?
That's what I think too. If Brigham Young was the second and John Smith was the first, then he was the 12th.
Yes. Okay. So that makes sense. And like I was saying, he does kind of look like the character Yoda from Star Wars a little bit. Maybe he talks like that too. I don't know.
Maybe. But what you've done is you've confirmed anyway that George Lucas wasn't just born a Mormon, that he was familiar with it.
Yes, he's quite familiar with it. And I would say that's where he got all of his Jedi-like stuff and everything too, because, Freemasonry borrows heavily from the Middle East, and the Jedi, like DJEDI, is an actual thing, and they were like a priesthood that had that were supposed to have the kind of powers that the Jedi in the movies have. So it all connects together so well. It's crazy. It's like putting a puzzle together blind.
Yes, I mean, and this is the thing, and why we have to be really self-disciplined to not keep going down off these tangents. We'll never get to what we were talking about, but however, that was useful, right? That was a useful deviation, right? So it has to be Skywalker Ranch has to be a play on Skinwalker Ranch. It couldn't not be. It couldn't be just a coincidence that George Lucas, the Mormon, just happens at random to call his thing Skywalker Ranch, and it's got nothing to do with Skinwalker Ranch, or vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, it just, like, I'm one of those people that okay, maybe one little coincidence here or there, but when you start having multiple coincidences appearing around the same topic, same person, etc., like that's red flags that says, hey, look at me, pay attention.
Yeah.
Right?
And now listen, you mentioned Dejani there. I'm spelling it wrong. Can you say how you spelled it wrong? Or did Jedi?
Jedi. So it's just like Jedi, but with a D at the beginning.
Oh, okay. I was putting a DE. Okay, well, let me look that up then to see if we can just, since the term is mentioned, we better just, before we move on, just say what it roughly is. Okay, DEDI, redirect from DJEDI. And I'll see if I can put it on screen there. If this is the correct thing there, there will seem to be a disambiguation there. There it is in hieroglyphics. Is also Djed, Djedi or Djed of Sneferu is the name of a fictional ancient Egyptian magician appearing in the 4th chapter of a story told in the legendary West-Kar papyrus. He is said to have worked wonders during the reign of King Pharaoh Khufu in the 4th dynasty. Does that sound like what you're talking about, where he drew the inspiration for the Jedi in Star Wars?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And it's Egyptian, as I said, and there's a little bit of it in the Middle Eastern tradition as well. And that's the thing, like, how much Freemasonry draws from that stuff, right? And by the way, around Star Wars and the Jedi, there is an actual fucking religion that these Star Wars nerds have created for themselves.
Yeah,
Like,
well, I know that for a long time, if you wanted to say that you either had no religion, people would say, why not just put down that you're a Jedi? It'd be a great laugh to get Jedi being even just appearing as one of the religions in a certain country. So I know that was happening even back in the 90s.
yeah, well, these nerds seem to be completely serious. I mean,
Oh, yeah, well,
it's
obviously a lot of the cosplayers.
Well,
yeah, a lot of the cosplayers, who go to conventions and all that, take their LARPing, live action role playing, extremely seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those things that they've taken it to the inevitable next level. It's like me and the wife were talking about the other day, like with these philosophies and things like that. When you start playing with them, not everybody is going to take them to that inevitable conclusion where it becomes nihilism or whatever malignant thing that it's liable to become, but somebody's gonna, and it's
Yeah.
gonna spread.
Yeah.
It
And the thing
always
is,
does.
all they have to do is put an idea out there and see who runs with it. And they know, because we have such large populations, and that they've stoked and encouraged narcissism combined with neuroticism, that just because of how statistics over large populations work, they know that they can predict, and especially maybe with AI computing models now, they can predict a certain number of people will run with any idea that they put out there. In other words, they'll use the phrase again, whatever they run up the flagpole, they know there's such a large population out there that a certain number are always going to salute whatever gets run up the flagpole.
Of course. Oh, of course. And, of course, it's also in human nature to adopt things as a religion. As we've talked about before, it doesn't matter. People will say they're atheists or secular or whatnot, but just like I had said, even the Star Wars geek has his little altar of action figures, right? Or has taken it full blown to a full on religion. It doesn't matter what a person thinks, or if they think they're religious. You're wired to be religious either way. So, you're going to worship something, even if it's just yourself.
Yes. Well, I always thought that I wasn't superstitious and all that kind of thing. And maybe I am less superstitious than most people. Although, look, I'll just sort of say, and we've talked about this before as well, that put somebody out into the forest, in a deep, thick forest in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden you might start believing in werewolves. And I can't say that I wouldn't either. But the effect that you are describing, which we're all noticing, is that as well as power vacuums, if there's a religious vacuum, something else will move in to fill that void. And I suppose maybe it's appropriate that we have somebody like Soy Face here, which describes this kind of thumbnail look. She's got I forget the guy's name, but it doesn't matter what his name is. But anyway, she has, what's his name real quick?
Jadar.
Jadar, she's got his face and sort of photoshopped or distorted it into a bit like the painting The Scream. But what we really see is, I'm just saying this in case people in the future aren't aware of this thing now, that in thumbnails, to make a video seem more exciting, you would have, what is now known as the soy face of somebody kind of going, oh, wow, I got some new Lego Star Wars figures, and then a big shocked look in his face, but it's a mix of shock and surprise and delight or elation. But really what this is it's totally contrived. I mean, there's no authenticity behind that face. And how could there ever be? Because if somebody was opening up, if you were capturing him in the moment, how could he capture himself like that, going, oh my God, I've just bought myself a new Star Wars figure? He's not going to be that surprised, even if he's that into it, but he wants you to think that he is. So all these people, what they do their whole lives is they're in portrayal mode. They're never living their authentic lives. And I know people say, oh, be who you are, be true to yourself and all that, and it sounds real wishy-washy. But these people never do that. They studiously live a life that is based on actively going out of their way not to behave like themselves and to cultivate these meaningless interests, which you might think is harmless. That's just somebody's hobby and whatever, and everybody needs a hobby. But if you keep having these childish hobbies, it's another thing that keeps people in arrested development, not growing up to sort of say, well, listen, I don't have time to engage in this frivolous hobbies like dressing up or, going to conventions where we all look at a TV show or whatever it is, or building stick figures or collecting everything that I never even take out of their plastic because here's a movie with all these collectibles. Well, all of that is keeping a man in a childhood state, and the same goes for women, where they either don't reproduce or don't fight against or at least try to counter the problems which these people in secret societies or exclusive religions or political circles, which are elite political circles, are all doing. Meanwhile, these people are in their attic rooms or their basements or wherever you want to say in a pejorative sense, are organizing their Star Wars figures into alphabetical order on different shelves. I'll let you get a word in there, JC.
Yeah, or arguing with each other on Reddit or some other Star Wars forum or whatever about, like, who shot first, Han or Greedo or something. It's always a distraction from what men should be paying attention to. We should be having a family and raising children and, caring about the events that are going on in our towns, our states, whatever. We should be focused on these things, the important things of actual life, rather than playing with toys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there are more important things to be getting on with. And I would say, look, as well with computer games, funnily enough, there's a lot of history and information that is being passed through in computer games. So there are some good aspects to that. But at the same time, for a lot amount of playing computer games, people's time could be spent doing better things, and with not just in mindless distraction all the time. Anyhow, Soyface there says, I love supernatural stories too. Look, there is something like of course, like it's speaking to our child, inner child, which never really goes away. We love mystery and intrigue and being scared and but being able to hide under the covers and go to sleep and feel protected as well. But when you're an adult and you don't have your parents anymore to say, oh, don't worry, I've checked under the bed for monsters. They don't exist here. I wouldn't allow them anywhere near here. But we still like being frightened sometimes, but to a certain point. But now that I'm an adult, I'm beginning to realize that, as we already touched on, a lot of European myth and even toys, actually, I better say it since I mentioned it, we might be able to stay on topic enough to talk about gyroscopes and gimbals. And there's a toy that is associated with a certain religion, which I'm not going to mention, called a dreidel, which is like a spinning top, or a dreidel, you might say. And I think that there are a lot of children's toys like Rubik's cubes, and there are other things like jigsaw puzzles, even just the fact that pieces fit into each other. All of these things are instructive in a certain way. Maybe like board games like Monopoly and things like that. They're all instructive on one level, just like nursery rhymes or children's stories or mythological stories. They might be just for excitement or mystery or intrigue, or to frighten us. But at the same time, there's a kernel of a maybe an underlying or primordial truth there that we can take with us into adulthood. So we might look at the gimbal a bit later if we can get onto it. Anyway, Soy Face, you love supernatural stories. I do too, even if they're not strictly true or embellished or whatever, but we must always remember to keep separate fact from fiction when it comes to an application in the real world. Would you agree with that, JC?
Yeah, which it's interesting, that you'd bring up the dreidel. Like the thing about a dreidel is, okay, on the dreidel you have a series of Hebrew letters, Nun, Gimel, Hey, Chai, and Shin, and those form an acronym, which is I think Nes Gadol Hayasham, which can be translated to a great miracle happened here, which is, it's referring to the miracle that Hanukkah is centered around. So, it has a lot of meaning into it. Like, that particular group of people are like many others that are super religious. They're going to basically everything they do is going to relate back to their belief structure some way, somehow, right? And I think all these other things are like that too. Like the Rubik's Cube is sort of like one of those totems for like the secular religion, scientists.
Okay.
That's the theory of mine. Like that, it's similar to a dreidel. It's just for a different religion.
Okay. Look, a great miracle happened here. Words or terms or phrases, or maybe it's approaching an aphorism like that, could be related to a lot of things. And what I think of course, is like, and I don't care to get into the argument of whether the Earth is round, spherical, flat, square, whatever. But we all know that there is the idea that the Earth is a globe spinning on an axis, and we're going to have to just accept that, not that that is the truth, but accept that that is an idea so that we can examine it. And the dreidel, of course, is something that relates to that, and the Earth spinning on its axis. And you might say a great miracle happened here. Maybe the genesis of life. Like, I'm not saying that's the only reason, or meaning, but of course it's something that I should be allowed to read into. And because, look, again, don't want to tease it. Maybe it's not that interesting, but at some point anyway, we want to get on to that. And I think we're going to have to, because it's to do with Skinwalker Ranch and the paranormal, or what do they call them? Yeah, I suppose paranormal with UFO-ology and lighter than air. I know UFO is actually going out of style, and they want to call it UAP because a flying object, maybe it does get identified, or maybe you just don't know what it is, but it doesn't mean it's alien. Or strictly speaking, it's not flying, it's levitating, or it's somehow bending space-time or whoever. So flying maybe doesn't account for it anymore if we get into the kind of technology that we think might be to do with things that could have come out of World War II in Germany, and technology moving over to the States, or maybe technology that's ancient that goes back to, look, I'll just say this and hand it off to you, JC. Did you see in one of the movies of the Indiana Jones, not the current ones, where they've just, like everything, destroyed a whole franchise with their stupid derivative, at the very least derivative stuff, but one of the original Indiana Jones movies, I think, pretty much opens with them finding what they think is a UFO, and they think, oh, how come we didn't know it's here in the desert? When did it crash land? How did our sensors not pick it up? And one of the guys kind of says, because it happened several thousand years ago. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do. I do remember that. And, Indiana Jones is a very interesting series in itself. There's all kinds of stuff in that shows that, George Lucas and Spielberg.
Spielbergo.
Yeah.
His what is it? His non-unionized Mexican equivalent, Senor Spielbergo. But no, it is Steven Spielberg, and the two always go hand in hand. Go on anyway. Lucas and Spielberg is Indiana Jones. Yeah.
They're aware of the mysteries, right? Like, they know too much to not be like steeped in it.
Right. They are initiated. They are initiated, and must have been from a young age, and then impressed the people that they were showing their early movies to, not because of necessarily how well made the movies were, but because of what they were talking about in very esoteric ways, that the people who watched it, maybe let's say these 300-year-old people who control Hollywood in the back room smoking these cigars that are made on other worlds, maybe they look at this and kind of go, that boy knows what's up, and he's able to make a movie that has both an exoteric meaning and an esoteric meaning for those who are inside the temple.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've told you before where they say that, you know, writing a book is, you know, the modern equivalent to, you know, building a temple, right, for a mason, etc. Well, I would say that would extend to movies and music as well, right? Like if you can record a movie or music, it's going to be the equivalent of building a temple. You know, it's building something. You're building a narrative. You're building an IP. You're building a lot of different things there, right? You're building a community that is going to follow that series, etc. And you know, of course, what that community ended up doing was reading enough into the you know, the esoteric meaning of those movies to where they were able to create a religion out of it. So you know, there's plenty in Hollywood to turn you on to this stuff if you pay attention.
Yeah. So look, I think we can see how, look, that's really fleshed out how and why people would naturally start making a sort of obsession over something which is a religion in itself anyway. You know, and people didn't realize it. They made a religion out of something that was always intended to be picked up in that way. Anyway, look, we really got stuck down a tributary there of what we wanted to go on to. But look, useful one anyways to say. But I'll have to say this thing, because I went straight on to saying UFOs, right? What's UFOs got to do with skinwalkers? And what, like, and if we said that a skinwalker is loosely associated with a werewolf, but not necessarily a werewolf, but, you know, could be any animal, but, you know, you might think of a dog or a wolf or that kind of thing. Well, look, I don't know, but let me say this: that's that saying I don't know is as a sort of I forget what the word is for it, but anyway, a disclaimer maybe to sort of say I don't know, but here's what I'll tell you is what a lot of people just have noticed. They don't even think this; they just seem to notice that paranormal experiences, whether it be UFOs, which we tend or have tended, at least in my lifetime, to think of as being modern phenomena. At least when I say modern, World War II and beyond, right? We tend to think of UFOs being modern. What's that got to do with these ancient land-based and ancient mythological things to do with, like, say, you know, werewolves and vampires and skinwalkers and whatever else, right? Well, there's this piece of land anyway. Now, it could of course occur anywhere, right? I mean, we've heard of Area 51, and we know that there's Los Alamos in New Mexico. Maybe there's some nuclear stuff going on that causes a rift between dimensions, and maybe that's part of what's going on. I'll remind everybody that what was said before, but maybe if we haven't said it as explicitly as this, I'm going to say this: there's rarely one explanation for something. There's usually multiple simultaneous explanations, right? So a lot of this could be trickery and fakery, but that doesn't mean that the whole thing about UFOs or Bigfoots or Sasquatches or Skinwalkers is false either. There's definitely, in any area of interest or human endeavor, there are fakers, and maybe there's some, and not just maybe, I'm going to say there's always a kernel of truth. So for whatever reason anyway, whether they're faking it, partially faking, fully faking, or there's some real stuff going on, we don't really know. I tend to think that there's a bit of both going on. Specifically now, I'll say in everything, but specifically in Skinwalker Ranch. And for whatever reason anyway, there seems to be rift in space-time. There seems to be maybe something you could explain away with saying that there's radiation poisoning or radiation sickness, the effects of that, or even of exposure to gamma rays, or that might have been coming from space, or from a UFO, or like UFO rays, or accidental, or maybe, as JC said earlier, there's some man walking around dressed up as though he's like a supernatural Sasquatch, Wolfman type figure, blowing poisonous dust into people's faces, and that's why they get sick. But for whatever reason anyway, UFOs and Sasquatch and Wolfmen seem to all occur around the same time, and the people who experience one experience another. Now, there'd be some people who say aliens in UFOs are not aliens, they're really demons, and the demons are the vampires or the Sasquatch or the Skinwalkers or the Wolfmen or the Dogmen. And maybe that's true too, and maybe that's a perception issue as well. Maybe I'll ask you that, JC, what do you think about the perception between aliens are really demons, and they don't come from outer space, they come from another dimension. And then because there is that idea of in the sort of the southwest of America, so particularly New Mexico, Arizona, and maybe we'll include Utah as well, maybe there's some other states too, where there seems to be a lot of very unusual supernatural things going on. It could be even like you've said, it's a cursed land. Can you explain what you mean by cursed? Is that synonymous with evil? Maybe flesh that out a bit. And then why do you think that particular area of the United States has these sort of unexplained phenomena, supernatural phenomena, perhaps?
Well, you know, when it comes to like you were saying, in the Southwest of America, there are the the legends of the Star people with certain tribes, and the Navajo also themselves have a a story of the stars where the constellation star being came down and to Earth and created everything, all that kind of stuff. So it's not unheard of for, quote unquote star people and, beings coming from the sky, like to be brought up in Native American folklore and legends, etc., creation myths, whatever you want to call it. It's not unusual at all. As far as the cursed land goes, that that comes from a Native American story, as far as I know, from that region, where there was a group of skinwalkers that a tribe. Basically, it was a tribe that had skinwalkers within it that were attacking those people, and as a consequence of like the things they were doing and some magic that was done to repel them, it cursed the land, I believe is how it came about. But either way, like, it's known to be bad ground as far as natives are concerned. It's a weird place, right? Strange things happen there.
Yeah,
You'll
they
find
do
natives doing things to on the borders of it to keep the the evil on that side of that property line, so there is some stuff to be said about that. And as far as things in the sky, that area is that area of the country is super clear. It's going to be one of the best places to get a clear shot, like just about every day of the starry sky, right? It's a perfect place to sky watch. So you're going to notice more things anyway, because there's no clouds for anything to hide behind.
Well, yeah, true enough. Well, look, let me just say as well, like, to tie into the idea of a cursed or occultic, which people often think means evil, but more literally means hidden. In any case, things can be hidden below the surface. And I'll just mention as well, because it ties in, has to be mentioned, James Shelby Downard and his toponomy, which is the study of the surface of the land. And maybe not just ley lines exactly, but literally parallel lines of latitude. And, there is a line of latitude, the 33rd line of latitude, which, by the way, pretty much goes through Los Alamos, but also goes through, oh God, what's that place where the Roswell, where the UFO crashed. So that's on the 33rd, more or less. I mean, it might be out by a couple of minutes, but it's there on the 33rd degree. And there's a lot of other very notable and interesting places, and places that there's a place called Mason, I think, in Florida, or maybe it's in Virginia. But anyway, there's some lines. Sorry, there's some towns with very unusual names named along the 33rd line of latitude, going along through the US. And where the Trinity bomb was exploded. There's a monument there, by the way. And I have a video which I've in preparation for months now that I haven't put out. I just have to put the final finishing touches on it. Like the second installment of, I think, King Kill 33. That will show, just a little bit about that Trinity site monument there. Well, that's on more or less anyway on the 33rd line. So it again can be no coincidence that they just said, "Oh, let's blow up the bomb on the Trinity site," and the 33rd degree of the Earth here. Did you kind of think that was a bit sus as well, JC?
Yes, I absolutely would say that is sus. It's just more number magic and things like that. if you ask me. And I mean, I fully believe in, you know, weird areas. Well, I mean, you can witness it yourself. You can go places where compasses spin wildly and won't work, and your like watch might malfunction, your cell phone won't work, you know, all these kind of different things. So we know there's things we cannot see. We know there are forces that will interfere with our electronics, our compasses, all these kind of things. You know, if there are places like that, who's to say that there aren't vortexes of evil energy, just bad juju that will mess with the human mind?
Yeah. Well, I
Right?
used
Like
to think,
get in these places and like electromagnetic waves or whatever start making you see things and hallucinate. Like, you know, you never
yeah.
know.
Yeah, I used to think that all this sort of stuff, oh, there's bad juju or whatever. Well, again, it's just a label for something. Bad juju could be, in scientific terms, oh, there's harmful ionizing radiation coming up from some kind of type of stone, and that is the case. You know that there is some types of stones. Now, we're not just talking about uranium or plutonium. That give off radon and can make people sick, but there's a lot of things that you can't see. But we tend then, with the hubris kind of thing, you know, to sort of assume, well, if I can't see it, it mustn't be true. That's all just belief in supernatural woo-woo stuff, you know, that primitive people believe in. And then turn around and kind of go, now tell me more about this ionizing radiation, which I learned in physics, which is totally true. And also not even bother to wonder about any more about you know, Wi-Fi. It's just we've only had Wi-Fi commercially for 2 decades. That's pretty much it, and yet everybody takes it for granted as though it was around forever, although maybe it was around eons ago, but the technology was lost and rediscovered. But
Well,
look,
think about that. Like we have radio, which is one wavelength. Then you have, you know, you have TV and cable and all these different kinds of things, you know, or not cable, but, you know, satellite and all this kind of stuff. Like you can't see any of that. And
yeah,
like you said, people act like it's just, you know, just this common thing. It's like, well, no, do you not realize that there are pictures of people and words flying through the air in millions and billions of little pieces and being put back together like on the other side of the fucking planet? Like, does that not like trip you out even a little?
that's it.
Like,
I mean, you know, if you've ever aligned a TV aerial or a satellite dish, I mean, I suppose satellite dish particularly, I mean, with a TV aerial, you might be able to see the hill that you're aiming on, and maybe make out vaguely what the antenna mast looks like. But look, again, I know that people get very het up about, you know, whether satellites might be 40,000 kilometers. What's that? Something like 27,000 miles, roughly. I'm only doing a very rough calculation in my head there. 25 maybe. But anyhow, you know, regardless of whether they're in that kind of geostationary orbit around a world that, again, whether it's round or not, or whether they're in balloons, like the fact that I'm aiming the satellite and gradually turning it, and to see if with a little meter you can tell, like it's like a VU meter when you're trying to tune it in, or maybe you can use a satellite box now, you know, if you can, you know, have a smaller one digitally held in your hand. But when you're on a ladder, or when you're on you know, your roof, you know, totally tied to the chimney or whatever it might be, right? When you're trying to align a satellite dish, and then you get the signal, and you're sort of saying to yourself, wow, so I'm picking up all these TV pictures now because of this. It really does bring it home into your mind. But most of the time when you're not doing that, you don't think about it, that we're being bombarded with millions and millions of bits of information encoded into these radio waves of different frequencies as a carrier wave. It is mind-blowing how not only all that works, but also we take it for granted and then don't even think about it throughout our daily lives. And again, of course, well, it's a bit controversial, but we are told not to wonder about whether it might have any deleterious effects on our skin or our tissue or our minds or our brains and so on, our biological bodies.
and I mean, this is one of the reasons why, even as a Christian, I don't always poo-poo the idea that they're, you know, the Akashic record idea or whatever, where like there's a store of knowledge like floating around just in the air around us, and we can pick up on it occasionally. You
Yeah.
know, I don't just throw that out the window because, you know, maybe that is true. You know,
Yes.
we
I
say
don't.
orthodoxy. It's not that magic. The problem isn't that magic doesn't work and that it's not true. The problem is that it does work and it is true, but we don't know like what in the hell we're doing when we're using it, right? So we might be able to pick up on these things, but how can you tell if what you're getting is a premonition or just some weird daydream you had? Right.
And
It's
so
the guessing game.
yeah, and so when people like Deepak Chopra, for instance, start talking about, oh, you just need to tune in to the radio waves of the universe, man, and all this, and align your chakras, right? In my opinion, he's a very obvious, blatant charlatan. But at the same time, the problem is then that we tend to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and think that oh well, just because I can't see or hear something means it's not there, even though we are aware that, as we already said, the radio waves are everywhere. So we just don't have the means to tune into it. And as well, it used to be that up until very recently that we thought it was the highest of technology to have reduced down what used to be in the 1950s hard disk drives as big as 2 or 3 washing machines, and now you can fit them into something no bigger than really a cigarette case or something like that. So that used to be the height of technology with spinning platters and the engineering involved in reading these minute tracks of magnetized particles on top of these spinning metal plates. However, now, and it's only recently, like, I mean, yes, they did start, coming out with them like maybe in the early 2000s, around about 2003-ish, that there was solid state drives that were no moving parts, in other words, but solid state means integrated circuits, just chips. And what are chips? Well, it's just stone, really. I mean, it's sand with a bit of germanium, it's silicon and germanium, stone, sand from those kind of stones. So then when we look at these ancient monuments, like, say, Stonehenge, right? And we think, oh, that was just like ancient, stupid people trying to know what time of the year it was if they didn't know. But also there's, I mean, look, again, there's a guy, I won't mention his name, Tellinger, right? I think that he knows that he has to sell people an interesting story and he's mixing fact with fiction. But anyway, there are similar type of ancient stones there, which people might think has got something to do with aliens coming down and knowing how to communicate with people and control people, maybe with mind control or communicate out messages. And look, the point I'm trying to make is that we might go, yeah, that's all primitive nonsense, superstition. How could information be in stones? Those are massive stones, massive monoliths. And we think information couldn't be stored in that, but yet we just take it for totally granted that something the size of our thumb holds information and doesn't need to spin anything or read any magnetic waves. It just knows what's on it. It can read it like an array that, well, we just don't have the key, the decoding. If you plug it into your computer and nothing happens, maybe there's nothing wrong with the USB or the thumb drive. It's that your computer doesn't know how to interpret whatever is on it. Same as we don't know how to interpret what's in these stones under the earth.
Yeah, and it's just like with, anybody who doubts that, look at your quartz-driven watch, where by cutting it at a precise 45-degree angle parallel to its grain, and there's that 45, that one of those magic numbers, 45 degrees, it's easier to cut down a tree if you cut it 45 degrees. It's easier to cut everything at a 45-degree angle. That's the magic angle, right, when it comes to cutting something. Well, if you cut a piezo crystal or a quartz crystal at an exact 45 degree in a very specific shape, well, the quartz crystal, if you hit it and put it under pressure, it will create electricity and help you keep time, like in a watch, right? And a piezo electric crystal, like, will make, you can make sound, like, a piezo speaker, right? It'll make electricity that can run a speaker just by hitting it, right? So it's not that, all these people that do are all about the crystals and stuff. It's not that there's not like power and ability in those stones. It's that you have to apply them correctly. Like just having them hanging from a necklace, like, is like tribal primitive stuff that like they started doing after they forgot how to actually use them.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like the correct way to use the things. Yes, the stones are precious for something, but like you have to actually modify them correctly and apply them correctly with the technology to get them to do the magic stuff. Right.
Yeah, sorry, I hope you didn't. Did you hear me playing a video there, or beginning of it? I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, I didn't hear
good.
it at all.
Yeah. Okay, well, good. I was trying to cue something up for a little bit later. But yeah, look, I know we've gone off on a tangent. However, look, I was thinking about like what you were saying there, and look, everything we've talked about is actually on point because we're looking at, maybe a portion of the Skinwalker Ranch, and maybe trying to sort of say, like, in advance, can we determine whether there's truth or fiction going on there, and maybe a bit of both, or maybe it depends on how you look at it. Now, but one thing I would say is, like, regardless of what's going on there, I do happen to think that the people involved in Skinwalker Ranch are highly dubious, to say the least, and or what they say is highly dubious, and that those people themselves, I would hold them to be suspicious. And I don't think that these people, at least in my opinion, they don't come across to me as being inherently trustworthy. In fact, they seem to me to be deceptive type of people.
Confident men, if you will.
Confidence men, confidence tricksters. So a con job is somebody who takes advantage of the confidence that they can generate in other people because of either their credentials or appeal to not just authority, but their high standing in society, as being either not just sort of, well revered in their own particular communities, but also very rich, which maybe is a leeway into talking about this particular guy. I can't remember his name, but he's a fellow who made a big thing. I'll see if I have the clip, about drinking. If I heard right, anyway, maybe I heard wrong. I thought he said 200 fluid ounces of sugary soda, or maybe it was diet soda containing aspartame. What's the name of the guy?
It's the Fugal guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch now, the current owner. Yeah, he goes into a gas station every single day and gets a giant big gulp of Diet Mountain Dew with just like a squirt of like some kind of cherry soda stuff, and he drinks that every day. He's like a grown child. Like, if you look at the car he drives and how he drives it and how he talks and his collection of movie memorabilia, he's a grown child.
Right. Well, we have some clips of his movie memorabilia, and look, we might take a risk. I just don't want to get copyright struck, but look, we'll see how we feel in a minute, right? But I'll just say, so his name is Brandon Fugal, Fugal, is the current owner of Skinwalker Ranch, a secretive, and I'm reading this from the AI summarizer in Brave, right, which pulls from Den of Geek, history.com, and history.co.uk in this particular instance, that it summarizes from these three things here. So it describes Skinwalker Ranch as a secretive hotspot of paranormal and UFO-related activities in Utah. The ranch has been the site of a secret UFO study, partly funded by the Pentagon, and is mentioned in the folklore of Native American Navajo tribe, supposedly the home of a sinister, shape-shifting wolf, the Skinwalker. The ranch has been the subject of several scientific investigations, including from a secretive program housed in the Pentagon. Some investigators claim that the paranormal phenomena follow them home. Now, that's why I mentioned the demons, because it's like a cursed spirit following you or becoming attached to a person. Now, it says Fugal is a... Say that again, JC?
They call it the hitchhiker. The thing that follows. Yeah.
The thing that follows you home. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that follows you home. Like a bad spirit becoming attached to somebody. A bit like what can happen, they say. I've never had to go over a Ouija board. But they say that you can awaken spirits, that you can't just put the game away. It's no longer fun and games when you're plagued by what appears to be, or has the effects of what one might imagine to be, a spirit brought forth or called forth from hell into this world because you invited it in like a vampire into your home.
Well, yes. And I mean, you can't tell what you're talking to. You're talking blind. It's sort of like those apps that you have where it just randomly connects you on, video call with just randos on the internet. It's kind of like that. You do not know what you're talking to. It can present itself as anything. Yeah. And, you just
like the Terminator, I suppose, as well.
The spirit of some little girl who died in a fire or something like that. And it's not, right?
Yeah. Well, look, let me just read out the last couple of lines here, and then we could... as I said, I don't want to get copyright struck, but look, it would be very useful if we could have a look at this guy. I'll see what I can play. I'll see if I get maybe the beginning of the video. Because I can't remember if what you sort of said, clip from here, is where he drinks even though it's got nothing to do with anything, just the fact that he's going in this contrived type of scenario that he's sort of saying. He goes into a gas station and he says, well, every day I'll come in here and I get my a very special mixture of Mountain Dew with just a little bit of this other thing. And I don't touch the buttons though, because I'm afraid of germs. Like that he goes out of his way to sort of show you that he's eccentric. Now, I mean, if he wasn't rich, he'd be mad. The difference between somebody who's crazy and eccentric is if they've got a lot of money, then they're just eccentric. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Good.
But the last sentence, anyway, to describe this guy, Brandon Fugal, is that he is a prominent businessman and real estate developer in Utah. Oh, yes, he certainly is. And he has been fascinated with the mysteries of our universe and the question of whether or not we are alone. Dun, 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 like Fox Mulder, I want to believe. And by the way, just because I'm sounding a bit sardonic or sarcastic there, it's not that I don't believe in or don't want to believe either. It's that this guy comes across as a carpetbagger, somebody whose main business is in selling the idea of himself to others, portraying a character, just like what I'm saying that Tim Ballard does, that he portrays a character of himself, a persona. He projects a persona rather than who he really is.
Yes, I would say so. Like I said, on the inside, you can tell just breaking him down psychologically, his behaviors, the kind of car he bought and drives daily, and all this kind of stuff. He is, like I said, he's a grown child. He's the sci-fi nerd in class, right? Who just happened to be Mormon. So, he wasn't that popular, probably more than likely, right? Yeah. And, I think, the whole thing about him turning the woods on his new property into like the biggest, scariest haunted woods Halloween event every year or whatever, like he was saying, it's all to gain popularity, right? That's why he wants his name on every development in Salt Lake City or whatever. He's,
right. Popularity.
For himself.
Yeah, popularity, make a name for himself, popularity or notoriety. And so, yeah, look, I as I said, I really would like to know, even though it's nothing of nothing, it just kind of displays something about his interaction in the gas station. And he's saying to the woman behind the gas station, I come in here every day, don't I? Don't I? I'm a regular, haven't I? And she's like, yeah. Which seemed to me to be just, this sort of a desultory amount of deference that he gave, or she gave to him. And I imagine that's as much as his wealth bought him. But who knows? Maybe I'm reading it wrong. You be the judge. Maybe I'm underselling it there a bit as to the interaction. Maybe it was more genuine than that. But I
would say he's trying to make himself out to be a normal guy, right? Trying to endear himself and be like, yeah, I'm just a normal guy who's lived here his whole life. Like he's not some like billionaire who's got nefarious plans for shit.
That's it. I'm just a normal guy who's lived here his whole life. But look, we're well behind in the comments, right? Let me catch up with the comments and then we'll go to that, right? Let's try and like really not comment. Just take them as comments rather than talking points, right? Because just don't want to fall too far behind on them, okay? So Vingol says, I know a guy here on the internets who has seen a sort of a Bigfoot in Aussie land. He says, I'm reading an anthology of 19th, early 20th century mystery and horror short stories, so I'm up for this right now. And Soyface says, I think Bigfoot, in inverted commas, can be summoned just like UFOs, aliens, so I think they're not physical creatures. Could be. And again, yeah, just, I said I don't make no comment, but yeah, that speaks to what we're talking about, that they all seem to go hand in hand, which you wouldn't think UFOs has got anything to do with, Bigfoot. You think there's got more to do with stuff like vampires and werewolves, but because I think one is high technology and the other isn't. But look, we've covered that already. Anyway, and she says, and they're not benevolent. Vingol says, Theseus fought a minotaur, not quite a bull. Oh, well, of course, just a nitpick, he says. Yeah, half bull, half man. However, the father of the minotaur, no, I wouldn't make any comment, was a bull, which Zeus transmogrified himself into. And the story is that that bull, who's the father of the minotaur, how does a bull get a son who's a half bull, half son? Well, he does something. He consorts with, and who did he consort with? The wife of King Minos, who was called Krita. So that's what happens. So she had to give birth. Hopefully the horns weren't grown. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to be getting into vulgarities there.
Right.
Yeah, so Vingol says, to be fair, I guess Minotaur just means minnow and bull. Yeah, I think so. I kind of forget. But yeah, I presume Taurus is bull and Minos is the king. So yeah, I guess so. The bull of the king, Minos. Soy face. Okay, he's just laughing there. Slowboard white boy. Oh yes, slowboard white boy. I meant to say slow boy whiteboard, but maybe slowboard white boy is better. It's a slowboard white boy summer. July, right? And DR, he says, this is what we were asking before. DR is dissident right. I thought we could up there, but no, we've a lot more. Dissident right. I never would have guessed it. Dissident right. The right side, the right stuff. Bob Ballard discovered the Titanic originally in 1985. Thank you. My bad. The right side was that radio show that the one guy was a crypto. We'll call it Mountain Dew. I think they disbanded when he was exposed, but his face was all anybody needed to see to know. Vingol says, the right stuff is a network of connected podcasts with their own website. Podcasts like The Third Rail, The People's Square, etc., etc. Well, listen, I don't think I've heard of any of that. So I have to look into that, or maybe you can link me up or something. Although I know YouTube doesn't allow links.
I have heard of the Right Stuff podcast before. I think I've seen a couple of their videos or something like that. I have heard of them.
Okay. Soy face says Buddhist Methodist. Maybe the face, the smiley there is kind of like sigh or of exasperation, maybe. Vingol says, our comments always derail these shows. Yeah, but look, I suppose it's all for the best in the end anyway.
It's all in good fun. It keeps things light, and I like that.
Good. Well, listen, let me just read out these. There's a lot here. So he goes to yoga classes in the back of a Skittles woman pastor's church, says Soy Face.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Starts off life as a Mormon, winds up as a dude in yoga pants doing standing dog in the back of a church. Yep. Sounds about right.
Vingol says, I meant that Skinwalker Ranch might be named after Skywalker Ranch, not the other way around. Well, look, yeah, okay, it could be the other way around, but who knows, right? We don't know. We covered it anyway. I'll look into it more the next time to find out which came first, at least historically. Not the other way around. After all, Skywalker was a name from Star Wars from before 1977, but I don't know. Yeah, Skinwalker was supposedly a Native American term from way back. That's true. Okay, no, look, I can't read everything out, right? Because sometimes it's just interpersonal conversation. Star Wars is a mind virus, is Soy Face. Wiki article for Skinwalker Ranch. Go ahead, JC.
I will say that Skinwalker is kind of like Sasquatch. It's something that comes along once Europeans come over, because Skinwalker is not the word that Native Americans use. Matter of fact, Native Americans try not to say it at all, because saying their actual name will bring them to you. But also with like the Sasquatch, Sasquatch is a perversion of an I think it's a Salish term, Saskets, which is just wild man of the woods.
Right. That actually sounds a bit familiar now. Maybe that's something I've read before about the origin of the term. But anyway, that sounds legitimate, even if I'm basing it on nothing. Vingol says, wiki article for Skinwalker Ranch says, not to be confused with Skywalker Ranch. Yeah, no, I get that. I know that. I know they're different things, all right. There's a distinction to be made between them, sure. You're saying J. Dyer's Soy Face isn't sincere? What? When I was a child, says Vingol, I spoke as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. 1 Corinthians 13, chapter 13, verse 11. That's a perfectly appropriate phrase. Thank you for that. That's in regards to putting away the toys and then looking at the world with adult eyes and not continuing to play with childish toys. Vingul says again, nerds are writing books and stuff about the deep lore of purple lightsabers. Purple lightsabers? Really? When in reality, Samuel L. Jackson just wanted a purple saber because he thought it looked cool. Okay, well, look, I'll say it a bit more explicitly. I think purple lightsaber is a euphemism for something, vulgar.
Yeah. Well, that could be, and it's also the fact that in the mystery schools, and trust me, like Samuel L. Jackson is from Chattanooga. He's like a Prince Hall Mason. He knows all this stuff, and purple is the color of balance, right? Like it's the color of the gray Jedi. Basically, it's in between right and left, right? It's the center. Right?
Okay,
it's color of a centered person, which is another reason why royals always wore it historically. Like there's many reasons, but that was one of them.
That's it. It's the mixture of the red and the blue. It's now here's a new commenter. Timothy P. Southwick says it's going to be Heavenly Father or death for all of you out there, personally, evermore, and nothing's evermore. Those that are of Heavenly Fathers receive everlasting life, everlasting. Have we got a proselytizer or evangelizer here? I'm going to continue to read his comments. I'll hold fire for the moment, or hold judgment. I'm personally given by Heavenly Father himself personally, as told, and everything unto y'alls and everyone else. Yet yous and many others reject Heavenly Fathers given and betray all and choose them others. Okay.
It's kind of wild.
He continues, out there, that be of deaths given by Heavenly Father himself personally. I'm completely verified and everything blessed be Heavenly Father alone. And then there's an emoji after that, which I don't really recognize. I can't make it out. Is it a strawberry with a burning what?
Burning heart, which is it comes out of France in the Middle Ages. It's a Roman Catholic thing that comes out of a Germanic pagan thing, which it's a whole lot of stuff we'd have to get into later.
Okay, it doesn't matter. But anyway, look, what I would say to somebody is, if you want to say something, even if it's to say something like that, me talking or anybody else listening or whatever is damned or not following the religion in exactly whatever the right religion you think it is, in exactly the correct way that you think it should be followed, even if that's what your point is, please try and be a bit more coherent. And I know I tend to repeat myself, but there's no need to say, I'm personally given by Heavenly Father himself personally and blah, blah. Just, try to whittle it down so it's a bit more coherent when I'm reading it out, because I like to be insulted coherently. And as Vingul says, I don't know how to speak Norwegian, but I think I know what this word means. A spielspergler. So he's spurging out his story there. Great word.
A lot of people have been doing that here lately. I was talking to you about that Crucible episode there. Like, I can't seem to find it. I don't know if they took it down or what, but that Joe C fella, like, he kind of lost it there for a minute. And I noticed a lot of people are doing that lately. It's an epidemic of spurging.
Yeah, well, look, there's more, and maybe look, if he's got many, many more, then I'm not going to continue reading them because they don't make any more sense, it seems. But he's saying every second of every moment that goes by makes you guys more complicit. And again, if you're going to comment again, could you make sure by you guys you're actually talking about me and JC, me, the one who's speaking now, right? John and JC. Are you saying I'm more complicit? Because I like to be insulted where I'm sure that you're talking to me and you're not just talking to some apparition that is standing sort of maybe 2 feet in front of you, and that's why I'm getting the 1,000-yard stare from you. You're not really talking to me at all. You're talking to somebody in your head, So just be more coherent. I can't stress that enough.
I mean, so talking about air gel versus a flamethrower. I know what air gel is, and it doesn't burn. What about it?
I tell you what, it could be that there's people out there saying, "Listen, you fool, move on." Right? This is just a bot that has pre-prepared phrases that mean nothing and could mean anything. And he doesn't even know what the context of what we're talking about. And so the joke is that we try and find meaning in something that is meaningless.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, he's just throwing a much love and a God bless there. So it's probably best we just leave her there.
There is more. there is more, because he's saying like just adding to playlists available to and with everyone regarding everything and everything one, just listening with y'all, and like whatever. It could be a new version of a bot that we waste our time on. And as Vingul says the same as me, please make more sense if you're going to keep commenting. So yeah, I'm not going to ban him or anything like that unless it really starts taking up. Yeah, maybe I would say I would never censor anybody, but if it's to the detriment where I can't see any other comments or keep thinking there's comments flowing in, then I just might,
Or they start spamming like, prawn sites or something, then we there is a limit, but I'm not just gonna fucking be like, get rid of them because I disagree with them or whatever. Like that's kind of childish. I don't tend to do that myself. So
yeah, well, look, this couldn't be. I don't like this. This would be amazing if it was by coincidence. I've scrolled way on now and saying tribal peoples in South America are known as Bigfoot. Look, I'm not sure. Can I in StreamYard? Can I do something like? Actually, I don't know if in StreamYard I can ban somebody or hide his comments or whatever. So he's still in there, So that really is disruptive to everybody else getting their comments in, because it's spamming. So look, Vingul, I think you have moderator ability there. If you can hide all his comments, that would be great, because listen, I can't be dealing with that. And that's not censorship. That's just sort of saying, listen, you can't come into a room where people are having a meeting and just go blah, 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 blah about nothing. That doesn't even make any sense. So, yeah, please get rid of the spiel spergler.
Yeah, it does get a little distracting after a while when folks just won't stop with the nonsense.
I wouldn't mind if it was critical of what we're saying, as long as it's on topic and intelligible in some way.
I'm absolutely willing to debate anyone on any of these topics if they are willing to be coherent. But this is one of the problems that you find on the Crucible, or when Jay Dyer does his streams where he tries to debate people. Like this is a common thing on the internet, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, Soyface there says, it doesn't matter to me how much sense it makes. It's getting blocked by me. Well, Vingul, if you can there, please, do whatever it takes to time him out, ban him from the chat or whatever, try time out or whatever first, because I think it has to be done in a certain order to be sure of it. Otherwise, you just get 2 more bots instead of 1. Anyway, Stephen says, cheers, Casian counterparts, trying to put a bit of a extra syllabic emphasis on something there. Anyway. Clear skies because they don't bother chemtrailing the low population areas. Maybe. A perfect place to skywatch or to skywalk, skinwalk. 907 Studios AK says, very interesting subject. It's too bad I have to head out to a sale. I will listen to the replay. Good man, Reg from Alaska. Soyface says, Steve Jobs said that he got the information to create an iPhone from a spiritual download. That's very pertinent, very interesting.
Very, very interesting. But it's right there in line, like with what Silicon Valley's belief system, I guess you could say. Yeah.
Abraxas says, skinwalkers, lol, purple people eaters, royal types, lol, ultraviolet, ultraviolent. Well, I know Abraxas likes a lot of the word play and looking into the meanings and associative meanings between words. So that's yeah, I'll take that on board. Ultraviolet, ultraviolent, fair enough. Vingul says, Lucas owns no less than 3 other ranches around Skywalker Ranch. That dude is loaded. Yeah. Randos, that's in relation to P. Southwick, Timothy. Maybe hiding skinwalkers is worse than drinking a gallon of Mountain Dew. Look, I'm just saying, right, that I think it's more than a gallon. I think he said he drinks 200 fluid ounces. Is that more than a gallon? Work it out in the comments there. I can't do it. But anyway, oh God, no, there's more of that. Carpetbagger is such a great term. It doesn't get used enough. Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, it has. They were right there with the snake oil salesman in the American. What's the period known as? Well, maybe antebellum. But also post Civil War, there was probably more of them because there were so many people trying to scratch a living by taking advantage of people's good nature and that kind of thing. Would you say, JC? Do you know more about where that term came from?
Carpetbagger? Oh, for sure. after the Civil War, well, like kind of during the end of it, like, and after, during the Reconstruction era of the South, carpetbaggers were basically like, you could think of them sort of like door-to-door salesmen in a way. Like they would go around with their wares and irritate people that were always trying to buy up people's property and just all around
hawkers,
emissaries of the bankers usually.
Yeah, hawkers, or I know that over this side of the Atlantic we call a type of lawyer a solicitor. But what a solicitor usually meant was you knock on people's doors to solicit, their custom. That was basically it. For selling your wares that you were traveling from town to town. And of course, if your goods were good, you'd be able to, people would come to you, but you have to leave town, like John Smith had to leave New York. I thought it was Boston the last time I looked it up, but whether it's Boston or New York or both, they had to, hightail it out of there after people got wise to their tricks onto that place called Nauvoo, Nawvoo in Illinois, near Chicago. And then from there onto, maybe there was some other waypoints along the road towards Utah, Salt Lake City, and then Provo. But anyway,
it seems almost certain that they did stop. They would have had to stop many places. Traveling wasn't so easy at the time, so it would have taken them a long time to get from the northeast all the way down to the southwest, right?
Yes. Well, Soyface there says Aka demons. What is creepier than Skinwalkers is that all caps text is not English. Oh yeah. Vingol says I searched for Skinwalker on the Pirate Bay, and apparently there's a whole series called The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. Yes.
And that's what we linked in the area down there below the video should be, right?
Well, yes. I mean, there are some links there, but it's the name of the channel that I think that they are on YouTube on is called the New York Post or something. Did you notice that?
Yeah. The New York Post is they're the ones that hosted the series. It's like a 5-part series done by the New York Post and this guy named Greenstreet, maybe Stephen Greenstreet, maybe is his name. But either way, he was a Mormon as well, and for whatever reason, he kind of stuck their feet to the fire, and the CIA guy who's the head of the team there on the History Channel show wouldn't even be there when he was there. They don't like each other or whatnot. So
okay,
don't know exactly what's going on there, but for whatever reason, the CIA ex-government current spook guy was he was smart enough not to talk to the New York Post.
Yeah. Look, I think I'm nearly caught up, but I just want to catch up with the comments here. But here's a comment which says, John, if you're not reading them to be jumping off points for a conversation, why read them at all? Stop reading the chat. It's our private conversation. But you see, I don't know about you, but if you ever try live streaming, right? It's impossible to have a conversation and read ahead with the comments to see what is suitable to read out. You just can't do it, right? Most people wouldn't be able to do that, right? But maybe if you're a seasoned professional broadcaster. So how am I supposed to know if it's relevant before I read it out? So how about this, Soyface or Slowboy Whiteboard? Anytime you want something read out, put at eternal extrapolations, right? But if you don't do that, it's like Simon says, then I'm never going to read your comments out. How about that then, right? I'll just know never to ignore all your comments unless you do at eternal extrapolations. And then it'll be highlighted so I can see it. Now, anybody could do that. But would you prefer if I just assumed that every comment you make in the chat is just you're talking to other people in the chat and you don't want it read out? Is that what I should assume? Because you're saying we are supposed to be eavesdropping on you not eavesdropping on us. Well, I mean, the reason for doing it live, not the only reason, is so we have some interaction,
I do like talking to the chat. It is fun.
So, but yeah, as I say, I can't read ahead and pre-vet the live comments. There's no producers here. Anyway, Abraxa says, and I certainly don't have any super chats. Abraxa says Persephone and Taurus. And I can skip over Timothy. And Vingol says purple lifesaver being a euphemism, right? We're nearly there. Okay, you see how many minutes we are behind. Ask others, they know true too. Yeah, the theory is that Jackson's character can use the dark side. This is Samuel L. can use the dark side of the Force for good and therefore has a saber between blue and red, but it seems like a retroactive explanation. Oh yeah, they do this kind of thing called when they want retconning, retroactively, and I forget what con is, but anyway, retroactively changing the story to suit a canon. So that it fits in with the whole lore, which is nonsense, backwards deriving your story, and it all seems contrived then rather than naturally constructed in a real believable world. By the way, Timothy says, but look, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want you commenting here anymore because all of that was just totally not useful. He says, no, I'm talking to those in the know out there and those that know all that. Yeah, you're one of these special people who knows everything, and only us, like, if we had ears to hear, we'd appreciate your pearls of wisdom. Deformed Head Cell says, speaking about the 40-year-old children these days, have you ever read Robert Bly's book, The Sibling Society? All I can say is Robert Bly sounds familiar. Was he to do with Mutiny on the Bounty? Or was that a different guy related?
Oh, I'm not familiar with Robert Bly, I don't think. But I will check it out, though.
Yeah, definitely put a pin in that. Stephen Crumley says, band name, Coherent Insult. Yeah, that's a good name for a band. And now, welcome on stage, a Coherent Insult. Timothy says, others know and understand. Yeah, whatever. Even if others understand, they don't want you to keep saying the same word over and over and over again. They're like, yeah, I get it already. It's all right, Timothy, but I will say John and JC are getting a bit too bogged down in the comments today. Yeah, we certainly are. You know? And you can almost hear me getting exasperated, can't you? Me getting exasperated? And I'm so pleasant all the time and even-keeled. No, I mean, obviously, I'm trying to be on my best behavior. Vingol says, sorry to Timothy, acting on orders. Oh, yeah, I'm acting on orders. He was only following orders to ban him, just a temporary block. Yeah, you see? I'm not a despot. I'm just saying, time him out. I'm just playing with you, John. Yeah, fair enough. Soy face, if that is your real name, and if that's your real picture acting all excited. Vingo says, I think it's cool that you read some chats out, but you might be able to discriminate more between what to read and what to skip over while JC talks or anything. I'd like to try and do that. Yeah, I'll try it. But look, believe me, it's hard. And I have to say, like, people say, you try it if you think it's so easy. But honestly, try it. It's a lot harder to think on your feet while you're, doing your best to work around the technical stuff. And it's just really hard to not read out what you are, when you're talking to somebody, not read out what you're looking at with your right eye, and then you're looking at the other screen with your left eye, and then try to listen to what somebody's saying. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's the reason that, like, all these other people, like, end up getting help to, like, do the whole, like, monitoring the chat and everything like that. It's so that they don't have to.
Exactly. And so anyway, we're believe it or not, you wouldn't think it, we're actually unprofessionals. We're non-professionals, meaning we don't get paid for it, and we've not been doing this very long, so we're not extremely competent. Vinko says, I've read a couple of Robert Bly poetry collections. Dude had Norwegian ancestry and actually translated some Nut Hamsun into English. Well, I don't know who Nut Hamsun is either. But final comment now, and then we're caught up. Stephen says, the comments add to the show. It would be extremely bland if none are read. And I know last time Reg was saying, here, listen, guys, look at your comments once in a while. So I just don't want it to fly by and then have the comments be read out hours later and we can't even remember what we're talking about,
It's a fine balance between reading them out and, not, reading too many, I guess.
Exactly. Everything is a balance. And I'm trying to constantly rebalance the balance. I can't think of it another word. Fine tune the balance.
Yeah, redress the balance, fine tune the balance. Either one works. Yeah.
Anyway, I think with all that that we've caught up with the comments, what I want to do is, because I want to take a little break here, but I don't want to take the risk just yet, because believe it or not, we're only in the second hour. I don't want to take the risk of putting up even a clip so far of what might be copyright information. So let's see, but I'm also confused. That's what I'm doing in the background as well, trying to line up a video here or there. Can I find what it is? Ooh, I'm going to add this to the stream to see. I have to add it to the stream to see if this is what it is. Oh, no. That's the thing that that might not be the thing that we want to put up. Let me put this back up here anyway. So, JC, how about you talk, right, about something maybe that you wanted to say already that maybe you didn't have a chance to say while I try and look for the other video?
Well, just in case people didn't know, everyone on that show is from the same Mormon church area. They all either knew each other before or have met each other since through the Mormon church. Like the whole History Channel show is like everybody on it. And half of them are, they have CIA contacts or otherwise, right? The government is all over that show. So as far as I'm concerned, it's mostly going to be like the ancient aliens thing. They're trying to prepare us for that narrative, right? Just like they have been forever with the new mainstream media, showing you the UAPs or whatever they're calling them now. Which are, if they exist at all, they're more than likely, government aircraft that they're flying around, and they just don't want you to know, right? Like they got to have a cover story for, super experimental aircraft that people might see flying around, right? If it's not an aircraft that flies like stratosphere level where people can't see it, then more than likely people are going to notice at some point in time or another. And everybody's got a camera these days. So you got to have some kind of cover story. And plus they want to push the whole alien narrative on us for the world government stuff, right? Like even Reagan said that like the only way to get a world government would be like an outside threat, like an alien invasion. So
Yeah.
it just all seems to fit with the narrative as far as I'm concerned. It, as well as the ability, like, as I've talked about in other streams, that pendulum swing I've been talking about, like this would be those people preparing for that pendulum swing, right?
Yes, indeed.
I wouldn't be surprised that if all this goes well, like if Mr. Fugal doesn't try to run for president or something.
Yeah. Look, I'm now in two minds as to what to play, but I'm going to play what I was looking for, and but I don't think I'm going to play all of it. But it's a bit like maybe what I could have done at the beginning, a different introduction to Skinwalker Ranch, and what Vingul's original question was, what, you're talking about Ballard? What's Ballard got to do with Skinwalker Ranch? Well, maybe I think I explained it in this video. So I'm going to set this playing. Maybe I won't play it all. I'll publish it later as a video in itself. But hopefully this will play okay. So we'll take it a bit of a break here for the moment, JC, while we listen to this.
Sounds good.
Skinwalker Ranch from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, not to be confused with Skywalker Ranch, all right? It's Skinwalker Ranch, but also known as Sherman Ranch, is a property of approximately 512 acres, that's 207 hectares, located southeast of Ballard, Utah. Where did I hear that name before? Ballard. That is reputed to be the site of paranormal and UFO-related activities. Its name is taken from the Skinwalker of Navajo legend concerning vengeful shamans. Again, shamans, that rings a bell, doesn't it? Where did I last see a shaman? Was it on January the somethingth? After a certain completely free and fair and above board and nothing untoward elezione in a certain country that is the most free. Anyway, free and above board and perfectly good and cromulent. Now, let me just say, let me start going down then a very quick sort of rabbit hole, but in brief, right? This is an overview, right? So Ballard, right? If we go into Ballard here, it takes me to Wikipedia, Ballard, Utah, right? So let's have a look. Ballard, Utah is a city in Uintah County, Utah, United States. The population was only 801, well, I put in the only there, at the 2010 census, an increase from the 2000 population, in other words, not the year 2000 population, of 566. What I'm concerned mostly with, though, is this section here. Settled in 1905 and named for Melvin J. Ballard. Well, who, you might ask, is Melvin? Maybe you don't, but I do. I might ask, who is Melvin J. Ballard? Well, here he is. Melvin J. Ballard, born in 1873, but lived till July 1939. So that makes him something around 66, does it, when he died? Something like that. Anyhow, what did I want to see here? I think it was just to do the only remarkable thing that, is that right? Or am I confusing something here? Graduated. So Ballard attended Brigham Young College. And if you were listening to our live stream there the last week, you'll know that Brigham Young College is in Provo, Utah. And it's named after Brigham Young, who was the successor to John Smith, who was the originator of or founder of the Church of Mormon. Or I think they prefer to be called Church of the Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ. But I also read somewhere that the Church of the Latter-day Saints is a slightly different denomination of Mormons, or it's a schism from the Mormons, so who knows. But anyway, Ballard, Melvin J. Ballard, graduated from Brigham Young College in Provo, Utah in 1884. But I thought Brigham Young College was a university, from my understanding of it. And he was only born in 1873. So if he graduated in 1884, was he 11? Was he an amazing child prodigy? Or is there a, junior school that he graduated from when he was 11? Weird, isn't it? Well, maybe it's not that weird, but who cares? Because let's move on. Because what does it say about this that leads us on to the next step? So this paragraph here, Melvin Joseph Ballard, February, I don't know why, I always try and overpronounce stuff and then find I can't pronounce it. It's a bit like trying to concentrate on walking, then you suddenly forget how to walk, or put one foot in front of the other. Anyway, born February 9th, 1873 to July 30th, 1939. He was a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. And what that seems to mean is the 12 governing men of this church, in the ecclesiastical. I think ecclesiastical is to do with the hierarchy of a church. But it doesn't mention that word anyway. He's one of the governing bodies of the church hierarchy. Members of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles are apostles with the calling to be prophets, seers, and revelators. In other words, to reveal things after they've seen things in some kind of spiritual or supernatural sense, because John Smith himself claimed that he was able to see where gold was buried in the ground by looking through a special stone that he placed on his forehead. Anyway, what it says about this fella here, anyway, he was a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the LDS Church for short, and his grandson, M. Russell Ballard. So his grandson is Melvin Russell Ballard, whereas this guy's called Melvin Joseph Ballard. Gets a bit confusing. But let's move on to M. Russell Ballard, his grandson here. So Melvin Russell Ballard Jr., so Melvin Joseph Ballard must have had a son called Melvin Russell Ballard, who then had another son called Melvin Russell Ballard Jr., born on October the 8th, 1928, is an American businessman and religious leader who is currently the acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the LDS Church. Now, whether people might disagree or agree with the idea of a hierarchy in regards to a monarchy, like kings and queens, who might rule over a nation, well, there's also power in churches. There might be power in the auspices of the state, whether it's democratic, in inverted commas, Republican, whatever, or in some kind of, modern nation state that we consider to be a democracy, especially in the West. We think that there are no dynasties of people. But of course there are, like George H.W. Bush and then his son George W. Bush. And, there are lots of others in politics whose sons or daughters get voted for by name recognition. So more fool the voters then if they just say, oh, the last guy I heard of him, or he was a good man, let's vote the next guy in. He's got the same name. Even sometimes assuming that it's a son, but it isn't. But people sometimes trade their names to trade on the phenomenon of name recognition, getting them into power, like getting them elected, because people are that most voters are that low information, they don't know who to vote for, but they feel it's their duty to vote, so they're going to go, oh, that name sounds familiar, I'll vote for that. But anyway, there's a religious dynasty there, and I suppose just an open question: do people agree that if there's both, religious power as well as, democratic power or political power, is it right that churches then might just have sort of dynasties there, where the hierarchy has a sort of a chain of command that goes down through families? But of course, the other confusing matter is that in Freemasonry, we'll get onto that later, but in Mormonism, there are, well, at least they say that there isn't any more technically, but at least in the past, one of the sort of remarkable, notable features about Mormonism was that a man could have many, many wives. In fact, Brigham Young, who I mentioned earlier about the university, he had 56 wives. So the relationships between people then, between families, can be difficult to trace, and somebody might have many, many more sons and grandsons and daughters than you might expect. Anyway, to get back on topic here, this fellow, Melvin Russell Ballard Jr., who is currently the acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles of the Church of the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, has been a member of the church's quorum since 1985, and as a member of the Quorum of 12, Ballard is accepted as a prophet, a seer, and a revelator by these church members. In other words, anyone who is a Mormon or an LDS. Currently, he's the most senior apostle in the church. Now, there he is with President Bill Clinton and United States Senator Orrin Hatch. I know. I'm just going to stop it there, and I'm going to skate on, because I kind of went down a bit of a rabbit hole there to find out, why does that guy look familiar to me? But anyway, JC, I suppose I'm listening to myself and saying, oh, I wish I had whittled this down to make it, more edited. But what we've gone there anyway down is to this fellow called Melvin R. Ballard. And just to remind anybody listening, is that Ballard is the town which is closest to Skinwalker Ranch. So Skinwalker Ranch is just as described as being to the southeast of Ballard, a city, and maybe there's a county called Ballard as well. So obviously Vingol and everybody else, like myself and yourself, wondering, is there a connection then to our hero of the Sound of Freedom, Tim Ballard? And this guy, Melvin R. Ballard, is he the father or grandfather of Tim Ballard, or is he related to him? Look, the short answer is I don't know for sure, but the slightly longer answer is I strongly suspect that there is a familial relationship. And I'm going to see if I can skip on a little bit and get to that. Have you anything to add at the moment? At this moment?
Well, no, actually. Like seem to be doing a pretty good job with your little video there. You're touching on all the major points. But yeah, like the fact that I don't think anyone in the chat is surprised to see them shaking hands with Bill Clinton. I think that's probably a given. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if he's shaking hands with Bill Clinton, he can't be all that bad, can he?
Surprising he's still breathing.
Yeah, he's had a lucky escape, or maybe he's never crossed the Clintons. Look, just seeing as we mentioned it there, I put a link in a community post to Patrick Ben David. Now, again, don't trust him completely either, but he just did 2 wonderful interviews. One with the guy who was showing his Senate member on his laptop to people, and that was very interesting. But also, he did a very sorry, in talking to him anyway, he said, listen, I thought maybe it was probably best not to ask you too many questions about the Clintons, but I will just read out this list of 50 names of people who have died who were very close to the Clintons or had some connection to them. And he did sort of have a beautiful way of not asking the question, but he did sort of say, why is it that every politician doesn't have a long list of people who have died by suicide, tragically? And so very, very interesting interview. So he did it really well. And of course, Anthony Weiner, wasn't that his name? Or some Weiner
Yeah,
guy anyway.
there's the wing. Dude,
Yeah.
He lost his proverbial shit there.
Yeah. Oh, so you saw it there. Yeah. So I'd encourage anyone to have a look at that. Very interesting in the context of the Clintons.
It is an interesting interview for sure. Like Patrick Bet-David, he is catching on lately. It seems like he's starting to get it. Whether
Starting to
he's
get it. Oh, well.
kind of hard to tell, but we'll
I
see. I
think
guess.
that I think he's a businessman first. That's the way it's always going to have to be.
Oh, for sure. He's definitely 100% a capitalist and a businessman before he is anything else. So yeah.
Soyface there says that he's. Well, you should have said at external extrapolations. Simon didn't say, and I'm reading it out. Maybe I'm the one who's at fault. Anyway, Soyface says Patrick Bet-David is CIA, 100%. So she's sure of it. Let us know in another comment if you can say why or what's your rationale.
Yeah, I can't say for sure, but like I do trust her. Like she doesn't usually miss all that much. So like there's usually something to it if she's
Right,
going
but
to
sometimes
say.
people say like, when somebody says like, "Oh, I'm sure of it," what they really mean is I strongly suspect it or whatever. But just even a rationale would be fine, because it's fine to say things like that, and I could take your word for it. But and it's not as if I haven't wondered myself. But at the same time, I just would like something to back it up,
True that.
Vingul says a rabbit hole, but in brief. Famous last words, yeah. But look, we'll continue on a little bit more with this anyway. I think I've skipped on a little bit where I've skipped over that guy who, at the time when I was looking into it, just didn't seem to be particularly relevant. But anyway, no doubt it's just I didn't pick up on something. But I'll play it on from here anyway with the Klingtongs meeting Melvin Ballard, who I am wondering, is he the father or grandfather of Tim Ballard of Operation Underground Railroad? Right, here we go, a little bit more. President Clinton and that Senator Orrin Hatch in 1993. Okay, now where does this lead us? I wonder, like, is this guy related to Timothy Ballard? I don't know, because the funny thing is, and let's get up Tim's Ballard's Wikipedia. It doesn't even give his middle name. Right, but let's have a look at his Wikipedia page here. If we scroll down, this biography of a living person relies too much on reference to primary sources and might be contentious about living person, poorly sourced or whatever, But anyway, it gives he was in the CIA, he was in the CIA, and he was or is in the Department of Homeland Security. So they're not going to give you much about his background. And all they say about his background, it doesn't give his middle name, just Timothy Ballard. And his early life, it says Ballard grew up in California. And here in this, section of here, it says he was born in Provo, Utah. Now he went to Brigham Young University. I don't know where La Cañada is, but let's see if I can find out. It says it's combined junior senior high school located in La Cañada, Flint Ridge in California. So maybe that's to say how he grew up there, if he went to school there, okay. But then he must have returned home in a way. I call it home because it'd be home for Mormons. If not Salt Lake City, Provo also. So that's where he went to university, college. And then I suppose he went on maybe to do a postgraduate degree, maybe, in this place in Vermont, private college there. Anyway, don't want to deviate too much anyway, but, it doesn't say anything really other than that's where he was born. He was born in Provo, Utah, and grew up in California, apparently, right? It doesn't say who his parents are. It doesn't say anything more than that about his background, as you might expect, I suppose, for a CIA or ex in inverted commas CIA agent or ex in inverted commas Homeland Security agent. Okay, I'm going to interrupt myself again there and sort of say if I want to try and keep this brief, I'm going to have to skip on a bit more. I'll leave it for the full published video for the other bit. I'll skip on a bit more, but anything to add there at this point, JC?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure that the audience, like myself and you, are like find this quite compelling. When well, as I said to you earlier, when you have all of these kind of things like these quote unquote coincidences all happening around each other, it kind of becomes hard to keep thinking they're just a coincidence.
Yeah. Well, I've skipped on a bit anyway, but let's see if I can, by happenstance, alight on a good part of the video where we kind of wrap up a little bit of a coincidence there. Operation Underground Railroad. Is that it? Out of LDS churches, administrative building offices. I don't know. It seems to be saying that, but even if it is saying that, it doesn't seem to have any sources. However, from having seen, and that's why I sort of said it was good to have the clear photographs of the guy, Melvin Russell Ballard, because that's pretty obviously him. There he is. And there he is. Sorry, I shouldn't have skipped. I'll go right back to the other one there. There he is. And there he is. So we now have, unless it's a Photoshop, of course, but we have a photograph of Timothy Ballard and Melvin Russell Ballard. What does it call him? The third most important person in the Mormon church. Third most senior apostle, right, in the Mormon church, or LDS if they prefer. So we have a photograph of Tim Ballard there with him. And as I say, there's more to it like that than that. There's a link here, and what it leads to is this article here, and we have been, myself and JC, we've been sort of referring to the work that this guy has done into Operation Underground Railroad. He's done a lot. And what I find is that there's usually no better person than to expose the workings of an organization or a religion, indeed, than somebody who is an ex-member. And of course, you want to take things with a pinch of salt because you might say, well, they've an axe to grind, maybe they're not being fair and unbiased or whatever, But just for example, and I'll just mention his name and look into him if you have never heard of him, Benjamin Friedman. He was an ex-member of a certain religion, and then there's no better man than him to tell us who are not in that religion all about it and what they're up to. So in a similar way, what it seems to be saying here is this fella, Lynn Packer, who has done a lot of videos on YouTube about Operation Underground Railroad and Tim Ballard and the real truth behind the Sound of Freedom movie. It's saying here from the editor's note, Lynn Packer, I thought Lynn was a woman's name, but it's a man, it seems here anyway, is an award-winning investigative reporter, legal consultant, and author of Lying for the Lord, the Paul H. Dunn stories. Lynn graduated, and I don't know who Paul H. Dunn is, but that's, again, investigation for another day. Lynn graduated from the Utah State University with a degree in broadcast journalism. He served in the United States Army from 68 through 70 in Vietnam as a television news anchor and producer for the Armed Forces Vietnam Network, AFVN, Quang Tri Detachment. He was awarded the Bronze Star for 15 years. Mr. Packer reported for KSL Television News in Salt Lake City. For 10 years, Lynn was an adjunct professor teaching journalism at Brigham Young University and the University of Dortmund, which I don't know where that is. If it's there's a Dortmund in the US, maybe there's even one in Utah. I don't know, but there's a Dortmund in Germany, of course. So I don't know if he was teaching overseas. So anyway, it says here this publication called the AmericanCrimeJournal.com. We'd like to thank Mr. Packer for his service, dedication, and contributions to journalism and ongoing quest for the truth. Well, that's all I want as well. I just want the truth. Can I handle the truth, as Tom Cruise might ask? Anyway, I'll leave it there, JC. Why I wanted to sort of leave a little bit to include that guy is that although we didn't play any of his videos or clips last week when we were talking about the Operation Underground Railroad and the investigation of the court case where, Jose or Pedro and the pedophile that was, allegedly trafficking him, and Tim Ballard going into the jungle to rescue him and then getting his sister. All of that was makey-uppy stuff, and I think we probably wouldn't know about it, certainly not in such comprehensive terms, were it not for this guy called Lynn Packer. And while you have identified that most of these people involved are Mormons, this guy who's exposing them is a Mormon as well. Now, you might say, oh, it's a COINTEL-op or whatever it is. But look, as I mentioned by Benjamin Friedman, it does seem as if some people, no matter where you're from or what religion you are, what culture you are, you value the truth for whatever reason above loyalty to your own in-group. I would say I'm one of those people. It doesn't matter if any of my family were liars or whatever. I would still put it this way, right? Cuomo, one of the Cuomo brothers, I forget what they're called now. Is one of them Anthony Cuomo, and the other was Chris Cuomo. But anyway, one of them said, my brother was accused of doing this thing to, being inappropriate, let's say, whatever euphemism you want to use, right? To women in who worked around him in politics, right? And he said, so I knew I had to defend him because that's what you do when you're a brother, when you're blood related. Now, some people would say, of course, that's high honor. You defend your blood relatives. It's like, a code, like say if you're in the mafia or whatever, that's honor. You defend your own family, no matter what, through thick and thin. Blood is thicker than water. So maybe people would say, oh no, I'm disloyal. If I would say, it doesn't matter if my brother is the mayor of New York. If he did what he's accused of doing, I'm not going to defend him and claim he didn't do it just because we're blood brothers. Do you see what I mean? Now, some people would say, oh no, you have to. You're honor bound because you're your brother, But anyway, there we are. So this guy, anyway, although he's a Mormon, yeah.
There's a limit to that stuff, in my opinion. Like, I'm going to defend my brother as long as I'm not sure. But if I find out my brother murdered someone or did something he wasn't supposed to do, I'm not going to help him hide the body. Yeah. It's one of those things that you have to use some judgment there, right?
Right. And you see, we see this all the time. We like what we see with other religions and people who are in other groups, and what we know with Masons as well, is that it doesn't matter if somebody kills somebody. He's as far as the Masons would be concerned, well, he's one of our brothers. He's part of the brotherhood. So it doesn't matter what anybody does. You always circle the wagons.
Well, and as we talked about the other day, they subscribe to the to that little bit in the Talmudic law that says, as long as I don't kill you directly, then I'm not responsible, right? So it makes the morality rather gray for them. It's rather convenient, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, that took us slightly off topic, but look, maybe not. It was a tributary that needed to, I suppose, be included here, which is that, and I suppose maybe it was news to you, that although I haven't proved it in the way that I'd like to do it concisely and irrefutably, but it does seem as if there's more than a passing chance that Tim Ballard himself is not only a Mormon and connected to a hive, and I say hive, but people might think it's pejorative, but their literal conceptualization of their own community is as a beehive. So we have a hive of Mormons operating across not just the USA, but across the world, in a manner in which they all recognize each other. They have a loyalty to each other. Maybe there's some exceptions like this Lynn, did I forget his surname already? But anyway, that the fellow that I just talked about there, who was writing articles against them. I better go back and just check what it was. Lynn Packer. Lynn Packer.
But as we've illustrated in these last couple of streams, I think it is important because you have, there's the Mormon Church and the fact that the CIA recruits from them more than anyone else. And the fact that since day one, they've intended, they came from the Freemasons, and like the Masons, they intend to instate a worldwide system, right? Okay. Then you have the fact that the way they work is in a hive system, like a beehive. And all of a sudden you have the Fugal guy doing Skinwalker Ranch and on the History Channel. And then you have the Sound of Freedom movie coming out of Hollywood. It seems like all this money is kind of flowing from the same places, if you get me. Right? You're having too many of the same organizations popping up, and in these different places, it just doesn't seem like it could possibly be unrelated.
Yeah, certainly. And look, it occurred to me that, yeah, I mean, too many coincidences. It stretches credulity that it's all just by, lucky happenstance and coincidence, and it just so happens that way. And isn't it lucky for them and unlucky for us? I'm just going to look. What we know is that Brandon Fugal is a real estate developer, or that could be his cover. Or isn't it mightily convenient then that he just so happened to buy this land? And did he know that was on it? Well, look, I think maybe he does. Even maybe you've seen it. I don't know because I haven't watched as many, or not even nearly as much of the things to do on TV with Skinwalker Ranch as you have. So I'm asking you from a point where I don't know the answer. Like at any point did Brandon Fugal sort of say, I specifically went out of my way to try to buy Skinwalker Ranch because I was interested in paranormal things that were going on there? Did he say that?
Yes. Yes. He is markedly interested in that. And if you watch the series, the documentary maker mentions that he's also been involved with a lot of studies to try and prove the Mormon scriptures or whatever true, where like they went digging for like an ancient lost Jewish civilization here in America and all kinds of other stuff. And that, remember when that's when I told you like their lore or mythology on how like Native Americans came to be, what color they are, and all that other kind of stuff. Like, yeah, he got some heavy criticism for that, and he's trying to distance himself from it now. But no, he's been involved in many of these kind of things. He is sinking his money into not only research trying to prove the Mormon religion like true, and I think Skinwalker Ranch plays into that a little bit. But he's also funding these other experiments on anti-gravity and all these other kind of things, like along with the CIA. So
Yeah.
it's a very tangled web like we've stumbled upon here.
Yeah, it really is. Look, I don't want to make the web any more complicated, and please only add anything if you know that I'm leaving something out or how to add just a little piece here. But I just better read into the record that Brandon Fugal bought Skinwalker Ranch in 2016. So at the time of speaking, only roughly 7, possibly coming up to 8 years ago. And it says that he bought Skinwalker Ranch from a guy called Robert Bigelow. And it says that Robert Bigelow was an aerospace tycoon.
Yep.
And it says that Brandon Fugal bought it because he wanted to investigate and study the strange and unexplainable phenomena that have been reported there for more than 2 centuries. So I didn't realize that the lore of this area of land was going on for more than 2 centuries. So that means that around the time, it means that whenever it was in the 1800s, I think, that Provo and, well, look, going from last stream, when it was roughly about 1849, 1850, when the state of Utah was created or inaugurated or recognized by the United States as a state. So only as recently as that. So if it's been going on for 200 years, then long before it was a state. And I put a community post also about the state of Deseret, where you can see where they tried to get the whole of Nevada, as well as Utah, as well as loads of sections of land from all the states around there. So they would have known about it too if these guys were in the know about things, illuminated to some extent, and it seems they would have. And maybe they thought, oh yeah, well, we'll go out there. And they have long plans that go on for generations. All these people, whether it's the Masons, the Illuminati, and it seems like the Mormons as well, and others, all seem to have plans that go on down, transcend just one human's lifetime, but they're all playing their part, like bees in a hive, or like whatever they're called in Masons. What do they call them, where they're just all part of the great work? They're just cogs in a machine, but what do they call them? Do you know?
Well, I mean, there's lots of things. There's odd fellows that, they'll call themselves brothers or whatever, but it all means the same thing. Like, they all use the beehive for the very same reason. And you'll see the beehive in ancient Babylon, for instance, when in relation to the very same thing. It's all the mysteries and talking about how, like, one central hub, like one mind connected to all the others, and they're all working as one cohesive unit, right?
Yeah.
Like no matter where they are in the world, they're still working towards the same goal.
Yeah.
Like being
Well,
in a high.
that's it. So let me read out a bit about Robert Bigelow, because you mentioned before, like, that you wouldn't be surprised if Brandon Fugal would run for president one day, or a governor of the state, or whatever, right? So we think that, again, like, I actually don't think that it's underscoring or it's a waste of time to drive the point home that we think that the church and state are separate. We think that corporations, and we thought that corporations and state were separate, but there is power in religious institutions, and religious figures are often political figures, especially in America. And as we mentioned in the last stream, the founder of the university in Provo there, Brigham Young, he was also the governor of the state of Utah, and so he was a politician, and he was elected to go to Washington as well. So he was a senator, I suppose, maybe in that sense, or maybe not a senator, but a congressman. I can't remember exactly. But anyhow, Robert Bigelow, who sold the land to Brandon Fugal in 2016, Robert Bigelow is also an American businessman and the founder of Bigelow Aerospace, and he owns the hotel chain Budget Suites of America, and has donated $5.7 million to Nevada GOP, which is Grand Old Party, Republican Party, gubernatorial nominee Joe Lombardo's campaign, or PAC, Political Action Committee, supporting his campaign this election cycle. So they can not only, sort of have aspirations for political office within their own state, but also, I mean, I wouldn't want to call it, interfering in another state's and adjacent states' elections. But I mean, having a political action committee with that much money donated, 5.7 million. And I know that, like, just say by contrast, that Indian guy who has a YouTube presence, see, names go out of my head when I just suddenly go online, even though I know his name really well. Do you know the guy I'm talking about? He's a Republican guy, but he's Indian immigrant. Anyway, he was fined by the, I think it was the Democratic Congress or whatever, but to do with Obama, who either imprisoned him or threatened him with imprisonment and fined him a certain amount of money, but maybe he did have to do some jail time for donating two separate $10,000 amounts to the Republican Party, and he was prosecuted for that.
I can't remember his name, but I do know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that I can't think of his name. He's so famous on YouTube for, like, owning the libs and all that. He's Indian. There can't be too many of them, from actual India. Yeah. Anyway, I mentioned the figure of either 10,000 twice or 20,000 or something like that, which he was criminally prosecuted for something to do with, that exceeded the amount and he should have declared it in a certain way as political influence or this kind of thing, versus 5.7 million. So look. Yeah, but that's basically it. Anyway, look, didn't mean to go off on that much of a tangent, but just to mention, anyway, Robert Bigelow. And I don't know who owned it before Robert Bigelow. Do you happen to know? Because I mean, what I'm imagining is that it actually goes back to the Ballards, if the nearest town was named after them.
As far as I know, it goes back to a family. Shoot, I have their name written down. Hold on one second. Let me check my notes. But yeah, it's the family that is mentioned in the Skinwalker Ranch book. They were the ones who bought it and had it at the time that the aerospace guy bought it. They sold it to him. There were a bunch of offers they had, and they say they sold it to Bigelow because they didn't want anyone else to be put at risk. So
all right. So they were saying it had to go to him because he was the only one responsible enough to take charge of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was going to study it and all that kind of stuff. I want to say it was the Shermans or something like that. Let's see.
Yeah. Hey, listen, can you hold on there for a second, right? While you're looking that up, I'll catch you up in the comments here, right? I'll sort of eat a little bit of craw or humble pie, right?
Yeah,
in a slight way, right?
It was
okay, hold on for a second, right? Just hold the thought there, right? Because just to complete what we were talking about before, it was Dinesh D'Souza and Soyface come up with that. And she says, yes, I think he did 1 year in jail. And then maybe because I wasn't responding, she said, at I can't even get my own name right, at eternal extrapolations, when you should look at the chat, you don't. Right? Okay. Now I'll catch up with a few more things in a minute, but carry on there.
Well, I was just saying that it was the Shermans before Bigelow, Terry and Gwen Sherman, from 94 to 96. And before that, it was Kenneth and Edith Myers. I should say, though, that the Myers specifically never reported having any weird things going on ever. Right? Like, nobody has any record of them telling their friends. Their friends say they never said anything about it. So, like, nothing weird happened to them while they lived there.
Okay. And do you have any date at which that was when the Shermans owned it?
Well, the Myers owned it from 34 to 94, and the Shermans only owned it from 94 to 96. Right?
But we're talking in the 20th century, 1930 something to 34. Is that what you said?
Yeah. 1934 to 1994, yeah.
Okay, well, because that directly contradicts what they're saying, that these unexplained phenomena were happening for the last 200 years at least, or goes back 200 years. So what we might have here, if I would believe these people who owned it previously, what we might have here is a retconning of the fictional narrative to fit into what they want now to be canon, but wasn't before, you know? So they're retroactively changing history.
What I think they're doing is the fact that, okay, the native, like Europeans would have heard the story from Native Americans about that land, you know, like the Mormons would have heard the story about that land and everything from the Native Americans. So probably what they're doing is they're saying they're going from that point forward. Right.
Okay. But nonetheless, as you said, the Shermans and who were the other people said that they actually said that they never experienced or saw any unexplained phenomena or paranormal or whatever.
Yeah. The Shermans are the ones who started reporting all the weird phenomena, but the Myers apparently never did, and they owned it the longest.
Okay. So when did the Shermans own it?
From 1934 to 1994.
Okay, and the Myers were from what point up until 34?
It was just like, it just says 34 to 94. So I don't know who owned it prior to that. It doesn't list anybody owning it all. Maybe it was just owned by the government.
No, that's okay. But the Shermans, I thought you said, were between 34 and 94.
No, the Shermans are 94 and 96, just a couple of years.
Okay. So it's they who say they never experienced anything, only in a 2-year period, right?
No. The Myers never experienced anything from 1934 to 1994.
Oh, gotcha, right. Sorry for being hard of, no, I got you now. Sorry for being hard of understanding. So from 34 to 94, then they say nothing. They say they experienced nothing. So it only started in the 90s. The modern stuff only started in the 90s.
Yes. You know, that's when you start getting weird things in the sky and all that kind of stuff, which would make sense if the government is just now like putting out its little flying machines and people are seeing them. Right. So but nonetheless, the Shermans, and as I read out, I think in the beginning of the video, Skinwalker Ranch, and it said in Wikipedia, also known as Sherman Ranch. And, if they owned it for that long, then you can understand why. If it only then give me the name, please, again. I'm sorry that I just don't have anything to look at, and my mind is just forgetting names all the time. Anyway, but what's the people who owned it between 94 and 96? Oh, Myers? That was the Shermans. Yeah, the Shermans owned from 94 to 96. It was the Myers family that was the original owner.
Okay. Well, look, how many ways can I mess this up? Okay, sorry about all the confusion. So just for 2 years, the Shermans owned it, and yet it's also known as Sherman Ranch. Okay, that's a bit strange that if somebody only owns something for 2 years, that it gets known also as Sherman Ranch. Okay, a bit odd, but anyway, can we say that it started with them?
Yes.
The modern era of this lore. So, is there anything there that says that the Shermans actually started reporting that they were seeing unexplained or unusual or paranormal phenomena, and therefore was that the reason they want? If so, was that the reason that they said they wanted to sell it to this guy?
Yes.
Okay.
That's absolutely the case. They started reporting it. They eventually contacted people, and they say that they were weird things. Like when they bought the house, right? They bought the property. They go in there and they say that there were padlocks on all the doors, like inside and out, and chains and all these, and bars on the windows and all these kind of things. Like they were trying to keep something out. Right. So right there, they're trying to set things up, it would seem. And, it's just, I find it odd. Like, yes, the Native American stories, like, were there. And yes, you have Mormons throughout the time period in between reporting weird stuff here and there, but that's part of their religion, right? They believe in seeing these kind of visions and stuff like that. So it plays into their religion in the first place, and
Yeah.
their belief
Yeah.
system.
Yeah. Well, let me just say this then. Yeah, let me just say this then. It's sort of an observation, right? When John Smith said, I can look through my magical stone and know when there's gold buried underground, right? Well, what is gold is not necessarily the physical element. It could be a good story, a yarn which you can spin and make money out of that, especially if you can hand it on down through the generations and it become a part of lore. And the longer something goes on, the more it becomes part of, like, well, it's the origins are lost in the midst of time. They do tend to bury these things under generational fogs of mystery. So what they could be saying is that they came along, found the land, and then just like John Smith going into the forest and finding these new rules and conversing with archangels from heaven, and telling them where is the new rules for the faith buried. Well, they could be going onto this land and saying, "Oh, I see that there is much evil here, and yes, what are the spirits telling me? Oh, they're telling me that we have to build a theme park here, but we have to do this kind of reverse type of Streisand effect, where maybe it's actually, we have to make use of the Streisand effect. We have to put out all these keep out signs, keep out, knowing full well it'll pique people's interest and attract their attention. So this could be their way of sort of saying, oh, there's a story buried under the ground. We just have to bring it up. And that could be kind of what they're doing. Just a suggestion rather than an accusation. It's the kind of thing I would say with millions of listeners.
It's definitely a thought. They claim all these kind of mystical powers, which, by the way, like, it is nothing that Christ ever promised his followers. This kind of stuff is taken directly from the mysteries, and some of it is, I think is even probably made up by, like, John Smith himself, just out of whole cloth.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. He was basing it on something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He might have just been saying that to give an account for how he keeps finding all this money out of nowhere when he's really just probably robbing his own parishioners.
Yeah, of course. He was basing whatever he was talking about on actual stuff that he had read. But like I'm accusing Tim Ballard of doing, embellishing or adding on fictionalized versions to perhaps a kernel of truth somewhere. And he also said, in case people didn't know, which is a founding principle of Mormonism, is that angels came down or God communed with them directly, or Jesus did, and said,
God, from their point of view, that's what John Smith said, God and Jesus.
Right. Okay. But regardless, anyway, whether it's Jesus or God came down to him, communed with him directly, but no one else is there to witness it, because we all have to take his word for it, said to him, all other religions on earth are wrong. Only you have now the correct version. I'm so sad about all the other religions. Now you are my divine messenger. Well, isn't that mighty convenient as well?
Yes, it is, isn't it? And then gives him a book made out of golden plates, or a bunch of golden plates that he then made into a book. And, which, by the way, like this Fugal character, as well as his collection of sci-fi memorabilia from the movies and stuff, he also has collected a whole lot of original Mormon texts and things. He actually owns stuff that's in, that belonged to Brigham Young, and with his handwriting in it and stuff like that. So he takes this stuff extremely seriously, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, we'll get on to a clip of that then in a minute. Again, let me catch up with the comments, and then we'll take the risk now. And I don't know if it makes any difference that we wait until we're in the third hour or not, right? But whatever, we're going to have to illustrate this a little bit. So I think I have one of those clips that shows his collection of Star Wars memorabilia and every other sci-fi movie that you could think of as well. And it's not just idle interest, he believes in it too, as you say. But look, we'll get on to that after a few more comments, okay? So Jemima says, hi, John and all listening, and JC. Was listening before when you read the nonsense comment. I'd seen it and was glad you called it out. I also appreciate when I comment and you always speak to it. I feel included and listened to. So keep doing what you're doing. Well, look, I'm glad of that. At the same time, though, we're not inclusive here. We're not inclusive at all. We don't want to get into that inclusivity business because before you know it, then we'll be into diversity as well. And you know where that leads.
Oh yeah, it's a slippery slope after all. Like, we'll be in diversity higher territory before you know it.
Yeah. Jemima says, again, sorry dragging that out again. I had to wash paint off my hands to come comment. I see all these people are actually doing productive things with their lives. I wouldn't have thought of that. I couldn't comment because there was paint in my hands the moment it was passed. Anyway, listen, I appreciate your comments. Thanks for that. She says, the Mormons that knock doors are very nice, though. Give them that. Well, everyone says that about the Mormons. Oh, they're so nice. They can't be up to anything bad. But I'll tell you this. I said it in the last stream, I think, or somewhere. Even though they might look like little schoolboys, whether they're in their late teens or early 20s or taking a year out from college or have graduated from college even, whatever, they wear what always looks to me to be like school uniforms on a Sunday, as if they've been to Sunday school. But the reason for them going to other countries is manifold, right? Not just twofold. One is, that they're all obliged to do some kind of evangelizing or whatever the word they call it for is. But the other thing is that at that age, who would suspect them? They have a cover of, they're just going to spread the good word, or whatever, to try and, whatever the word is, try and get people into their church. However, they can do side missions for the US government or for the deep state, for the CIA, for the whoever. And the CIA, I think, are on record. I know we read it out, but I mean, I think they are on record as saying, or people who work for the CIA are on record, like over decades, as saying that they like hiring people from the CIA, from the Mormons, because, well, on the one hand, they're a safe pair of hands. They kind of know what they're going to get with the Mormons. These are the positive things because they're all brought up in the same kind of a strict kind of thing, that there's certain protocols you have to follow, and you just follow what you're told by your elders. So that's what you want if you're hiring somebody. But also because while they're in other countries, that's the perfect cover to tell them, hey, we need something a little bit nefarious to do. Or maybe it's not going to be that nefarious, but it's just a job to be done. And that gets them into the fold. And then, of course, the next time there's a job to be done when they're 20, 30, 40 in the CIA, gradually you twist someone around until, well, a bit like in The Simpsons, if your family don't enjoy bread, but instead they're not starving for bread, they just really like widescreen TVs and expensive training shoes, well, then why shouldn't you steal a lorry with all that stuff in it? It's like, yeah, I suppose, this kind of way. So the reason why they might seem, or you say they might seem, all nice and innocent, like Donny Osmond. They just want to help, like Donny Osmond. Was he a Mormon? Maybe. I think he was, wasn't he? Now that you mention it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so you think butter wouldn't melt in their mouth, but in fact, people like Tim Ballard as well, they look good, but, the nice facade, the exterior, can hide some dark deeds interior, or what they've done. So there you are, JC.
Yes, and I mean, it's not only that, but it's like the more flies with honey thing, right? If you're really trying to accomplish the goal that they're after, like, you have to be basically harmless. Like, people aren't going to just let you keep walking around and knocking on everybody's door if you seem, harmful.
Yeah. Jemima says as well, here's a couple of corrections, right? Not sure I trust any info that originally came out of a top hat. Maybe she's saying that in relation to a rabbit hole. Yeah, listen, everything's, at your own discernment or whatever as well. I'm assuming people have their own critical filters here. And I'm not stating anything definitively. She says, I thought this is going way back, but I know what she's referring to. I said Al Pacino, but I meant Jack Nicholson in what's it called? A few good men. Can you handle the truth? So yeah, but that's, you see, I know these things when I'm not under the pressure of being live, but I forget names and confuse them. Then when I am live, you wouldn't believe how easily it's done when you have just that subtle bit of pressure going on.
Yep. Which, by the way, Donny Osmond and Michael Jackson were both Mormon.
So was Joe Jackson, Michael Jackson's father, a Mormon? Were the whole family Mormons? Or did Michael Jackson convert?
No, the whole family. He was brought up that way. His mother especially.
Wow. So again, I mean, like we've talked before about the Freemasons being the hidden hand and another group of people. I'll say this again: the Mormons say that they only comprise 2% of the U.S. population. There's another group of people who claim to be a minority who say they only comprise 2% of the U.S. population. And the Freemasons, whatever we think of them or they think of them, everyone will think, oh, they're just a small group of elite people. But we think of those people are the people who, who's the people who, in the Simpsons, we're the ones who control the Fed, we do, or whatever. We're the ones who do all this, we do the stone cutters, as they said in the Simpsons. But, to control the Osmond family, Donny Osmond, and the Jackson family, those two families, perhaps single-handedly, in the 1970s and in the 80s, controlled the tween and teen market. I know there was others like, maybe it was the Partridge family and things like that, but my God, they had a huge amount of it sewn up. So they controlled popular culture. Just the Mormons there. Amazing.
Which I would draw some parallels between like Michael Jackson and his Neverland Ranch and this guy and his Skinwalker Ranch. One was like a carnival, like ended up being a twisted carnival, and then this one's going to be like a haunted forest in his backyard and a weird ranch. Like, does that not seem weird to you?
Absolutely, yeah.
These Mormon guys keep wanting to like make playgrounds for children in their backyard with just a little twist to it.
Yes, I mean it's a playground for children and adults, and maybe it draws in, always the inner child in the adult. I have to say, part of it is, and the attraction of this topic for you and me, even though we want to look at it clinically as well, try and balance it with a skeptical eye, is that there is a fascination with the macabre.
Yes, and maybe, who knows? Maybe it's more like a spider web where they draw their prey in.
Yeah,
right.
And I'll just say this as well, as far as drawing the prey in, like a spider web, absolutely. Again, with James Shelby Downard, and there was a guy, Michael A. Hoffman, who also wrote about this, and I just forget, but there was a genre of entertainment that apparently was very popular in the 1920s and 1930s, very much in the style of vaudeville, and was also popular in a kind of bohemian France, maybe from the 1870s all the way through to World War I, about the theater of the macabre as being entertainment, and that they were mixing not just the sort of horror. Like I know in the 80s and early 90s, horror movies rented and sold very well in the cinema, or the theaters. So people are attracted to that, but also of the slasher killer thing, where there is a frisson, not just of fear, but of what's mixed with it. Like let's not go down that hole, but of the allure of there's an attractive woman involved, or there's some kind of sexual theme going on. So there is a whole element of that Michael A. Hoffman wrote about in regards to how it was popularized long before you and I were born in the 19th century, and was popular in the United States because it was popular in Paris as well, and particularly in the southern United States along the 33rd degree parallel. There was lots of these theaters in the South that dealt with the theater of the macabre.
Yes. And yes, by the way, Soyface there is correct. I was mistaken. He converted to Mormonism later. It says there's a article here from the Silver Plate, where it's like, Michael Jackson began turning white after reading the Book of Mormon. It's got a picture of Michael and him reading the book in black and white from back in the day. So apparently he did convert to Mormonism or something, but it was Jehovah's Witnesses that he was brought up in. But either way, but those are both Freemasonic organizations.
Okay, but there's something to be said then that has to be said. If what you're saying is literally true, that he started turning white, even if he was doing something to turn himself white while he was getting into Mormonism. First of all, it's amazing that he has gone from Jehovah's Witnesses to Mormonism, but maybe not so amazing. In my mind, I think of the two organizations as very comparable. We have to do another investigation into Jehovah's Witnesses and the Watchtower and everything regards to that, because what you have said happened to Mormon children. It also happened to there was cases in Canada about what happened to Jehovah's Witnesses, and cover up of abuse and that kind of thing as well. However, what I have to say then, and I'm going to try and take a moment to see if I can say this delicately, but maybe not, but I'll just say it, right? As far as Mormon belief, there was another Mormon belief that they try and sort of say, oh, don't really do that anymore. We won't talk about that anymore. So one was the having many wives, the polygamy, but the other was that they believed, or it's a core tenet, even if they don't talk about it, it certainly was, but they say, oh, that was in the past, that Mormons believed that people with black skin were cursed by God when they landed. This is nothing to do with modern day slavery. I think they think it was, in ancient times, when the black people were burnt by God because they were cursed by God. So Mormons believe that, but of course they don't want to talk about that now. Now, if Michael Jackson thought, tell me about this Mormon religion, right, now puts a new color or perspective on why he might have wanted to turn white if he felt that being black might have been an impediment to joining the Mormons.
Yes, like that very well could be. And, that very well could be. It makes sense, like, why he would all of a sudden start trying to bleach himself, right? Like, if his core belief structure, like, was that his dark skin was a curse, right? If he really believed that. And, we know from, documentaries and things, or at least we were told from documentaries and things, that he did always hate, like, his nose and different things like that. So the body dysmorphia type stuff was probably already in him. And, by joining Mormonism, it just kind of pushed him over the edge. So, yeah, that very well could explain his ghostly white, transformation he underwent.
No, we just thought at the time, it was to do with the fact that he started with plastic surgery and took it far too far. But there may have been a connection. I mean, he's, surmising that there may have been some method to his madness, or there might have been some twisted reason to the color changing of his skin. Although, of course, they claimed and still do claim that he was suffering from a disease. And I do know that there is a disease. I forget. Say it again there. Yeah, you know what it is called? Vitiligo, where the amount of melanin distributed in anyone's skin can stop being evenly distributed and can clump and then have different colored patches. But it wasn't that, because what he had would have been visible as patches, although they claimed, oh, that's why he covers up his neck and his shirt or whatever. Who knows? You would see it on somebody's face or their neck, but maybe he was wearing makeup, right? But anyway, who knows? Look, we better leave Michael Jackson there and try and move on. And, I'll tell you what, like, I'm going to have to try and catch up with the comments, and then we'll risk seeing this fellow who bought Brandon Fugal, who bought the ranch, see him talking about it, a Mormon, right? So Vingol says, the fact that nothing was reported between the 1930s and the 1990s makes the whole claim seem like BS. Yeah, that would be the reasonable surmisation or reasonable conclusion somebody might even come to. Jemima says, they did a very informative piece on John Smith in Family Guy. I think you might be thinking of South Park, but maybe they both did it. But anyway, dum. Certainly South Park did that one. It's a great one. I know we've done that one already. Vingol says, I've been on streams and it's pretty crazy how much you forget while speaking to a live audience. Yeah, cheers. But Jehovah's Witnesses are Masons too, and Aryans. Well, let's see if we can substantiate that in another live stream episode, because I mean, what I wanted to do was look, if we're going to look into the Church of the Latter-day Saints, aka the Mormons, then we better look into the Jehovah's Witnesses, because again, I have actually known some Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm aware of some of the crazy things that they believe, and I've experienced.
My mother was one, so yeah.
Oh, your mother was she?
not mine, but yeah, my other
Your
half. Yeah,
your stepmother, is it?
no, like the wife's mother.
Okay, mother-in-law. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, and I'm aware that, look, I know a little bit about it, but maybe it's a good time, not now, but we'll save for another stream to look into the Jehovah's Witnesses, see if we can substantiate the fact that they are like a branch of Freemasonry in the same way as the Mormons are, or if we can see some of the same mystery school stuff going on.
You will, for sure. You'll see some of the same themes and kind of like it's like any of the other mystery schools. It's the same themes reworked a little, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Uh,
Coke and Pepsi.
yes.
Your
Yes.
sugar
Exactly. Yeah.
water,
And
sugar water.
yes, and as we discussed offline another time, is that all of the connected, I don't know what you'd call them, like Freemasonry type groups, or secret societies, brotherhood societies, religions masquerading as ethnic groups or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you recognize are common themes, and you and I talked offline already about the fact that it's a bit like you might think that there's lots of corporations all on the same level, but then you realize, oh, there's a corporation above them, a bit like, say, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Facebook, all these kind of people. You kind of think they're just competing on the top level. No, there's another level on top of that. Could be Vanguard, could be BlackRock or whatever. And ultimately, it'll go back to the Council of 300, the Bank of International Settlements, and whatever exact the one. Then there's a council of 30, and there's a council of 3 who most people don't know about if they're in the council of 12 or whatever,
The International Court of 70 that will be based in a country I will not name.
Right, and of course the round table and that kind of thing. But anyway, we don't have to list them all. But the point is that what you were saying, just an aspect of that realization is a consequence of the hierarchical structure, which is that no CEO ever says, hey, I delegate a task to one person or one team. No, Steve Jobs was famous for saying, I delegate a team to do this. They're the public team that's doing that. And then in secret, he wouldn't tell anyone else in the corporation, say, I delegate you to do exactly the same thing as them, but do it better. I want you to upstage them. And he'd use people's rivalry against them to get the best result out of them. I mean, I don't necessarily go along with that, but that was his method. And this is the method of these people who say, we'll get the Mormons to do this, we'll get the Jehovah's Witnesses to do that, and blah, 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 or whatever, and then get different teams and groups within them to do this. So, this is a reason, I think. Let me just say this. I think this is the reason why Tim Ballard's OUR, Operation Underground Railroad Group, he claims has been taken away from him, and he's looking for funding to start up another rival group, to save the children.
It wouldn't surprise me that that's exactly what they do. I would equate it to like when you're fishing in the ocean, right? You have different nets made of different materials with different size holes in them to catch different fish, right? So, we are varied enough, even like from their Jungian psychology, crazy point of view, there are different archetypes out here in humanity, and you've got to cater to them all if you want to catch them all, right?
Yeah. Yeah, good enough. Like, why throw only one line in and wait until it bites? Why not throw lots of lines in? Off different sides of the boat. Vingol says they're pretty strange because, and I'm reminded now that he said to me, like, that Mormons are Anglos. That's the Anglo connection. There is another tangent to go off on that, but what he says there anyway. It's strange how Mormonism is such an English Anglo thing. England really got rid of a lot of weirdos who crossed the Atlantic. No offense, Americans. And what I just say is that although I may not have read it, I don't remember, if it got played, or if it is in the longer version of the video that I didn't play all of it. One of the Ballards, his parents did come from England in roughly the 1850s. And it says they specifically left England to be with the Mormons.
And I think Fugal is Norwegian or something like that, is where his family came from originally. But yeah, it's definitely a northwestern Europe thing, and it's it's based, and it's because it's based in Western Freemasonry. That's why that way.
Well, it's certainly Fugal certainly sounds, Norwegian, Germanic. Look, I don't know German, right? But I might know a few words just by happenstance, and it could be completely off base here, right? But I seem to remember that like Fugal or Flugel or something like that might be to do with wings or flight, something like that. So maybe that's what it's connected to. And if so, I mean, look, I don't want to make it, it's a reach to sort of say, oh, it's like the eagle or whatever that we were talking about before. But look, you never know. It might be a tenuous connection there. But what he's saying, anyway, just to follow on from his context, Utah is apparently the most highly ethnically English state in the US. So he says English, I say Mormon. But what is an American anyway, other than somebody who used to be German or English? Of course, other people would say, oh, no, I used to be African. But, whatever. I don't know. I don't know that you could call those people who are in Utah English anymore. But I don't know. It depends on where you draw that fuzzy line, I suppose. But Americans, of course, like in those, especially in the Western states, they draw weirdly straight lines between things, don't they?
Yes, they do. And, if I'm not mistaken, you are somewhat correct, but I want to say fugal means like to fly or to run fast, something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, like I think you're right about that. But yeah, like it is strange, like how it works out here in America, because you have some states that are like in Minnesota, for instance. In Minnesota, most everybody that descends from the founders of that state are going to be like Norwegian or Danish or something like that, and that's why you have the football team, the Vikings, right? Because it's harkening back to where those people came from. It's kind of like there's so many different axe styles here in America, for chopping wood. And that comes from the fact that like all the different people who made up America brought a different style with them when they came over. So, we really are a patchwork, but most all of it is going to be, like sectarian, like cultish weirdos from Northwestern Europe. And,
Yeah.
and that's why America's so crazy, really. Like it's kind of nuts.
Yeah. To explain the top hat comment, it wasn't about rabbit holes. Jemima is referring to the seer stone that John Smith. Sorry, not. It was. What was it called? Was it called John Smith? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, it's there on screen. John Smith put his face in a top hat. So I just remembered that it was a hat, but that's the explanation. So she's saying John Smith put his face in a top hat and was told the correct version of the religion or the Bible or whatever, which he dictated to someone there, like automatic writing in the Bible, which he dictated to someone there who was not alarmed by this in the slightest. Perfectly ordinary. Oh, you're just dictating words by God telling you through the seer stone with your top hat over your face? No problemo. Thanks for that, Jemima. Vingo says there's an LDS church or congregation about an hour and a half away here in Norway, actually. And Soyface says, don't forget, some of us used to be Irish. I mean, maybe, I don't know. It's a funny thing, of course, I mean, I've been in America sometimes, and sometimes people say, oh, I'm Irish. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. I don't want to insult them by saying, I'm not saying you're not, but some people say, I'm Irish. And you're going to go, okay, if it helps you to think that or believe that you are. But look, I mean, if someone's born in a different country, after a while, it's the kind of question that they do to our countries. They just say, well, his parents were born here and his grandparents were born here. But if he's originally from China, does he ever stop being Chinese and become Irish and whatever? I don't know. It's a confusing thing. Listen, I'll move on because Vingo says it's just striking how so many movements there are in America in contrast to England, Germany, etc. That was my main point this time. It's not that it's a big brain point, right? So I don't have to wax lyrical about everything. Okay, so we're caught up again, JC. Will we risk playing a clip of this fellow, Brandon Fugal?
Yeah, sure. Which before, like we do, and like possibly get the stream took down, I would say I think there's probably a connection between the Mormon belief in being able to tell prophecy, like by looking into a top hat or whatever, and people like Edgar Cayce. Because if you look it up, like Edgar Cayce and Joseph Smith are listed as the two American prophets, right? So, and Casey was the one always talking about Atlantis and all these other different things, all influenced by Freemasonry.
Yeah. Okay.
They
Well, look,
call him
this.
sleeping prophet.
Say the last thing again.
I said they call him the sleeping prophet, and usually the only group that calls people prophets here in America are going to be, New Age prophets anyway, are going to be Mormons.
Oh, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, they're going to be Mormons. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or they're selling some new religious woo-woo. I thought you were going to say that there were others that call themselves prophets.
Yeah. But Casey himself was a member of the church, is what I'm saying. Like, that's why they call him a prophet. So, I would say like his revelations and John Smith's revelations were interconnected somehow on like getting the ultimate goal of Mormonism everywhere.
Oh, thing. Yes. Well, I think I'm aware as well from like a backstory, and it may be from South Park, who sort of said like, look, obviously the normal reaction from anybody who would be approached by somebody saying, excuse me, I'm a prophet, all other religions are wrong, how do you know? Oh, because God told me. Oh, good, that answers that question. Like anybody reasonable would sort of say like, you're telling me that here's this new testament called the Book of Mormon, and it also includes loads of stories from the Old Testament that should have been in it, but all the other religions got it all wrong, left out the good bits, left out the most beneficial bits for humanity to know about. Somebody would obviously say, if they were in the right mind and reasonable, to say like, listen, you're calling it automatic writing. What's the difference between that and somebody who's either got mental problems or is a carpet bagging charlatan who's just trying to pull the wool over people's eyes?
Even
or what?
Yeah. I said, or is channeling demons even?
Oh, channeling demons even. Yeah. Well, yeah, but look, but even before we establish whether the automatic writing is coming from a demon or from a good angel or God, right? But the point is that how do we know that any of what you're saying is verifiable anyway? And how do you do that? Well, one of the ways you do that is by corroborating with somebody else, an independent witness, or not a witness necessarily, but somebody else who's in a different part of the country who says, I also was talking to that same angel and I wrote down exactly the same thing. Here you go. Now that is addressed in the South Park half an hour cartoon, where they sort of say they claim that it was corroborated by somebody else independently writing down the same thing because he had the same visions but hundreds or thousands of miles away. But they never allowed anybody to compare the two copies at the same time.
Yeah. Or let anyone check into the whether or not there would be some way for them to communicate across that distance. Like, I don't know, all being a member of the same club and playing a game of telephone or telegraph or any of the other like different ways to communicate. Like, it begs belief like that people just accept this stuff. Like, but again, we talk about genetics and things like that, and like the founding of America and all the people that make it up. It's like, well, many of the people that make up America come from genetic stock of people who are traditionally gullible and fall into cults. So,
right. Well, look, let's not make that phenomenon be exclusive to America, because what we see here is it happened all over the world, right? So I'm going to, draw a line under this and say what happened in 2020, right? People will believe in whatever they want to believe. Most people like to flatter themselves by saying that they are rational-minded and sensible people, and that they, weigh everything up carefully before coming to a decision. That's all flattery, self-flattery, and hubris, and self-praise, and the ego telling people that, oh, I only deal in science and facts and figures and all this kind of. They don't. They believe in whatever they want to believe in, and as we saw, anything can be a religion in 2020. That anybody who is in the right mind in now or in the future can look at that and say, oh yes, that wasn't just mass hysteria, that was them creating a new religion and people immediately bowing at the altar of Jabbo, as people called it. So look, a couple more comments and then let's get back to kind of what we were talking about before, which is this fellow Brandon Fugal and his the tie-in with Skywalker Ranch, as well as Skinwalker Ranch and his science fiction memorabilia, but him taking it seriously. So just to sort of say, fair enough, I will definitely say that Vingel, not a big brain point, all right, but John Smith doesn't get more Anglo. I know there was John Bull, but John Smith, yeah, fair enough. Jemima says, yes, it's like saying John Doe. And Soyface says, New Agers, and I was just thinking these very good, well, I say very good, but maybe it's because it was exactly what I was thinking, but thanks anyway for that comment, Soyface. The Black Hebrew Israelites, they call themselves pastors as well, don't they? Are there any Zoroastrians in the US? Manichaeans, Hindus claim to have prophets, but can anyone name a single thing any of them prophesied that we all know came to pass? Well, they always fudge that as well, just like end of the world stuff and all that kind of thing as well, or they reinterpret or retcon. I'll have to look up. Do you know offhand what retcon stands for? Doesn't matter if you don't. But anyway, it stands for here is the answer. It stands for retroactive continuity. So they go back and change something after the fact, which is very appropriate to what the Mormons do, and their highly dubious claims that two people independently wrote down the same thing, therefore it cross corroborates and therefore makes it true. Yep.
Like, it's a word I picked up from like the gamer slash Marvel universe watching kind of guys on YouTube. So like, I'm not enough of a fanboy apparently to know what retcon meant.
Yeah, I'm not either. Anyway, let's do it, right? We're in the fourth hour now. We've done 3 hours, pretty much bang on. Okay, I expect at some point, maybe around the third, before your icon goes out and loses its loses your logo, which is usually between the 3 and the 3.5 hour mark for whatever reason. Right? Let's do this now. Right? I have one of the videos queued up, but it's in such a way that we'll have to just let's go for its entirety. It's a 5-minute job, or slightly under 5 minutes, right? And I think that this is going to show him showing off some of his science fiction and fanboy memorabilia. He actually goes on to show you that he's got an original copy of some Mormon book as well, or whatever, I forget who it is that he said owned it with some of his handwriting. Let's do this, JC. We can watch this. We'll take a bit of a break from talking, and it'll get back on slightly topic there with Brandon Fugal. This is him anyway, the Mormon businessman.
I grew up writing music, and that was my passion. I was the only elementary school kid who knew the Close Encounters, the Close Encounters theme and all that stuff.
Do that again.
I'm a songwriter. I had bands, rock bands all through high school, and then I have a dark secret techno project called Supplicant.
I saw it.
Yes, that was
Supplicant.
yes.
The music video?
Yeah,
I've seen
that's
it.
funky.
Yes.
You've got, the alien head. This is actually a faithful licensed recreation from H.R. Geiger.
Yeah.
So that's from Stargate. So this is one of the rings used on screen in the classic with James Spader, Kurt Russell.
So it's a movie prop?
It's a screen-used movie prop.
So it's safe to say that, like, you're a sci-fi fan.
Yeah. Love science fiction.
Brandon Fugal is a collector. His multiple offices are packed with movie and television memorabilia.
Can you guess what this wardrobe?
Yes, I do. That is from Unbreakable.
Yep.
And most of these are not replicas, but screenshot originals.
This is the Terminator jacket, screen worn by Arnold Schwarzenegger with the fake blood and the bullet holes. These are the glasses worn by Tom Cruise in the original Mission Impossible.
He has Walter White's gas mask from Breaking Bad, the monkey head from Indiana Jones, part of Baby Superman's spaceship, Fox Mulder's FBI badge from The X-Files, the puzzle box from Hellraiser. He has so many items that I could produce an entire documentary on his collection alone.
In these drawers, let's see.
Whoa, you can't just show me an alien fetus and then close the door?
Yeah, you have a couple of interesting things in here.
He has 2 drawers full of authentic movie screenplays.
This is the final script for Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Poltergeist.
Steven Spielberg.
Written by Steven Spielberg. First draft, 1981. You get the drift.
He also owns an incredible number of rare antique books. A King James Bible from the year 1611. An original printing of the works of Shakespeare from the year 1685.
In here is a first printing of The Christmas Carol, 1843. The Complete System of Magic, 1729. This is the history of Stonehenge that belonged to King Charles II.
Flying saucers have arrived.
Yeah.
The Book of the Damned. You got ghost stories.
Of an antiquary. Yep.
He also has an entire shelf of historical books and documents from the Mormon Church. Most of them are over 200 years old.
I have the Masonic Guide belonging to the first Mormon bishop. He not only signed it, but he signed it in his Masonic cipher.
Behold, I am Jesus Christ, the Son of God. I came unto my own, and my own receiveth me not. I am the light which shineth in darkness, and darkness comprehendeth not.
I have what I believe to be the Holy Grail of Mormon history. So Oliver Cowdery, who is the principal scribe of the Book of Mormon.
And this is
his copy.
Is his copy.
This is his personal...
From the 1800s.
Yeah, 1837, Kirtland. He was the principal witness. Claimed to his death that he'd been visited by Peter, James, and John the Baptist. He's the only witness to the events at the pulpit of the Kirtland Temple dedicatory service where he claimed that Moses, Elijah, and Elias appeared. I think one of the most valuable pieces of church history. I can't think of anything I would trade this for, and it has 25 pages that bear his handwriting and his notations.
Right. Well, what I want to say there is, first of all, just in regards to that, which maybe got me thinking, having re-looked at that, is that he said the word an antiquary. And an antiquarian is somebody who is interested in things that are ancient or from the antiquities, from long ago in the past, an indeterminate number of years or centuries or even millennia. So somebody who collects ancient things. And I'll just sort of say another little connection, right? Maybe it might be pleasing to Vingul, is that this is a connection to maybe perhaps an Anglo sense of what it means to be a Freemason. In that I was trying to remember the name of the guy who was the founder of the Royal Society. And he was a famous Freemason. Do you remember the name of the guy offhand?
Lord Milner and Rhodes. I'm pretty sure they were the founders of the Royal Society, or was that the Round Table Group? I think they founded both of them.
Well, look, I just, unfortunately, I can't remember his name. That doesn't sound like the guy I'm thinking of. But look, it doesn't matter, right? Because the point I just want to make is that the guy, and I think it was the guy who founded the Royal Society and was rewarded for his loyalty for whatever. There was the War of the Roses, I suppose. I think it might have been. But
it was
anyway,
5 people, or 4 people, I mean. Robert Boyle, Christopher Wren, Petty William, and John Evelyn.
Well, look, I think I'm just misremembering. Maybe he wasn't the founder of the Royal Society. Maybe it was some other slightly thing like that. Doesn't matter. I'm again can't think of his name. But if anybody, yeah, Lord
mercy, it's got different people listed in different places. It's got some other folks down here that are, well, another guy named William Bruckner and Robert Moray. And a John Wilkins. Those are all the names I can find.
Yeah. Well, look. Anyway, what I wanted to say was that I'll think of it another time. Maybe I'll put it in the comments or in the description. I did a video, and it's on Odyssey, and it's reading out a history of Freemasonry and essentially what it is. by a guy who wrote the 1895 Oracle Encyclopedia. And it mentions a few different names, which I then had to go off and look up. And anyway, one of them was this guy who maybe I'm misremembering. Anyway, his name is mentioned in there, and I did a little sort of sidebar on screen about him. He was, amongst many things, he was a polymath. He was an antiquarian. I've mentioned him in one of our previous streams. And he collected old artifacts, right? In much the same way as Indiana Jones collected all these relics and then would say, those things belong in a museum, not in a private collection or this kind of thing. So he was doing the same thing as these guys, right? This guy has his private collection of artifacts from antiquity. But I suppose just what I'm trying to say is that it seems to be a way, like if there's an Anglo connection that these English Freemasons seem to be big into, and of course people know, like collecting the artifacts of antiquity from ancient Egypt. So, and we know that's ties to Freemasonry as well. So I'm just sort of saying what he's doing there is very much considered to be a subject with which a good Freemason should concern himself with if he wanted to learn all about, say, alchemy and the antiquities and literature and all these kind of things that they would feel would give an illumined person a rounded education and stuff.
Yes. I mean, it's a pretty standard thing. You know, like I used to have collections of books, you know, antique weapons, you know, just like I used to, like me and the wife both had a thing for antique spoons. You know, it's a thing. I don't know. It's one of those that. One of those things that it's not really necessarily spoken outright, but it's something that everybody does. I don't know.
Yeah. So look, I just thought it was worth picking up on, but of course, look, there was all other artifacts there, and look, he started off by saying I was the only kid in my school who knew how to play the few notes from the Close Encounters of the Third Kind spaceship, the do 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 do. Even though, geez, I attempted that. I don't think I got that in tune. But anyway, he's claiming that he played that on the piano to the astonishment of his friends. And from there, his love of science fiction grew. But in science fiction, of course, there's not only elements of truth, but sometimes, well, a lot of the times, as we're finding out now, what was once science fiction is now reality. And this seems to happen a lot, say, with people like George C. Clarke and things like the belt of satellites named the Clarke Belt in his honor, supposedly. But of course, a lot of our history could be retconned. Do you remember what it stands for? Retroactive
continuity. Yeah.
Yes, continuity. Yeah, I think it's a word for rewriting history in the real world. But was there anything else that you wanted to pick out of that, like say, like a particular artifact or anything to do with gyroscopes or whatever?
Oh, well, I mean, the gyroscope thing is important because of the whole anti-gravity thing and all that, which that gets into the whole CIA and, you know, his involvement with CIA scientists and stuff like that. But I would also like to point to the fact that, you know, this is what I was talking about when I said he was a grown child. Like, you know, while he might be an antiquarian and into some very adult things, he's also into some very, childish things as well. I mean, there's an alien head like on his stove.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, again, you know, we know that there's a lot of collectors out there of lots of different things. It doesn't have to be paintings. Could be any artifact, you know, and he said, oh, this is the Terminator jacket. I mean, a lot of these guys you would imagine would like to impress their friends, whoever their friends are with it, you know, or even to sort of have their friends. They might imagine their friends might say, oh, he's so idiosyncratic, but he's so interesting with all the things he collects or whatever. I don't know. They like to maybe flatter themselves in their own heads what they might imagine people say about them. Or maybe he does have lots of parties and people come along and say, this is the most amazing place I've ever been in. Maybe I would at some point have thought that. But maybe these days I'd be sort of a little bit more concerned, all right. And as well, like these businessmen seem to have, you know, they always claim as well, like, oh, I only sleep 2 hours a day. I think you might say something like that. So they've all this time for making money as well as engaging in all their varied interests and hobbies. I don't buy all that either. I think that's part of the facade.
Yes, more than likely. I mean, they're going to keep up a certain amount of image just, you know, in general. Right, because just like how a Christian's behavior reflects on the church, like, you know, and things like, or can anyway, like their behavior reflects back on the temple and like, well, you know, and all that. So yeah, to some degree, they're gonna try to keep a manicured image, right? But it also plays into this whole like you know, nerds being super cool all of a sudden. You know, like Big Bang Theory type stuff. Like it's all of a sudden cool to be a nerd, and it's like, you know, it seems like he's part of that whole squad. It wouldn't surprise me to find out that he does hang out with like Zuckerberg and the rest, right?
Yes. I don't think I have the clip ready, but at some point in one of the videos that we've linked to, it shows. Maybe I have the clip. I don't know. We'll see. It talks about a guy who was also a Mormon, who was the, if not founder, CEO of. Maybe people don't remember it. I pronounced it novel. They're pronouncing it slightly different, but maybe it should be pronounced novel. I knew it as Novel Networks, and it was the main company in professional or corporate environment networking in the early to mid 90s, perhaps. But then when Microsoft decided that they were going to stop being just a standalone PC operating manufacturer, and they were going to compete with basically I suppose professional workspace networked computers, local area networks, and internet. And by the way, they still did have to sort out, like, you know, what protocols they were going to use, because even though we know that ARPANET turned into DARPANET, turned into the internet, which was at least going since the early 70s. Well, you know, I can tell you that from my memory, the most popular protocol to be used on computers in an office environment, even in the sort of late 90s, it hadn't been fully decided that it was TCP/IP. So even that, you know, there was Microsoft's, I think, NetBEUI, and there was IPX, SPX if you wanted to play games on a LAN and that kind of thing. So maybe I'm getting it slightly wrong, but my memory anyway is that Novel Networks, anyway, it for a long time it ran on top of Windows NT, or on top of Windows 95, or even on top of Windows 3.1, because Microsoft didn't have what the corporate environment considered to be a professional standard of networking. Anyway, long story short, or even longer, the CEO of Novel Networks came out, and I vaguely remember this, said in the press that he believed in UFOs and he thought aliens were real, and he was laughed out of it. And I think that was part of the reason why Novel then was able to be put into the dustbin of history as far as computers go, because everyone thought he's crazy, and we can't have a crazy man in charge of such a multinational corporation like this. He's going to tank the shares, you know. So, but he was pictured in a picture with Jeff Bezos all the way back then, and with other Mormons like this guy, Robert Bigelow. Sorry, Brandon Fugal, I should say.
Yeah. But yes, he was much was. They were all pictured together on the cover of a magazine as, like, you know, the rising stars of the tech world, right? So it, you know, it's one of those things that was foretold long ago that these people would be in the power positions they're in, right?
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm getting
article
at, you know.
in that magazine was it was foreboding like what we are now experiencing.
Now, maybe I have the clip of that. I just don't remember, but I might try in a bit. But look, let me catch up with a few of the comments here anyway, right? Soyface says, it's been 3 hours already? Wow, I thought it was maybe 1.5. Well, listen, that's a great compliment. She says, lol. Oh, there's JC. He's left and he's come back in. What time do we have? Well, my clock says that we've been live for 3 hours 21. But for whatever reason, StreamYard always gets it wrong by a few minutes. So maybe it's only 3 hours 19 or something like that. I don't know. But JC always pops out and pops back in again without his logo. It's weird, between 3 hours and 3.5 hours. Anyway, Kumar Relics, and Vingol says, saw Mission Impossible last night. Do they venerate them? So do they worship these artifacts? I guess to a certain extent. I guess, well, we see him doing that, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of like veneration for it, I would say. Like, you know, not obviously not in our Orthodox Christian sense, but you know, something like that though. Yeah,
Yeah.
like they revere them for sure. It's a, you know, it would kind of be like for him in that book, I would say it's probably on a like a Protestant sola scriptura level at the very least, you know, where like the book itself is important, right? It's not just a book with important information. It's now an important object in itself, right?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that-
it. It's more than just what's in it. It's who owned it, what hands touched it, all that. So she says there, he probably uses that 1611 King James version to do weird rituals with it. Maybe.
Yes, probably.
Now, Vingo says, that face when the OG text of your religion is recent AF. Okay. My house is older than that. Church history, says Soy Face. LMAO, blasphemers. Robert Boyle says Soyface was the founder of the Royal Society. Look, I'm sorry, I must be misremembering whatever it is that he founded then. Some other royal thing. Damn it. Maybe he founded the Order of the Royal Society or something. Listen, I'd have to go away and come back, right? I shouldn't go off on tangents I don't even remember.
There's so many, man. Like, you know, I used to be super familiar with all that stuff, but over the years, like with new clubs opening up and all these other kind of things, I can't even keep up with it anymore.
Well, look, anyway, I just often remember the sense of things. If you're not swimming in something every day, you forget the fine details. You just know where to look if you want to acquaint yourself with something, you know. Jemima says, Fugal, of or relating to, or in the style of a musical fugue or fugue. Well, I'll have to find out what a fugue is in relation to music. Arthur C. Clarke. Did I say Arthur Conan Doyle? I meant Arthur C. Clarke in relation to the satellite belt in the southeastern sky as far as the northern hemisphere goes. Anyway, Jemima says, yes, Case or KC had to go for a nap for his info. That I can believe, though. More reasonable than getting it from a top hat. Or regarding, is that what it is? The coming fake alien invasion. RFB, is that Richie from Boston? Reckons disclosure will come from Skinwalker Ranch or Range when they say they have dug up an ancient craft. They are digging there right now. Okay, well, I haven't seen it, but I think that I saw some topic that he published recently. Maybe it's very recently that he's said about that. So I'm going to have a look at that as soon as I can. So yeah, I believe that. I can believe that. That prediction sounds very likely to come true. Did I hear you saying that there, JC?
Yes, I like it. It's very likely. I have seen murmurs of that too, but it wasn't anything I could like verify as of yet. I was kind of watching the situation to see if it develops into anything or if it just kind of fizzles out and you never hear of it again. Right.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Yes, I have heard murmurs that it's like, what's underneath Skinwalker Ranch, right? Ooh.
Yeah. Well, maybe they need everyone to keep out until they plant whatever they want to be put under there. I mean, it would fit with the old Mormon thing. Show us where the plates are. I can't right now. You have to go away for a while and then come back and then I'll show you where they are, you know?
Right. And you got to have a special pair of glasses, like cut in the shape of a triangle going up and a triangle going down to read them. Yeah. That kind of thing.
See, these, again, like we've remarked before, it's the same template, it's the same general story, but reworked for a different audience. It's the same play, but with different backdrop. All our eons or epochs or generations in history, we have the same tales told to us. Like, I'll just say this, like, we thought that in the War of the Worlds, I thought, like, and we mentioned radio waves as well, back in the 1930s, people were shooting at water towers thinking that it was alien craft landing in their hometown. And I suppose it's an allegory or a metaphor for doing harm to your own resources or to your own sustenance and well-being. But I thought, how could people in the past, I knew people in the past were stupid, obviously, but how could people in the past have been that stupid that they could, listen to a show on the radio, think it was the news and go out and shoot their own water tower thinking it was a alien craft landing? Well, it turns out that that's not probably quite the story. That was the story that was put out by the news media then later. But who's to know that they're telling the truth? And they probably weren't. But more than that, even if people were gullible enough to do that, it wasn't that people in the past were stupid enough to do that. It's that you believe the message is the medium, and you believe whatever the medium says rather than the message. there's the air of authority that just being on the radio gives something. And then more than that is that we see how the stupidity, the thick vein of stupidity that runs through human beings, they'll believe whatever they're told to believe, even if they think that they're rational and careful, cautious people who don't rush to judgment. They do.
That's very true. That is very true. I can't find any fault with that.
Well, let me just catch up with the comments then. Vingol says, weird that it says that only one is watching when it's clear that we're at least three. I appreciate that because I've suspected for a while that either StreamYard doesn't count them properly because I get a readout of how many people are watching, but it's delayed perhaps by a minute or two. And maybe YouTube isn't pushing forward the right data. So that's useful information. Thanks for that feedback, Vingol.
Well, they're changing the algorithm to benefit minority creators, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, to benefit so unless I actually specifically go out of my way about telling them that I need to be included as a minority woman of color in a wheelchair, that they're not going to help me out. They're going to assume that I'm one of those. And I haven't mentioned it, but I'm still a member of the sexist, racist, misogynist, bigot plus community. So maybe they know that I'm a member of those, so they don't like those, They're bigoted against those people.
Technically, though, that should help us, if they were being honest, because, I'm half Native American. Mom's on the dolls roll. It's not
Yes.
a contested thing. So it's like, well, I'm a minority. Why won't you boost me? Oh, that's right. I don't agree with your bullshit. That's why.
Yeah, that's it. It didn't help Dinesh D'Souza. If you don't agree with everything that they have to say or they want you to say, well, then you're off the reservation. We see that happening all the time as well.
Both figuratively and in reality.
Yeah, often the reality as well. Vingol said, I said George C. Clarke rather than Arthur C. Clarke. Thanks. I actually appreciate that level of correction. It's not pernickety. I appreciate that.
I caught the C. Clarke part and knew what you were what you meant. I suppose
Yeah,
I didn't catch it when you said it, but I knew, in my head, I thought you said Arthur.
And by the way, that's exactly what happens when you have this layer of pressure. It happens when you're, standing in front of a group of people and you're trying to talk off the cuff as well. You just mix up stuff in your head because your subconscious is thinking about of a million things at once, and it all gets mishmashed when it comes out through your mouth. Then
It doesn't help when you have an 80-pound pit bull trying to drive her head up underneath your ass either.
Okay, well, fair enough. But you have a dog there anyway. Okay.
Yeah, she's trying to get me to pay attention. Like the wife had to take her out, but she wanted me to take her, and she was just bitching.
Yeah.
Doing her
fair
thing.
enough. Oh, right. Well, fair enough. We'll wrap this up before the end of the 4 hours. Then we're at 3 hours 30. So no messing about anymore.
Oh, it's fine. There's no big deal.
Now, Jemima saying it's all going a bit secret window now. I don't know what that is, but maybe that's a bad thing. Vingol says, I see my videos losing likes and views all the time. Jemima says, I'll come check your channel after this, Vingol. Damn it, I'm reading personal conversations now. Easy to do, says Vingol. You have George C. Scott, for instance. Who is he again? Do you remember? It doesn't matter if we don't remember. We'll move on. It might have been John Evelyn.
Yeah.
You don't know. No, George C. Scott
was one of the guys I listed, the Boyle guy, Evelyn, and there's a handful of others, but Boyle was must have been the main guy, and then ranked down. It does seem very much like the Mormon Church that was I kept getting them confused with the Round Table Society, but the Royal Society was founded in the 1600s by a group of people, very much like the Mormon Church was.
Oh, but I mean, it's just a different iteration. I mean, in the same way as the Bilderbergers is another iteration of the Royal Society. It's just same idea. Doesn't matter what you call them.
Rings within rings, as they say.
Exactly. Rings within rings. Now, yes. Anyway, I think we're caught up and accidentally, put private conversation on screen. Not that it makes any difference. There's Vingol's channel, youtube.com/c/Vingol. But anyway, and as Jemima says, it might have been John Evelyn or Evelyn. He was certainly an archaeologist of old. Anyway, now we're kind of caught up. what I want to say is to you is that let's try and get back to finishing off in the last half hour. What do we want to say about Skinwalker Ranch? It seems to be that we've kind of arrived at a place where we're saying it's hocus pocus, it's nonsense, it's a contrived story. It's been retroactively. Damn it! What does it stand for? Retroactively?
Retroactive continuity.
Continuity. Right. So they've sent backwards in time this story to have it retroactively a continuous story or the appearance of one. So we seem to have arrived at a point where we're saying we don't believe any of it. But actually, I want to kind of say, balance it up by saying, well, like what I said at the beginning, I do think there's an element of truth to legends of Sasquatch. I don't think, like in Greek, when something is a myth, it doesn't mean that it's false. It means that it's a story passed on by word of mouth or tradition because there's something instructive in it, part of our culture that we want to keep. And it doesn't imply that it's false or just an interesting fantasy tale. So I do think that I'm open to the possibility that there are rifts in time, that there have been rituals, magic incantations, whatever you call it, that have indeed opened up portals to hell, other dimensions, an underworld. There is, especially in America, that there is the idea that it is the crucible, whereby men, you mentioned this before. I'm going to ask you this then. Can you remember and tell me about Native American stories, mythos, about something underneath the land of the whole of America, not just the USA, but all the way down into the Aztecs and the Incas, and these gods again, like Quetzalcoatl or like the Snow Wolf, who will come up from under the ground and talk to people shamanistically, whatever. But there's it's not just hallucinating stuff. Can you speak to that a bit?
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of different legends of, talking to beings. Like for the Cherokee, for instance, you have like the moon-eyed children, which I would equate to the English Fae, right? Like the fairies, the Fae folk, the little people, right? They only come out at, during the moonlight. They live in rocks and inside mountains and things like that. You had the giants and all those kind of things. And, with the Aztecs, you have the story of the sun entering into the earth or whatever through that lake that they built their city on. Right. There's all kinds of different legends, but they basically amount to the same thing that the European ones do. You're going to come to the same conclusions at the end of them anyway, or at least you're supposed to. Right. But okay. America is like the alchemical melting pot for this whole great work, though, for sure.
An alchemical melting pot, and therefore, like, witchcraft is being done on both a sort of micro level and on a grand macro level. And it's so big that people can't see it. We're used to the fact that something's so small they can't see it, but there's a sort of a meta narrative that's going on, which is like a big spell. And, I can't remember exactly the legend, but there are legends of like even the monuments. And I think most of us are familiar now with the idea that the founding fathers of America, if they weren't all Freemasons, they're Freemason adjacent or Illuminati. And that a lot of the monuments have things buried underneath them. I mean, for example, a time capsule, which sounds innocuous, was supposed to have been buried under the Georgia Guidestones, which recently, I think it was only in 2022, were exploded under suspicious circumstances. And what's even more suspicious is that we heard nothing about the perpetrators or who they might have been. It was just, nobody knows, we'll move on. Just like nobody knows who put that cocaine into the West Wing of the White House. Could have been anybody. We just move on, and it's an unsolved mystery. Anyway, under all of the monuments in the United States, there are supposed to be things buried underneath there, occultic things. Well, occult just means hidden, but also perhaps artifacts that are cursed, maybe, I know that Nicolas Cage did that movie about Mount Rushmore. I can never remember if it's North Dakota or South Dakota, those mountains there where the heads are carved into, and that there's a whole cavernous area behind them where there's artifacts there. What's the series of movies called that Nicolas Cage was in?
Treasure. And I mean, there is a cavity in behind those. It's supposed to just be like a maintenance area or something like that, but who knows what's back there, really.
Yeah, who knows? But there's interesting movies about that. Again, there's probably based in truth, kernels of truth there, and no doubt Nicolas Cage is familiar with a bit more of the tales than we are, and maybe he's because of the fact that he's had long service in leading us all by the nose into certain stories, which affects the way that we perceive the world, and therefore has an effect that can be predicted or reasonably predicted amongst. If you take a view over large swathes of population, and don't forget now they have social media to be able to have a good insight into what they call big data as to what people are thinking, feeling, planning on possibly doing because of the thoughts they're having and the movies that they've watched. Then other things can be based on the ideas that were presented in those movies that will allow people to maybe be guided in a certain way, like this guiding hidden hand that's always trying to control society like a flock of sheep.
Yeah, which I would definitely say Nicolas Cage is aware. I mean, if you look at his pre-built tomb down in New Orleans, there, it's a pyramid. Like,
Yeah.
It's quite literally a pyramid. So
Right.
he's aware. I like
Okay.
his movies, but yeah, he's got to be aware. There's no way like you have a pyramid as your tomb if you're not like at least tacitly aware of the mysteries and stuff like that. Like, he's thinking of
Yeah.
himself like a pharaoh at this point, like, which the fact of the matter is the Great Pyramid and stuff was never meant to be a tomb. That's what they'll tell you in the mainstream, but I believe I've said it before, like they're meant for initiation, right? The 3 stages of the mysteries, right? Like, you take the pharaoh through there to initiate him into the mysteries and like make him pharaoh, basically. Kind of the same thing as like, how we go through the presidential ceremony or the coronation ceremony for the king or whatever. It's the same thing. It's just, done through the lens of the mystery schools rather than some other one.
Well, as far as not being a tomb, so that does seem to be, what sounds plausible and reasonable and backed up by people who you can see currently on the internet. And I know their names when I'm not on live on stream, but I keep forgetting who are those guys. Graham Hancock and the other guy.
Randall Carlson.
Yes, so they have a lot of interesting stuff about the pyramids and Egypt and things like that. But I think it was, look, maybe it's not his own original idea, but it might have been Abraxas, maybe it was somebody else who was looking at the English word in a slightly different way, pyramid, saying, oh, it's like pyramid, fire in the middle of it. So if you're saying that pharaohs were being brought into the pyramid to initiate them into the mysteries, well, it makes a person illumined, right? Fire and light. So it speaks to the sort of the macro and the micro. What is above, so below. What is outside, so inside, and this kind of thing. So there's a metaphor there that if you bring him into the pyramid and there's a fire lit inside the pyramid, well, then you're lighting a fire in his mind by initiating him.
Well, like everybody looks at the Great Pyramid and they see that box, that granite box sitting inside, and it's got a corner cracked off and it's missing its lid, and they're like, oh, there must have been a mummy in there and somebody took it out. It's like, no. It's like, have you ever seen the movie Good Shepherd, where Matt Damon's character lays in a coffin and then confesses all his secrets, dies symbolically, and then is raised out of that coffin by the lion's paw? Like, do you remember that scene? Well, just imagine that scene taking place inside of a giant pyramid in a granite box instead of a wooden coffin, and you got the right idea.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking of the Yale people doing their auto-erotic stuff inside a coffin as part of their initiation, all right. Now, I don't know if Jemima is referring to what we're talking about or what people are talking about in the comments, but she's saying, no more SH1T land talk, please. I went on a... Oh, Shetland, but she's saying it in a bad way. I went on a rant here once about it. John might not appreciate it again. Oh, okay. Listen, I don't dislike Shetland. I kind of forget, but I did accidentally take a strong stance on something I had never visited. Or I think I haven't anyway. But anyway, I'll move on. Appreciate your comment. And Crispy Rothschild says, what's going on here? As if he's a policeman stepping in. We're nearly finished, we hope. Watch it on the playback, Crispy. Hopefully you'll appreciate it. But stay here until we're done anyway. Vingel says, yeah, it's a good deal darker. Oh, no, it's a private conversation about maybe the light and that kind of thing above a certain line of latitude. Right, okay. What I want to ask you before we move on, maybe, and play another clip from something, is there anything then that maybe you feel that you wanted to say but haven't yet said about something to do with what might be, if there is a real skinwalker, right? If there is a real wolf man, whether he's supernatural, whether he come out of the ground, or whether it's just a man blowing powder or whatever, is there something about this, the more supernatural aspect of this, maybe the crucible of fire of America, and why it's located in, say, when we were talking before, we were talking about that phenomenon like called not Trinity Site, but that place that's on the Trinity border. Again, the name, I've forgotten it, but it's supposed to be the center of the universe place. We looked at it briefly before. Jay-Z Dreamer has got a good video on it. Anyway, in that regard, right? So the mysteries, rebuilding, the idea that there might be another apocalypse, whether a deluge or by fire of nuclear winter fire, whatever. Is there something you want to say with regard to the location of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, even going down into California and Mexico there? Baja, California. What can you say about this region that might have something to do with supernatural that you might concede? Yeah, I could believe, like me, it might be plausible. It might be theoretically possible that there could be such a thing as a rift in a space-time continuum or dimension.
Well, they say that, during like one of the cataclysm cycles there, that, we got hit by like, a big space rock in the the southwest area and just off the coast of California and all that kind of stuff. And it could be that these space rocks are giving off waves that affect human beings, right? And it could, like, and there's stories from the Native Americans talking about, like, a serpent from the sky, a fiery serpent from the sky, and all these kind of things. You have, and you have record of it going all the way clear up to like Eskimo territory. Like the Eskimos' ulu knives are made out of meteorite because they don't have any other sources of iron, right? So like we definitely did get a meteor shower here in North America, and who knows if there's radiation or God knows what coming off of those. It could cause some kind of weird paranormal activity. It's hard to say,
Yeah, that's a very, very good point there. All right, there's there can be radiation we just don't see, and you need a Geiger counter. So look, there could be real phenomena there, and there
could be something that's not even radiation, something that we're not even familiar with yet.
Yes, exactly. Right? Because again, the whole idea that there's alpha, beta, and gamma radiation. Maybe there's other kinds, I don't know. But again, it's all just stuff that I don't, I'm passively familiar with. But I mean, I'm taking a lot of people's word for it, and especially when we talk about, like, all these different scientists, a lot of them are, if not paperclip, but adjacent to paperclip. And you think something, you think, oh yeah, you get a Geiger counter, and then somebody says, oh, you're better off measuring the number of sieverts. You can't directly measure Geigers, whatever. And you're like, oh, listen, whatever is the bad kind of radiation,
Yeah, like, radiation is it's a funny thing. Like most things, like in small amounts, like, we kind of need it to live and like not freeze to death. But at the same time, it will completely, like, take you apart, like, quite literally. So,
Again, I mean, I've said before that I'm skeptical now that there is such a thing as a nuclear bomb, or if there is, I'm skeptical that they even use it in Nagasaki or Hiroshima. I'm skeptical that the Trinity blast or the one that they did in Bikini Atoll or others. I'm skeptical that what we saw weren't just matchstick figures, or houses being blown down. I'm skeptical that there isn't, radiation, or that it's a no-go, that it isn't a no-go zone in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, in the same way as they claim that it still is around Chernobyl. 3 Mile Island, I'm not sure what the situation is with that. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense within the canon of its own story there.
Yes.
And the way that they described... Yes, they are, and having maybe we'll have to do a stream on the Manhattan Project and on Oppenheimer, because Oppenheimer was, yes, you guessed it, connected to a dynasty of Germanic sounding banking families. And well, look, seeing as I brought it up, I'll just say what I learned recently. He tried to poison a friend of his with an apple. By leaving a poisoned apple on his desk and then going away on holidays. And what was the reason for it? Well, his friend told him, I'm getting married. And he felt some kind of jealousy or whatever, you know. Not saying that he was, you know, well, I don't know what I'm not saying. But anyway, that's the caliber of the guy then who went on to sort of say, oh, I'm so sad that I have become, I am become death and this kind of thing, and over egg the theatrical pudding about him having the power of a nuclear blast from Indian lore, you know.
Yeah, well, if it's going by Indian lore anyway, like, you know, that I am become death, destroyer of worlds, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, from their perspective, it's just part of a cycle. Like, becomes Shiva, destroys the world, and then the world is then reborn, right? So it's a like a time of sadness and rejoice. It's a dialectical tension type deal. So to him, like, it might not have all been as sad as what he portrayed.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But he was definitely portraying something. He was acting. Anyway, look, I don't want to get into it now, but we should get into it in another stream to look into Oppenheimer, because there's something very funky going on there. I mean, of course there is, with the Alamo and the Manhattan Project and all that. But look,
you know,
maybe
they would release that Oppenheimer show right now when they've been hyping up, like, you know, 2 minutes to midnight and all this other kind of shit. They're trying to wind people up.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that they had. I mean, maybe that rings a bell, but I am. You've reminded me now. I didn't remember, but I did know. I had heard that there's a new Oppenheimer. Is it a TV series on Netflix or something, or is it a movie?
It, like, well, either way, like, the Netflix series are basically just really long movies segmented, but it's one or the other. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
Point still remember propaganda.
Well, what we have is a confluence of stories. We have stories that are I know I'm misusing the word, but stories that are mutually sort of flowing in together to create a larger meta narrative. UFOs and nuclear stuff and all that kind of thing, you know, as well as skinwalkers and werewolves.
I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to do with this, is, like, you know, to show, like, okay, you got the Mormon Church and Freemasonry acting like as a hinge point between Skinwalker Ranch, Operation Underground Railroad, the Sound of Freedom, and all this kind of stuff. Like, it's, you know, like I say all the time, like, both the left and the right are up to the same kind of shit. It's just they are actually competing against each other. It's like, you know, two employees competing for the same promotion. So, right, like, they're always trying to expose each other's schemes and get one over on the other, but we're going to the same place. So this is just really showing the spider web of the right hand side of
very good politics. Yeah, very good. One will expose the other. Listen, we have, like, I wouldn't have to like finish it exactly 4, but that makes something be appropriate. I think I have a video that's appropriate to that. Let me play it, because I think you're gonna like this.
Right.
A quick one. What we're looking at here is 3 sections of a t-shirt or undervest, and it's got the square and the compass and a ruler. And this quote here, I don't know exactly who it is saying it, but it's from something I've already read from, and maybe I'll go through this whole Substack later. The name of the Substack author, I think, is Anon Famous, but anyway, the URL is anonfamous.substack.com. And this particular article, it's a very long article, is the Tim Ballard rabbit hole. I'm just starting from another section here. So this quote says, "I can't believe as a member that I never knew I was wearing Masonic symbols on my underwear every day. No one tells you before you go through the temple that Joseph Smith took almost everything from the Masons. And I'd argue almost no members know this today." So there we are, the Masonic symbols, the square, the compass, and the ruler. 24-inch gauge, 2 feet. The means that the that means that the Mormon Church believe occult symbols equals good. Or maybe it means to say this means that. Equals good. They wear magical pajamas that include Masonic symbolism, and Joseph Smith comes from a long line of Freemasons. Glenn Beck, who, by the way, was born into a Catholic family, maybe was just nominally, a bit like myself, although we did go to church, but I stopped going to church when I was a teenager. Maybe Glenn Beck was similar. Maybe he wasn't that pushed about his Catholic faith, but at some point, anyway, he decided to become a Mormon, a member of the Church of the Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ. And that's another story. We'll go more deeply into that, but he did work in Provo, Utah, and he currently works for the Blaze Media, which seems to be owned by Mormons as well, or fully stocked with them anyway. So Glenn Beck and Tim Ballard are pushing a strange agenda. I think you're going to like this, focusing on putting a certain country on a pedestal. Maybe I'll see if I can make the text a bit bigger here so that you can read it. Maybe better if you're on a phone. So that's made it a bit too big, which has made the thing push on to Tim's sister Emily. But we don't need to, I think, go that far at the moment. And sorry for losing my place here. Gosh darn it. Well, at least you can see that this is sort of authentic. Oh, maybe it's gone prior there. Well, there's Tim Ballard, in case you missed another video, right? This is advertising for another video that I'll put up around the same time. There's Tim Ballard with Melvin Ballard, Melvin Russell Ballard, I think it is, Jr., who I don't know if that's his father or grandfather. It might be, but at least they're in the same, photographed in the same place there. This guy Melvin is the third most senior person in the Church of Mormons, or Latter-day Saints, whatever. Anyway, if I scroll back or scroll down, hopefully I'll get to where I was. His sister is the PR agent for Operation Underground Railroad. Tim Ballard, right, there's more to go into there. Oh, connection with Hillary Clinton, possibly. There he is. There's Tim Ballard wearing a Mason tie. That's the tie with the G in the center for whatever it stands for. You know, it could stand for a lot of different things with the square and the compass. And there he is wearing the tie. What does it say? Listen, as soon as I've skipped my place here, it says Tim Ballard wore a Freemason tie to his meeting in Argentina. Attorney General Juan Bautista Mahiquez, in charge of the City Public Prosecutor's Office, and Timothy Ballard, president of the Operation Underground Railroads organization, signed an agreement, not railroads, railroad, signed an agreement to promote institutional collaboration through the development of mutual cooperation and interinstitutional assistance actions. Well, who could argue with that? Anyway, let's see if I can get back to the Glenn Beck thing now. I only meant this to be a real quick one. Glenn Beck, friends with Tim Ballard and Freemason. Why was Glenn Beck in a movie produced by James Alefantis? Look, I'm going to have to come back to that part later, right? Glenn Beck and Ted Cruz publicly worship George Washington's Masonic compass. Oh, I said this is going to be a quick one. I'm going to have to do a longer one later on this. But here we are. Glenn Beck and Tim Ballard are pushing a strange agenda focusing on putting a certain country, right, on a pedestal. Let's see if I can get away with playing this. Gosh darn it. It's just... Okay, I'm doing it live. I'm imitating somebody doing an impression of that fellow who was on Fox News, but hasn't been for a long time. And I can't even remember his name. He was supposed to be an Irish guy. Anyway, here's Glenn Beck talking to Tim Ballard.
The generation of the founders, and George Washington and the founders made a covenant with God, and it is the reason why we were founded, why we were protected, and why Israel was established.
Uh-oh.
Now, Timothy Ballard has the book out, The Covenant, and it is a theory that you're not going to get anyplace else. You're probably one of the very few, besides David Barton and me, that get teary-eyed talking about this stuff.
I get emotional. And then what happens?
I'm just going to skip back a little bit, right? It's only a short video. I said it was only going to be a short video, but I'm going to skip back and just... Did I see what I thought I saw?
Me, they'd get teary-eyed talking.
We have to go back before the teary-eyed business.
Has the book out, The Covenant, and it is a theory that...
So did he just say Tim Ballard, the guy we're looking at there, the guy of Operation Underground Railroad? I mean, I'm learning as I go here. Maybe you all know this, that he wrote this book called The Covenant, One Nation Under God. America's sacred and immutable connection to ancient Israel by Timothy Ballard. Really? Oh, let me just go back to just double check to hear what I think I thought that I might have heard.
Why we were founded, why we were...
Oh, sorry. I'll go back to the beginning. Sorry.
The generation of the founders, and George Washington and the founders made a covenant with God, and it is the reason why we were founded, why we were protected, and why Israel was established. Now, Timothy Ballard has the book out, The Covenant, and it
has a book out. Timothy Ballard has a book out. The guy sitting there, the director or whatever he is, CEO of Operation Underground Railroad, or was, maybe has been kicked out, who knows. The guy is saving all them kids down in Mexico, or is it Colombia, or is it Haiti, or who knows. Tim Ballard wrote this book, America's Sacred and Immutable. What does immutable mean? It means unchangeable, right? So tied at the hip to ancient, you know what. Oh, God. Oh, boy.
It is a theory that you're not going to get anyplace else. You're probably one of the very few, besides David Barton and me, that get teary-eyed talking about this stuff.
Glenn Beck gets teary-eyed talking about the fact that America is joined at the hip to... Well, he said it.
I get emotional. And then what happens?
And he gets emotional. And then what happens? Tell us, Tim. What happens then?
It's not over yet. George Washington comes out and takes his oath, raises his arm in the fashion of a covenant maker, and places his hand on the Bible. But not just on the Bible, but in the Bible.
But in the Bible. Well, maybe he's got the wrong picture. Maybe in his mind's eye he's thinking of some other image, because the hand is on the Bible there. But I don't know. Let's move on anyway. Because I thought he was going to say on the Book of Mormon, not the Bible. But we'll see anyway.
Where he placed his hand told the world and the nation that he understood the covenants of Israel and...
Really? Really did it? I mean, we'll have to see what he was looking at, because he seems to be reading a hell of a lot into it. Or maybe we'll have to go look at Timothy's book and read his explanation. There seems to be a very rich seam here and a very deep rabbit hole to go down. I didn't know it was going to be like this when I first started casually looking into Tim Ballard and the Sound of Freedom.
He understood that this covenant had been imported by the founders into the United States of America.
Oh, boy. Oh. And look, did you see that Believe Me look? I'll have to go back for the Believe Me look.
The generation...
He's, I mean... You know, I've said before, like, that I'm kind of trying to stretch things. He looks really angry. He's going to go, you must believe. But he's, but you have to believe. The Believe Me look, you know? Oh, yes. So I would say he's acting there. He's portraying. And sorry if that was all a bit loud there, but he gets teary-eyed, very passionate. So we'd have to go, oh my God, the man is passionate. Believe him. No time for questions. Just believe him. Right, I'm going to leave it there because I said it was going to be a short one. We'll leave that as a teaser then for going into this in more depth at some time. Right, JC, that was me talking earlier today, just before the stream. So I'll put that out as a separate video. I'm not sure if I should try and edit it in. That's me doing a short video. Oh, jeez. But what do you think anyway?
Beautifully done, actually. Like, yes, that would be exactly the road I would be wanting to go down in this sense, because like I've been trying to tell people forever. Even as recent as when he had Whitney Webb on, like, anybody notice how like he had Whitney Webb on, she tells him what's going on, and then the very next day he acts like he didn't even talk to her, right? Like it went in one ear and out the fucking other, right? It's it's all too perfect. British Israelism right there in your face. Exactly what we've been talking about over these streams. The Zionism, the desire to build this empire between that little country there, the little country, little island country in the middle of the Atlantic, and this one, right? It's a plan, folks. It's a plan, and the people on both the left and the right are maneuvering us right towards it.
So there is an Anglo connection, but can you say, like, because I know you said it before, and maybe I didn't ask you specifically, but can you define what you mean by he acted as though he hadn't been talking to Whitney Webb? Can you flesh that out a little bit? In what way did he act?
Oh, well, I mean, the very next day, like, she tells him, basically lays this out and is like, okay, look, Trump and all that mess, like, it's all contrived, man. Like, basically lays out that both the right's taking him for a ride, right? Well, the very next day, he has them on and is just eating their shit. I thought maybe it was like Dan Crenshaw or somebody like that. I can't remember exactly who it was. He was talking to, but he was talking to a Republican and just acting like the whole election like issues and all the stuff that Whitney told him, like he was acting like it wasn't a thing. Like they were talking like it was business as usual. So, even though he acted like he took all that in, it didn't change his like direction at all.
Okay. And then let me say this then. The reason why it didn't seem to faze him was because he knew it all already.
Yes, exactly that. It's one of those things that he got set up with her on his show because she had become popular with his audience, not because he actually gives a shit about what she has to say. He knows all that already. He's not dumb.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and look,
he knows exactly what's going on.
And while there are people who say that Whitney Webb herself does not have a fully fleshed out background and that she herself might be working for some, underworld organization, or that she's too good to be true or whatever, I'm appreciative to hear what she has to say. I mean, I'd much rather not have to painstakingly go through all the who did what, when, and why, and where. I'd rather just fix things like now. But as I've said before, I'm impatient like that, and I don't want to have to, basically cross corroborate every issue of who's doing what, where, and why. But we're not in power, so we can't do anything. Maybe all we have to do is maybe for the future generation. I'd like to be sorted out this generation, but seeing that it likely won't be, we at least have to forewarn the next generation to sort of say, don't do what every other generation did and just leave the problem to be solved by the next generation. And don't forget who these people are. Don't fall into complacency. At least don't do that. So don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody fully. But there's a fellow called Brendan Lee O'Connell. I don't know if he's still on YouTube or not. He's got a very abrasive attitude. Maybe it's understandable because he's been through so much. Like, he doesn't just discover these things secondhand by reading about it. He is in the thick of it, perhaps. But he thinks that Whitney Webb is too good to be true, that she wouldn't be on Glenn Beck's show. But the reason why I kind of wanted to bring all that in is because it could be that Glenn Beck said, this girl is popular, we'd better bring her on to give her the idea that she's being listened to. And then people who are in the know, who might appreciate what she says, might look into me, and then her reputation might be poisoned by association. Now, she certainly seemed starstruck when she was on his interview, but maybe she was feeling like all her life's work had come to some kind of fruition when she was finally on somebody who she had admired, and maybe she thought that Glenn Beck genuinely is a journalist of long standing who has not just an illustrious career, but maybe she thought that his character is good. Maybe she never looked into him too much because she admired him.
Yeah, all those things are absolutely possible. I've never put it out of the realm of possibility that she can be a double agent. It's always possible. The thing is, in this particular situation, I wasn't worried about it because the things she did say to Glenn Beck were technically true. And if he ignored them, then, it kind of lets me know where he's at. Right?
Yeah.
But even if she is a double agent, the things she said, I can verify myself are true. The elections are bummed. The election machines are hacked. You just can't get around that fact. There've been people testify to Congress to this fact, and they still never did anything about it. Right?
Yeah.
And there's a reason they won't let you see the code. Right? They don't want anyone to see the code because there's code in there to where they can flip the election just by a smidgen over to whoever they want. So it looks like they won by a split hair, right?
Yeah.
they're good at this. They know better than to make it a landslide. It's got to be a small enough margin where people won't go, right?
Right. Don't cheat too hard. But anyway, yeah, as Jemima there says, yes, he already knew, and Whitney Webb is a first-class researcher. She shows and references everything. Yeah, you couldn't ask for any more than that. Most people don't even give you a rationale as to why they say anything, let alone sort of references and you know, things you can actually go and cross-reference yourself to corroborate what they're saying. And what people often say is, no matter what she's talking about, they say, oh, but she refuses to name a certain other thing, right? And in fact, during the interview that she did with, well, I can't remember for sure that it was with Glenn Beck, but she probably did. Well, you're saying she did, right? But what I do remember was when she was talking to Patrick Ben-David, she definitely mentioned, and he wanted to move on because he likes Trump, but she wanted to say, oh, I just want to warn you, don't trust Trump too much, because he is a collector of antiquities and of awards from these people who we're not going to mention anymore now if we can help it, and from that country we're not going to mention anymore. And she did draw him a clear line between Trump and that country in the Middle East. And even Patrick Ben-David kind of went, oh, okay, fair enough, yeah, but moved on. He didn't explore that anymore. Now, I'm not saying that that implies he's controlled opposition. It's not proof of anything. But what it is that she has said on more than one occasion, if she said it on Glenn Beck's as well, she has mentioned the connection there. So there's probably not much more she can do. I mean, and if she's controlled opposition, she's the best of controlled opposition, because she's bringing a lot of people up to speed.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, Trump's connections to that little country and to all kinds of other things, including Freemasonry, are quite clear. And, you know, it just, it boggles the mind sometimes. It's just like I had to like comment under a video. I couldn't let it go. I just couldn't, because today he posts, this dude, conservative, posts a video and says, what was it? Oh, yeah. Biden is pushing the AI agenda, losing jobs, blah, 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 blah. Well, like, the thing is, Trump signed a pro AI development bill in 2019, so apply that same standard equally, Hoss. Like, you know, that's the kind of shit that gets on my nerves. You know, it makes me angry because it's disingenuous as shit.
Yes, definitely. You know, what I was going to leave it out, but what I want to do is include this, right? There's another YouTuber, quite famous. Maybe he's got actually millions on TikTok or somewhere else, but he's maybe just in the hundreds of thousands, or maybe certainly tens of thousands, called Awaken with JP. And he's got another channel called JP Reacts. And this is, I think, from the JP Reacts. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. This guy who's a comedian, you and I have talked about him offline. Again, trust nobody. He was very good during the con vids and all that. And he has pushed back on a lot of the, you know, fascistic narratives where we're just told to stop looking into things, don't trust our own minds, discard the evidence of our own lying eyes and ears, and just believe whatever they tell us to believe. He's pushed back on a lot of that in a very good way by using humor, which, you know, I usually don't have the patience to do. As I said to you probably last week or the week before, I'll start laughing again when all these problems are fixed. And well, not all these problems, it's only really one major problem. And I'll laugh again when that's done. It seems sacrilegious almost to laugh, you know, through the tears, through the anguish. But anyway, I want to bring in this video. I won't play all of it, but it's Awaken with JP. I tried to make a video about this, but then discovered that I'd changed my mic settings or whatever, and none of what I was saying was recorded. So maybe next time around it'll be better. But want to do this kind of live and just bring in a bit of what he's saying, because what he's saying is remarkable. And maybe it's to do with, you know, is Tim Ballard a Freemason as well as a Mormon? And is that picture of him that was all over apparently Twitter, him wearing the Masonic themed tie, is it legitimate? I think it is, and I think JP confirms this. And I'll say no more than that because I don't want to spoil it. But I think if you haven't seen this, and if anybody else hasn't seen this, I think this will again remind you: trust nobody. Don't think that any of the YouTubers that you think are alt-right or alternative news or whatever. Don't ever sort of say whatever they say, I'll trust implicitly, because they might tell you 99 things that are true in 99 different videos, and just that one video that they push the poison pill down the gullet.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And, I'll say this, like, when it comes to this Freemason stuff, this is one of the things that the Patriot movement is going to have a problem with. Because if you're an American patriot and a constitutionalist and all this other kind of stuff, where you're going to have to, like, square the fact that the fuckers who designed this country did it to bring us to exactly where we're at, and they were all Masonic fucks that hate you. So,
Yeah.
They can't square that circle. They're so caught on this right-wing, like, constitutionalist thing that, it's going to be hard for them to deal with these facts.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's cue this up, and I might skip through it a bit, but I'll start from about the 3 minutes. I hope it's not starting with 3 minute 30, but anyway, I'll start from a little way into the video.
Mm-hmm.
Still confused at how Sound of Freedom is considered controversial. Yeah. And I just want to share sort of like some metrics of how freaking awake people are to what's really going on. The Sound of Freedom, it has so much attention. Like we just saw, it's earned over $85 million at the box office. And that's after Disney bought the movie and kept it on the shelf for 5 years to make sure it's not released. Then it was eventually bought from another studio. But people are not only loving the movie, loving the mission that it exposes and the problem that it exposes, but they're very awake to the corruption of why the movie is being smeared. People, they're paying attention to that. So just this past Saturday, 3 days ago as of this recording, I released a newscaster video on the Comedy Channel, Why Elites Are Panicking Over This, and it's the Sound of Freedom. And it's already got over 750,000 views, which is pretty good for 3 days. People are paying attention to this corruption that's going on. And I can personally testify to the character of Tim Ballard.
Now, I'm just going to pause it there. He's already said basically anybody who is saying that this movie is suspect is trying to suppress it. And you know the template. We've fallen for this template perhaps in the past. So I'm one of these guys who's calling it into doubt or criticizing it, then I'm smearing it, like in the same way as the leftists say, oh, he wrote not an article, but a screed about something, because they just use a word that has negative connotations and then they paint you as the bad guy. Now, he's just said that he could personally testify to the character of Tim Ballard. Now, he doesn't say to the good character, but he at least implies that.
Well, like, after you brought this up, I'd meant to tell you this earlier. I had been perusing around about JP, right? Like doing a little bit of my investigative work, put some of my people on it. Like,
oh, good. Go ahead then, yeah.
Well, he did a video recently, and some Mormons happened to be watching his videos. And let me just read this out to you. This is from a guy named Archimedes PPL, who is a Mormon, apparently. And he says, I'm a big fan of J.P. Sears and his YouTube series about ultra-spiritual life. In particular, I'm a big fan of his essential oils videos, among others. But in this video, I couldn't help but notice his entirely authentic and legit mission name tag. Not to mention that the video took place in Utah. And, there's some other things, like I found some other things where it talks about, J.P. Sears had changed his mind about God and Christianity. J.P. Sears, a well-known comedian from Waking with J.P. YouTube channel, has been more outspoken lately about his belief in God. And, these kind of things. So, I would say, which God, sir? And, it would appear with that name tag and him, taking little special trips to Utah, like something's going on here. Like, he might be in the middle of a Mormon conversion. And, if he is, that would explain a lot now, wouldn't it?
It would. So he's either a Mormon or he's converting to Mormonism.
Yes, it would seem so. He's at least considering it, right? It would seem he is considering it.
And if he is converting or considering, maybe it's under duress even.
I mean, it could be, but I would say that it's more likely that as the Overton window has moved and JP has been alienated by the left and pushed right and started making friends within the right, like, I would say that they probably got to him. More than likely, they might have.
When I hear the phrase, Yeah, when I hear the phrase that somebody got to somebody, it's a bit like, somebody come along and saying, nice house you have there in California, JP. My gosh, your wife is very lovely and so are your children. I just hope in these times, where you just never know, that there could be random things happen when you're out in the street, that nothing bad would ever happen to your perfectly idyllic life. So you only have to make a threat, those kind of veiled threats, not even that
Well,
obvious, and people can fall in line pretty quick.
He would have to be going against them, and that's like the final, like that's close to the final stage. That's like before they start doing bad things to you. Like, as I've told you before, the initial stages is always going to be buddies, right? They're going to be your friend and try to bring you in, right? Like, he has a huge following, and he would be very useful to them, so they would try to recruit him. And like I said, with him being apparently part of the patriot movement now, quote unquote, and with George Washington being a Mason and all these different things, the right wing has a very, very strong pull towards that Masonic pole, if you will. So,
yes. Well, let me just say this then. I think just say the last couple of words there.
I just said they would try to convince him, first and foremost, before anything else. And if he was already starting to lean towards the God question, people who are just now getting turned on to God and Christ and all that, they're very vulnerable to be getting pulled into the sectarian nonsense, right? Because secular people like JP don't see a difference necessarily between the denominations, or if they do, they don't really know what they are. So, he might have just stumbled his dumb ass right into it.
Okay, well, I didn't know that he was a secular person that stumbled into it, but let me just say this on the point of, let's say Mormons or any other religion having uneasy bedfellows, let's say, with disenfranchised leftists, former leftists or whatever, or libertarians who didn't have a religion and was secular. What I learned from watching one of the videos that I was watching there to do with all of this kind of stuff is that the Catholic Church itself has aligned with the Mormon Church, whereas I know for sure, without ever having taken much interest in the Catholic Church at all, that they would have absolutely held up the Mormons as being basically the prime example of the kind of cult that is completely anathema to the Catholic Church and absolutely forevermore, infinity, ever and ever, amen, excommunicated from Catholicism. And that's not even the fact that I was just going to say that's not even. I was just going to say that's not even if we take into account that there's an Anglo-Protestant connection leading into Mormons. It's got nothing to do with that even, But I mean, it's just pick a reason. There's as many as you can imagine for the Catholic Church to sort of say we would never align ourselves with them. But the reason apparently that they did, or maybe it's an exoteric reason, is that they're both against the T. Rands kids and that kind of debauchery, which the Masons and the Illuminati and the political elites have pushed anyway. So it's basically back to causing the problem and providing the solution again,
Well, no, Rome and the Mormons have accepted the Abrahamic Accords. So they're signed on to the New World Order. They're all as far as they're considered, they're all one faith that all believe in the one God, right? That's what the Abrahamic Accords say. So, and that's the danger of the right wing. Their hero Trump signed the Abrahamic Accords, and all these Trump worshipers are going to fall right into the world religion. And that's what I've been trying to say. The left are being used, and they don't even realize it. They will be gotten rid of in the end. The end goal, in my opinion, is to bring everyone under the Abrahamic Accords and under the purview of the Court of 70 in that little country. And the best way to do that is to push everybody right. What has all this ended up doing? It's taken people like Jordan Peterson and J.P. Sears, and now apparently they are conservative, right? So,
and as I said in the past stream there, we have Dave Rubin. Yeah, as I
You
said in the
know,
past, we have Dave Rubin being the archetype now of conservative family values, with his in
yeah.
inverted commas married husband and adopted male twins, whatever. But look, there's a bit more to this video, and I want you to see it. So let's push on and see if we can finish in 4 hours 30. Keep it tidy like that. But I do want to get to the last comments as well. Okay, so let's just get a bit more into this and see if we can make some brief comments then, and then onto the comments that people have left.
I've been with him in person. I've done a couple Zoom interviews with him. The most recent one you can find on my YouTube channel, because during the month of June through July 4th, us in the freedom loving community, we headed up a fundraiser for Operation Underground Railroad. So
Right, it was a short bit that I wanted to play there, right? So he's saying us in the freedom-loving community. Now, he does a very nebulous definition of that. In fact, he never defines it. He allows us to assume that, it's just this kind of, vague term that encompasses his viewers or his subscribers or maybe people like me. But in this sense, he might be actually talking about a formal organization, because he's saying this organization called the freedom-loving community raised $500,000, which we gave to the Operation Underground Railroad, Tim Ballard's organization. So the way he's glossing over a lot of stuff, and he's moving quick, which is why I paused it so quickly afterwards. But what do you think of that? And there's more to come, so just keep your comments a little bit brief if you can.
Yeah, that falls right in line with what I would expect. That's like almost giving tithes to your church, right? Giving donations to it. Especially since it's a Mormon organization. If he's already rocking the mission name tag and everything, he might be fixing to go on mission. And also, I just noticed, I wonder if that shirt he's wearing, if it just says Lions on it, or if it might say Lions Club.
Well, Well, it's not the Lions Club, but he talks about it later. Yeah, he talks about it later. It's another kind of a charity that he has set up to help funnel money. I say funnel. I'll take that back. Raise funds to give to the Operation Underground Railroad. But what I want to remark on is that if he is being courted by or considering making his life with the Mormons, right? Which is, it's not just going to church on Sundays. It's your whole life is all these other religions, right? Is ruled, like Masons, is ruled by all the tenets and the values. Everything is lived in accordance with it. Anyhow, the way Glenn Beck converted from having read his Wikipedia page was he had a media company. He had his own company that he was self-employed by. And that then got bought over by the Blaze, which seemed to happen simultaneously to his conversion to Mormonism. And the Blaze Media was a Mormon outfit. And it was like a reverse takeover as well, right? Whereby it was Glenn Beck's media organization took over the Blaze, which then got renamed as Blaze Media. And that seemed to be all part of a deal with his religious conversion. Maybe the same thing is happening with Waking with JP here.
Yeah, it's a socialist system based on the Freemasonic system, the two knights on one horse type deal, with the Templars. Once you become a member, just like any other cult, you throw all your shit into the pot, right?
Yes, throw all the stuff into the pot. That's it. Everyone throw what they own into the pot. Yeah, and if some guy has $100,
bring Baker back to the beehive.
Yes, all goes back to the beehive, yeah. And if some guy has $100, another guy has $1, well, everyone forget who put in what, but it's all ours community pot now. And I would liken it as well to two bubbles coming together. And then kind of the surface tension stays there for a while. They're adjacent, they're clinging to each other, and then pop, it just becomes a bigger bubble. And so this is how they expand their influence, like the state of Deseret they were hoping to do, to basically go, to all the different states in the United States, maybe,
Yeah, and that's what I was saying with our friend Fugal and his real estate empire. And how you were talking about them popping over into Nevada and shit. Well, if they spread out into the states next door and slowly take those states over, they'll eventually have their state of Deseret, won't they?
Yes, exactly. If they coalesce two states, then it becomes all the one. So it's the same method as, in macro and in micro. Right, a little bit more. I'll see, maybe I'll skip on to the T-shirt bit at the end.
So if you want to click over to that video, which you can see here, you can hear from Tim himself about what they encounter, the problems they're solving, how they're doing it, and how big the problem is. And the problem is big. That's why they made the movie Sound of Freedom, because they want to bring awareness to it. Awareness, it's not the only ingredient, but it's the foundational ingredient for this biggest, worst problem on the planet.
I'll just pause it very quickly to say this awareness stuff, right? This awareness BS that all these YouTubers are saying, give me your money so I can make more awareness, as though we just need to get over this kind of tipping point of awareness and then all the problems get fixed, you know? No, it's always to keep the revenue stream coming in to get more awareness. But anyway, I want to move on and get to more Masonic things here and then get your commentary on it, okay?
Sounds good.
To be solved and not to just to be ended. That's what we're looking for. So, looking at Tim Ballard, first before we hear from him, take a look at some of the smear attempts. The media, they're trying to discredit this man, to discredit the movie, to discredit the reality of the problem that his life mission is solving. Here they're saying, from what I've seen, I've become convinced this microchipping program is the only way to effectively protect our kids in the digital age. Get your kids chipped now. So I don't know if he's ever said that, yet the media is obviously using, if he did say that, spinning it in a way where he's like, hey, he's like Klaus Schwab. He's saying microchip everybody. So out of context at the very least and made up at the very most.
I'll stop it there just before the extra Masonic bit. We have the old, oh, they're trying to discredit the truth of this movie and then conflating that with discrediting the whatever might be the reality of the situation. And then he's also saying, I mean, I can't believe how he's saying, I don't know, right? He's saying somebody on Twitter or whatever says that he's talking about microchips, or he has talked about it in the past, right? And he says, I don't know if he ever said that. And even if he did say that, they're quoting me out of context. Like, what the hell? He's saying, even if he did say it, they must be quoting me out of context. That blows my mind. But maybe a lot of people accept that.
Like, know them by their fruits, my man. Like, if he was on our side ever, like, he ain't no more. Like, he has been, like, he has been co-opted. You know, this is how it works. And this is, you know, you've seen me bitch at Jason Burmas for him getting involved with Red Voice Media and shit. Well, this is how it happens. This is exactly how it happened. And it's exactly what I tried to warn folks about. And he's talking about donate to Operation Underground Freedom. Well, Operation Underground Freedom, as we, you know, proved last weekend, are separating themselves from Tim Ballard, trying to distance themselves from his lying ass. So if you're donating to them, where's it going to? Is it going to Tim Ballard? Is it going to Operation Underground Railroad? Or is it going to the Sound of Freedom movie? Or is it going to the Mormon church? Like, where's it going? Right? Exactly. Like, I would like to see some, you know, see some documentation of where that shit's going. Like, it just seems kind of fishy to me all around. And like I said, this is just how you wind up getting co-opted. Like, it normally happens by your own free will. It's not something where somebody has to put a gun to your head. No, they convince you.
If this one YouTuber has raised $500,000 from his subscribers and has given it to Operation Underground Railroad, people need to see exactly what we need receipts. What was the money spent on? Because they're saying things like, oh, it's spent on helping prevent or raise awareness about the issue of child trafficking. That's too vague. What we're doing now is we need physical receipts of exactly what the money was spent on: accommodation, transport, food, exactly what it was spent on. You know?
Yeah. Like, people are just, they're doing just like the left, and they're rolling on emotion. Like, the movie gave them a tear jerk and, you know, made their heart feel sad and happy at the same time. So now they're all slap happy with their damn checkbook. Like, folks are going to have to get, like, they're going to have to get smarter than this. Like, you know, me and you are not like something special. Like, if we can figure this out, so can anybody else that wants to actually look.
Exactly. Right? The only thing that we have agreed on, and we said at the outset there, is that we want the truth, even if it doesn't suit us. That's basically it.
Yes, exactly that. I don't care if it absolutely shatters my worldview. I want what's true, and I don't really care, you know, about the consequences of that, you know, because as far as I'm concerned, like, no consequences that, like, the truth really brings can, truly be bad in the end, right? Like it has to wash out in the end, right?
Well, my attitude is that maybe I do care about the consequences, but you accept them anyway. I don't, want the truth because I'm hoping to get rewarded. You just do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. That's it. Not trying to flatter myself, but anyway. What I'm interested now in is because you...
Especially now, like the only way to fight this is with the truth. If we try to go at it any other way, we will fail.
Yeah, good man. Good man. All in on the truth. There's no point in, turning away at the last moment and trying to save your hide. It's grasp the nettle or not at all. What I, of course, am interested to hear your take on, because you said to me, here, I have a screen grab of some video you were watching. And as I think I did play earlier, it's to do with an Argentinian politician that he met to sign an agreement with. Anyway, it is confirmed, and JP seems to confirm it, or else say, oh yeah, he's a Mason. He seems to say something sarcastic. I don't know what it is. I want your and anybody else's opinion on, is he being sarcastic, or what does he think he's doing? There's no refutation. He just says, oh yeah, he's a Mason, whatever, and moves on. But that's me paraphrasing. Let's listen to what he says, and it's all over very quickly, so pay careful attention.
And here you can see, this is obviously someone's personal Instagram trying to discredit Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard wearing a Freemason necktie. He's definitely very active in the Freemason organization, group with long history of false claims.
That's it. Like, I thought he was getting into it more. No, he's moved on. So all he says is sarcastic. He's, oh, I'm sure he's very active in the Freemason organization. Like, is he being sarcastic, or is he what? No, is that a refutation?
It seemed like he was being perfectly straightforward there. Like he accepts that that it's a real picture, and that he must be very active in the organization to be wearing a tie, that tie specifically to such an important event. Like, it seems like he's just accepted it. But again, if he's joining the Mormon church, then I'm sure he's been told that Freemasons founded Mormonism. And if he's friends with Glenn Becky Poo now, like, then, he's going to start taking on the ideology of his friends. Birds of a feather flock together, after all. Like, and your friends have a great influence on the way you think. And if he is indeed, like, hooking his wagon to these folks, then you're going to see him start taking on their viewpoint, which is going to be pro-Freemasonry, because, both the Patriot movement and, Mormonism as a whole is cool with Freemasonry, right? It's just,
Well, it's not that, as we said before, just to make it clear, it's not that Freemasonry is a branch of Mormonism, nor necessarily that Mormonism is a branch of Freemasonry, but that they all stem from the same ancient mystery school religion, which does seem to go back to the rivers of Babylon in some far distant time. Anyway,
I mean, John Smith got his revelation inside the Masonic temple, as far as I know. So,
Oh yes, just in case it's worth repeating. Joseph Smith was a Freemason, and so was Brigham Young. Now, what I want to say here as well is, in the spirit of being fair and impartial and accepting good information from wherever it comes from, or useful information, doesn't always have to be good, is that the author of this article, which we're not going to play now, maybe I'll make a video about this, attempt to just this JP's thing and put it up during the week. This article that he's about to read from, I read last week. I published an article that she wrote. Her name is Anne Merlan, not Merlin, but Merlan, Merlan. Now, I don't even know if she's a real person. Could be a fictitious personality, could even be AI, right? But anyway, she works for Vice magazine, or has written articles for Vice magazine. And the last video I did, I was reading from an article from Vice magazine with regard to Tim Ballard and the Sound of Freedom. And this is another one. So maybe she has got her teeth into this. I would say that Vice magazine, it used to be owned apparently by Gavin McInnes, but he sold it a long, long time ago. And then it gradually became one of those BuzzFeed, what's another one? Huffington Post, leftist propaganda mouthpieces that also uses lazy journalism and hack journalism to put out these template boilerplate articles. This seems to be an exception, and it's not just because I agree with it. I'm just going with where all this leads. So I have to sort of say, give credit to her, and this is from a Vice magazine article or Vice website article author or writer or journalist, if she's real. So I have to sort of give her some credit just while we're looking at her stuff again, but we're not going to get into this just now. But I mean, again, JP is sort of saying, oh, here's one of these other, poison leftists who hate children trying to discredit the movie and Tim Ballard, So again, a lot of our guys could be falling for this.
Yes. And that's kind of the danger. And, on both sides, this is what happens. They play off of each other, and it causes the false assumption that, oh, well, my guys over here must be good because these people hate them. It's like, no, they both hate you. Like, they're just using you to fight each other.
Right. Exactly. Don't do the same stupid calculus as the leftists always do, where they go and talk to one of their more politically aware, who they think friends are, and they say, "What's our position on this? Don't understand. What do the Republicans believe in? They believe in free and fair elections and investigating, whether there's any fraud going on. Oh well, then I'm against that. So anyway, what I'll just skip on totally, right? Because we're coming up to 5 hours now. And just show you the Lions t-shirt, right? He talks about it here anyway. Again, maybe we'll have to look into this as another time to sort of say, what exactly is this Lions organization? I think he might be talking about it from about this point. I'll play a little bit of it, see if he mentions it.
Convention list of abusers. Was Tim Ballard listed in the SBC abuse investigation report? So in the body of this Instagram post, Tim points out, P.S. my middle name isn't Ray. So
okay, that was a fluke. It was a happy fluke. As we know already, on his Wikipedia page, it doesn't say what his middle name is. And the way that he answered the question there, he said, Ray isn't my middle name. Well, what is your middle name? He didn't say.
Raymond.
So well, it could be, but whatever it is, he hasn't told us what it is. He's just told us what it isn't. That in itself speaks volumes, because a lot of people, well, maybe I don't know how many people have looked at somebody else, and I won't get into his video for another time, where somebody has done some photoshopping and transposing of one person's face onto another and seeing how they match up, just different hair and whatever. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm 50-50 on it, but I won't get into it now. That's definitely verging into the territory of perhaps, maligning or, legally doing something you're at fault. But he's saying the answer to that is no. So interesting anyway, something to look into if anybody else wants to look into it. And I've left the links to that page where you can look into it. It's called the Tim Ballard Rabbit Hole. But I'll move on to, I think now must be his pitch for his, the way I always thought his pitching of whatever products was very cheesy at the end. But I think this is the t-shirt thing now anyway.
The blue blockers and vitamins and shit. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And him stripping down to say, look at this sunbed or whatever. Yeah. A bit weird. And the oils and all this. But anyway, let's see if he does the t-shirt thing here.
Many donations to Operation Underground Railroad. I'm proud over the last 2.5 years, the freedom loving community, we've raised over $500,000 for Operation Underground Railroad. And I want you to know we're not going to stop. We're only going to raise more. In a few years, $500,000, that's going to look silly compared to what we raised to support rescuing children. Which, by the way, if you want to do a little something right now, one way you can support through direct financial contribution while simultaneously raising awareness, spreading the message. We've got these shirts in my Freedom Shop. Lions Protect the Innocent, Operation Underground Railroad.
Well, there you are. So he shielded his shirt. Lions protecting the innocent, or Lions protect the innocent. In other words, like if you don't agree with all this stuff, then you must be harming the innocent. He does claim, to be fair, to him, he claims that all the proceeds, in other words, the profits after turnover, he doesn't get any of it. It goes to this Operation Underground Railroad charity. But again, we want receipts. We want to know who's spending it on what. Literally, we want receipts. Just like if you work for a corporation, they don't say, spend whatever you like. There's a blank checkbook. Don't need to tell us what you're spending your money on, the company's money on. Well, we're the shareholders. If he's calling all of us the freedom-loving group or whatever it is.
they're basically doing the same dumb shit that the left did with Ukraine, right? They're throwing their support behind it without ever even knowing what in the hell they're doing.
That's a perfect comparison.
Like, it's the same kind of money, the money skimming operation, in my opinion.
That's a perfect comparison. Yeah, protect democracy, send the money over to Ukraine so we can stop that terrible Putin. It's the same story, just change the characters a bit.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you see like the VP of Ukraine, like his daughter buying like a $7.2 million house. It's like, you paid for that.
Yeah. Right, I think that's a great note to end it on. We've got a lot of the Skinwalker and the tied into the Ballard stuff going on. It is some operation, isn't it? There's a few comments built up here. Let's get through a few of them here. Not that it's a chore. I do appreciate it. Just kind of feel uneasy letting them go by. Jemima says, love you and leave you. I have to deal with the polytunnel. That's polyurethane. So she's growing stuff in her own plastic greenhouse up in the Shetland Islands there. Amazing. Thank you all for the great, wonderful company. Thank you, Jemima. You've been a great contributor. Vingol says, oh no, he's having a side conversation there with XYZ. Now, a few more comments here. Damn it, something's happening to me. I have to try and 500 milliseconds read ahead in advance to see can I put this up on screen or not. Yeah, XYZ is going to have a sidebar with Vingol on Vingol's channel about something to do with Central European history. All right. Vingol says he doesn't do streams of videos where he speak. You never know, sometime in the future, but maybe not. Anyway, I'm not a DNA spurg. Oh no, listen, that's all. No, we can't get into that now. Maybe that's why there's so many here. And I'm trying to speed read through these as I'm scrolling through them to see when does that conversation end. It's Vingol talking to XYZ. It's a fascinating conversation, but I mean, obviously a lot of it to do with, air, and then, people who were Ians and stuff like that.
Yeah. And did anyone else notice the 2.5 years thing he said?
Go on.
He's been dating for 2.5 years. Like, so that means before JP ever said anything about it or had them on his channel or anybody even knew about the Sound of Freedom, JP was on the inside track of this. So he's had plenty of time to be convinced to be a Mormon.
Right, and plenty of time, and he can't say, "Oh, I was blinded by my own ignorance or stupidity." No, this is why I will never allow anybody to hide behind plausible deniability. I was too stupid to know. How could I have known? He has all the insight and perspicacity to be able to see through all the veils that were presented to us during, as Jemima says here, the lockdowns. So she says I liked JW, but. Or is it JP or whatever? JP Sears, for the lightheartedness earlier on in the lockdowns for a minute. And I got sick of him pretty quick. He shows himself as one of them. Look at the company he keeps. Well, yeah, there is that too.
And that's kind of what I've been saying. You look at the company he's been keeping, and it makes very much sense that he would be considering Mormonism.
Yes.
He's like hanging out with that Blaze crew crowd, and just like Jordan Peterson or any of the rest, he's being brought into their orbit.
Yep, definitely.
Like their gravitational pull is just kind of pulling him in. Their fame and all that kind of stuff, it's a stepping stone for him, right? Like he has gotten more famous from the knowing them, so that's also going to contribute to his bias there.
Yes. Logan, I have on screen there, Logan Garfield says you and I don't know what that's in relation to. Did I make that grammatical mistake? I said you and me instead. But anyway,
I'm country, so even though I know it's not the correct way to say it, I still do it sometimes.
Well, I don't want to be too prim and proper in the way that I express things either. Vingol says, I read Caesar's Bellum Galicium recently. Is that about a war in Gaul or France? Talk about big brain stuff. He's still having a massive conversation there with XYZ. Honestly, I'm scrolling through pages of this here. That's incredible.
I'm always interested, like, you know, to see that like our audience are having worthwhile conversations.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
they're really getting into it. But I mean, it would be for another stream, which we probably couldn't do anyway, because it's about, you know, like heirs and graces of Ian's, you know, if you know what I'm saying. Hopefully you do.
an odyssey stream, in other words.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll do another, well, exclusive for Odyssey at some point. Yeah, we will. How and when, not exactly sure. But I would say as well, good time to remind people, we're coming to the end now. I have an Odyssey channel. It's the same name. I try to link to it on our streams in the description, but it's Eternal Extrapolations on Odyssey as well. And I like Odyssey for the reason that it works well, much better than BitChute, although maybe it doesn't have as big an audience. And I can upload documents, pictures, videos. There's no length. Doesn't need my phone number like Rumble does. Oh, by the way, I don't know who Rumble is, or sorry, I think I do. Rumble is with the locals, and that's Peter Thiel and all those kind of people, isn't it? Or am I thinking of something else? Is Rumble the one that has green colors on it?
No, I think Rumble's red, isn't it?
Well, what's the one that has green that everybody's on now, that everybody's migrating to? What's the one that's green that everybody goes to?
That's Rumble. Yeah, I got them confused. It's True Social that's red and Rumble that's green.
Okay. Well, then if Rumble is the green one, I think that's the one that's with locals as well, which I think is connected to Peter Thiel and the basically the alt-right. But anyway, like Jordan Peterson and that kind of thing. So I don't trust them, and they want your phone number to sign up. But anyway, I'm on Odyssey.
More than likely. My phone's is, you know, because my phone's de-Googled or whatever, and most of those platforms won't let me on.
Yeah, we'll give it a go. I mean, I'm considering joining anyway, but you know, I'll have to reroute my IP address through Cairo like they did in Hackers, you know, so they can't triangulate my position. But anyway, say that again.
I said that is one way to go about it, I suppose.
I know, but it's just it's a bit like. No, it's just it's a bit like it's a trope. It's a meme, right? In the Robert Redford movie Hackers from the 90s, I'm just rerouting. Oh, I can't trace the call. He's rerouted his IP address through Cairo, or his phone number through Cairo, or whatever it is. You know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Right. I want to again try and see if there's. I'm still scrolling through pages of comments. You know, very erudite conversation, gentlemen, but it does make it real difficult to try and pick out anything that might be something I should put up on screen. Can we have a conclusion? Simple synopsis. Missed most. I mean, look, I'd be tempted to sort of say, look, it's all good. Go back and listen to it. Synopsis is: there's a kernel of truth to Skinwalker Ranch. We have shown at least that there is a tenuous connection to the ownership, the origin of that land, to the Ballard name. It's all Mormons behind it all. Mormons are just like a different flavor of Freemasons or Illuminati or Hidden Hand. And JP Sears here, Awaken with JP, seems to be getting in with the Mormons as well, and basically trust no one, right? Don't forget the basics that we learned, like in the Truth Movement, of the Hegelian dialectic, and as what's the fella? I know his name. Good God, and I always forget it when I go live. Not Manly P. Hall. Who's the guy who predicted 3 world wars? The Mason.
Oh, you're talking about.
Oh, come on, the main Freemason guy who predicted 3 world wars.
If you hadn't asked me, like, I normally say his name like 10 times a day. Like,
okay, well, this is good because you see what happens once you go live. You forget the most basics of things. Anyway, he said, "Whenever the masses need a hero, we shall provide him."
Yes.
Who is this? I'll have to look up the quote now. Good God! And it goes to prove to people out there, right? So he's an ex-Freemason. I was going to say Manly P. Hall again. No, he was sort of maybe a good guy.
Albert Pike.
Albert Pike. Do you see what happens? You forget things. It's like you forget your own name. It's like in hypnosis when you forget your own name. That's what happens with this, with the pressure of being on stage and forcing yourself to remember your own name. And the more you try to remember your own name, the less you can remember it. That's the hypnosis, you know.
And it also should be said there, Christy, that you know, this is all about that pendulum swing I was talking about, and how they will eventually get rid of the left, and how they're priming everyone, JP included, to join up with the Mormons or whatever sectarian branch has already signed up to the Abrahamic Accords to get people ready for the big one world religion merger. It's coming. And, you know, JP is just one of the canaries in the coal mine, letting you know that the right wing is falling to her fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have on screen there, Dr. Crispy Johnson said, and I should look at the comments. If I was on the ball with the comments, when a new one would pop up, then I'd see it, you see, but I don't see it until hours later. Normally, you know, not hours, but minutes later. When seconds count, the police are minutes away, as they say. And I really appreciate Dr. Crispy Rothschild. He hasn't lost his sense of humor since he got married into the Rothschild family. So he's basically saying, it's Mormons all the way down then. Yeah, that's the way it seems. Or whatever you want to call them. You know, a rose is a rose, or it would smell as sweet by any other name. So it seems like you'll always know them by the fruit, or by their methods, or by, you know, just the way that they act. Whether it's Mormons, whether it's Freemasons, or whether it's the you-know-whodens.
Mm-hmm. Like, because they're all working on that same Kabbalic system. And, you know, because it's the same system, it has the same end goal, really. So, you know, you can't really separate any of them from each other, you know, as we've illustrated through the Rosicrucian convocation and all that kind of stuff. It's, you know, they meet up, they hang out, right? They use the same symbol and talk the same job. So it's, you know, and just like you saw with, you know, Ballard there, like, you know, he is both a Mormon and a Freemason still, right? So it's still a revolving door back and forth.
Yes. Right. Well, look, I think we're going to have to leave it there. Just to say that what I'm going to have to do now is to keep an eye out for any possible strike on this, because of just using some of their, what I presume is copyrighted material, even if it's just a clip. Mm-hmm. However, what I'm going to try to do,
since we were talking about Ballard.
Oh, sure. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, of course. Sometimes it says that I've used copyright material, but the owner allows me to use it, but sometimes they don't. Now, what I'm just saying is if that happens, right, the worst case scenario where it prevents the whole stream from being played, which has happened in the past, what YouTube allows you to do is to trim out that portion. But depending on where it is, if it's in the beginning and the end, it's easier to trim out. If it's in the middle, it has to re-encode the whole thing, and that takes hours on YouTube, which means that the playback won't be available for several hours, right? However, what I'm going to try and do is, if that does happen, I'll do my best to download it and put it onto Odyssey in its full form. What I also notice is, if you do trim out anything, what it makes... Now, I don't know if YouTube will change this, but maybe they'll fix it. But what it has done in the past is it means that the playback of the live chat is gone, can't be recovered, because you've broken the timeline in some way. We'll see. So I'm just preparing people, like, you know, in case like they wanted to go back to the beginning. If the worst happens, they won't be allowed to do that. Or maybe the thing is gone. Maybe I'll get a channel strike. Who knows? I'm always expecting one, because, you know, we have been a bit fast and loose with certain countries that are tied to the hip to the USA. You know what I mean? So it's always just there, just trying to let people know a little bit about what they might not know if they don't have a channel or put out videos with stuff like that, you know. And also to remind people that I kind of have more stuff that's background relevant to things, or I might just you can do a thing called resharing, where you just point to a video that's been uploaded by somebody else, you know, who are no longer on YouTube. And I do that on Odyssey as well. So it's worthwhile checking out. I'm not trying to, you know, excuse me, promote my Odyssey for no reason. It does have some extra things if you're interested, if the 5 hours here wasn't enough. So we're coming up to 5 hours now. Last words from you, JC, and then we'll totally wrap it up under the neat 5 hours.
Well, I mean, I think I've like said my piece already. Like you said, don't trust anybody on either side. They're all trying to grift you. Like, you know, stand fast, prepare yourselves, and don't wind up like... Don't
wind up like
JP. Like, you know, don't end up falling into this stuff. And, you know, that whole, like, dogs have 4 legs, cats have 4 legs, so they must be the same thing. Thinking is very, very dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Right, we will leave it at that. Never good at starting nor finishing, but we'll leave it at that and keep it in under the wire. Maybe I don't know exactly how long, but certainly 5 minutes under the 5 hours. Amazing. So that's this is a short live stream. Amazing. And as Logan Garville says, as well as stay vigilant, brothers. He said it's one big club and we ain't in it. It is a big club and lots of sections, as we've kind of gone through there, as George Carlin would say. Maybe I'll post a few of his phrases during the week, and I will post a few additional supplementary things to this during the week as well. Okay, thanks, JC. Thanks, everyone, for listening. And we'll do it all next week, hopefully. Maybe we'll continue on a little bit from some kind of jumping off point to deal with this.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds good.
Okay.
Everybody
Bye for
take
now.
it easy.